Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 413. Seventh bro, you're amazing, the monkey shouted in admiration. Lu Yin put away progenitor Wushang's hide and coughed. The tree branch had not been easy to defend against, and he had been injured as well. He took off the man's cosmic ring, cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood into it. He opened the ring and poured out a large pile of items. This cosmic ring was not as big as the one that Northgate Lai had given Lu Yin, but it was not small either. There were many things inside, including 10 bottles of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, as well as some unknown medicines, weapons, star crystals, and even star essence. Lu Yin was shocked. This person's wealth was not small. His brother's strength was not simple, and so was this person's. These two were elites among cruisers, so they should have some sort of background. However, that was not important since everything belonged to him now. Lu Yin looked through the items and found that the most attractive were the star crystals and star essence. There were 220,000 star crystals, which was not a lot, and 10 star essence, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals. Not bad, not bad. It was enough for his use. After drinking a bottle of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, Lu Yin immediately felt much better. There were also 3 Mavis Bank cards, a chip, and a bunch of other things that he did not understand. To these people who wandered the universe, the most important things were resources and medicine as well as battle techniques. This group had been led by this person's brother, so the most important things must have been with him. What a pity. Still, it was not bad to have obtained these things. The wealth of a cruiser allowed Lu Yin to temporarily escape from his poverty problems. Although he did not have much money, he could at least buy another Radiant-grade spacecraft. Lu Yin was depressed that every spacecraft he bought did not have a good ending. Seventh bro, what should we do with this guy? The monkey asked through gritted teeth. If not for this person, they would not have fallen to such a state, and they did not even know if they could leave this place. Lu Yin crouched down and pressed a hand against the man's abdomen, mercilessly using 30 stacks. There was a boom, and the white beach shook as the man was sent crashing into the sand. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. He had been awakened. When he opened his eyes, the man felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen. His organs felt like they had been destroyed, and his injuries were much worse than before. Lu Yin stood on the beach and looked down with a cold gaze. I didn't do it on purpose, I just wanted to test your vigilance. After all, we have to work together, and I can't work with someone who isn't vigilant. Lu Yin was disdainful. You tested it? The man panted heavily and exhaled. I've tested it. Let's work together happily. Lu Yin laughed. Of course I'll be happy working with you. At the very least I'll be happy. Then, under the man's panicked gaze, Lu Yin transformed the star energy at his fingertips into threads that wrapped around the man and tossed him into the golden sea as if he were fishing. No. Let me go. I beg you, I'll give you resources, battle skills, and weapons. Please let me go. The man's words were drowned out by the seawater. Seventh bro, this guy is really shameless, the monkey mocked. Lu Yin's fingertips swayed, and the man in the water trembled in fear. Although the water was normal, he didn't know if there was anything else here. Humans were always afraid of the unknown, and he was swung around like a swing by Lu Yin. It took him a while before he was finally pulled onto the shore. The man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body was drenched as he lay on the beach. Lu Yin saw that the man was unharmed and muttered, It looks like the beach is safe, but I don't know if the deeper areas are safe or if there are any terrifying creatures. The man's face paled when he heard this, and his fear grew. Coupled with his heavy injuries, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Seventh bro, you used him as bait to test the waters? The monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted. This space is too strange and I didn't dare take the risk. You're too cruel, the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin was annoyed. No, he'll use you. Pick one. Seventh bro, I think that you're too smart. Why didn't I think of using this guy as bait? I should learn from seventh bro and improve every day, the monkey immediately flattered. Lu Yin casually fed a bottle of medicine to the cruiser, as he was afraid that the man would die. If he did, it would be troublesome and it would be difficult to find another cruiser as bait. This person had a grudge against Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin could use such methods without any hesitation. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin might not have been able to do so, even though he admitted that he was not a good person. After resting for a while, Lu Yin woke the man up again and tossed him into the sea once more. This time he began his grand career of fishing. Lu Yin admitted that this was not his first time fishing. For example, he had fished on the Astral River arc before, but he had always been afraid that he would catch a monster. This time was no different. The sea and the mountain were indescribably terrifying to him. The number of rune lines was equivalent to the influence that the objects themselves had on the universe. The sea and the mountain had condensed far too many rune lines, to the point that Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He did not dare to approach the mountain at all. Lu Yin circled the white beach and used the cruiser as bait as he walked into the distance, hoping to see if there was an exit. 2 days later, Lu Yin casually tossed the cruiser into the sea once more. The cruiser's initial fear had now grown numb, and he wished that he could just die. At least he would not have to suffer. It looks like either the coastal waters are safe or the sea itself is safe. You're very lucky, Lu Yin commented. Not far from him was the cruiser, who had just been struck by Lu Yin's palm. The cruiser coughed up blood and glared at Lu Yin. Kill me if you can. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You don't need to provoke me. You don't want to die or you can kill yourself. I won't stop you. The cruiser clenched his fists and his body trembled, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or fear. All right, let's continue fishing, Lu Yin shouted and tossed the man into the sea once more. Another day later, Lu Yin looked back at the path he had taken. Sure enough, he had deviated from the path. From the moment he had used the cruiser to test the sea, he had walked along the beach in a straight line. After walking for 3 days, he had deviated towards the forest and was now slightly further away from the sea. This slight difference meant that the path was curved, which meant that this sealed space was circular, regardless of whether it was the Golden Sea or the forest. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps the sea itself was slanted, but Lu Yin believed in his own conjecture. After deducting the angle of deviation from the path, the possibility of this place being circular was very high. If it was circular, then Lu Yin calculated again. With his current speed, it would take him at least half a year to complete a full circle, which was too long. He turned to look at the tall mountain in the middle of the sea, as that was the only place where there could be a variable. He did not want to be trapped in this sealed space forever. Even if approaching the mountain was dangerous, it was still better than being trapped here for the rest of his life. Monkey, did you manage to translate the text? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked. The monkey bitterly replied, I've recalled all the autobiographies and written records that I've read, but I only managed to translate one word, hate. Eto. Lu Yin was curious. I already said that I only managed to translate one word. There are 11 words in this sentence, and the word, hate, takes up 4 of them. Being torn apart by 5 spears is indeed quite hateful, Lu Yin muttered. All right, continue translating. He then looked at the bound cruiser maliciously. At this moment, the man was still numb, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The resentment in his eyes towards Lu Yin grew deeper and deeper. When he sensed Lu Yin's gaze on him, the man's heart sank, and he subconsciously wanted to jump into the sea. Lu Yin gently tugged on the star energy rope. Don't be in such a hurry to jump, brother. We've worked hard to explore the coastal waters over the past few days, so we need to set our sights further. The man's scalp went numb, and the resentment in his eyes was replaced by fear. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin grinned and casually tossed the man into the sea. The star energy rope at his fingertips continuously extended, and the man was flung into the depths of the sea. His face was deathly pale, as the depths of the sea were a completely new area for him. It was filled with the unknown and terror, and he recalled the terror of being thrown into the sea for the first time. He couldn't help but shout for help, but it was useless. Lu Yin had already made up his mind to explore the mountain. He felt that he might be able to leave the mountain by climbing it. Plop. The man was thrown into the sea more than 10 kilometers away, a distance that ordinary people couldn't see. Only cultivators could, but Lu Yin could see even further. With the man's current injuries, Lu Yin couldn't weaken his star energy if he wanted to ensure that he could subdue him. This distance was already his limit. Any further, and the man would be able to break free from Lu Yin's star energy bindings and escape. Lu Yin stood on the beach and waited nervously. An hour later, he suddenly pulled on his star energy and dragged the man back to the shore, where he landed heavily on the beach and panted heavily. It seems like there's nothing in this sea, Lu Yin muttered to himself. The man glared at Lu Yin viciously before looking towards the mountain, his thoughts unknown. After several days of exploration, Lu Yin finally decided to go deeper into the sea. He felt that it was safe. 7th bro, be careful. This place is very strange. Let's explore for a while longer, the monkey advised. Lu Yin shook his head. I can only control this person to a maximum of 10 kilometers. Any further and he'll run away. If we want to explore further, we'll have to go deeper into the sea. The monkey knew that Luin was right. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. Luin walked on the Golden Sea and didn't plan on going in circles. He headed straight for the mountain. From the beach to the mountain, he estimated that it wouldn't be too far. Every once in a while he would use the man as bait and explore for half a day. Only after confirming that it was absolutely safe would he continue. After repeating this process for several hundred kilometers, the mountain was very close. He estimated that he would only need to explore it a few more times. Plop. The man was thrown into the sea for the umpteenth time, but he was sure that there was nothing in the sea and that it was very safe. His fear gradually disappeared and his thoughts cleared. Through the water, he saw Luin cautiously scanning his surroundings. He suddenly used his innate gift and forcefully broke free from the star energy bindings, rushing towards the other side. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4:14. Luin felt his star energy break free, and he quickly acted, but it was too late. He had underestimated a cruiser's recovery ability. Although he would occasionally leave injuries on the man's body, the man had still recovered enough to break free of Lu Yin's star energy. He had just been holding back, waiting until he was confident that he could break free before acting since the mountain wasn't too far away. Luin watched helplessly as the man slipped away like a fish and sighed. Forget it, if the bait was gone then so be it. He looked up at the mountain in front of him. That was where he should go. Cultivation was always accompanied by danger, and it was unavoidable. Luin glanced at his right arm. There was still a bait there. "Seventh bro, you're so cool," the monkey suddenly spoke up, his tone full of flattery. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This damn monkey was too shrewd. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he headed towards the mountain. In the distance, the cruiser hid in the sea and watched Luin head towards the mountain. He relaxed as his gamble had paid off. This person couldn't possibly chase after him in the unfathomable depths of the sea. The only way out of this space was that mountain, so he had to follow it and use himself as bait. This time it's the other way around. I'm going to use you as bait. The closer he got to the mountain, the more he could feel the restrained aura. Luin didn't know how to describe it. It was domineering, fierce, and unparalleled. He could think of many words to describe it, but he had never encountered this aura before. The mountain was cylindrical and plunged straight into the sea. Luin arrived at the side of the mountain and looked up, but he couldn't see the top. He raised a hand and touched the mountain wall, but it was extremely hard. He used a bit of strength, but he couldn't break through it. Even with his strength he couldn't break through the wall, so one could only imagine how hard it was. Endless rune lines condensed into a mountain, but what exactly was this mountain? Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he began to climb, as he couldn't fly here. "Seventh bro, do you think this mountain is safe?" the monkey asked nervously. Luin shook his head. "I don't know, but regardless of whether it's safe or not, we have to climb. This is the only path." As Luin climbed, the cruiser gradually floated up from the bottom of the sea. He maintained a certain distance from Luin as he believed that this distance was safe. "Seventh bro, that guy's close to the mountain," the monkey said. Luin grunted. "Wait until he starts to climb up, then grab him and use him as bait." "Alright." The monkey was excited, but he was also a little scared. He had almost been used as bait by Seventh bro. He had to catch this bastard as he could only be the bait. As he watched Luin climb higher and higher, the man's gaze turned cold. He grabbed onto the stone wall with both hands and began to climb. Suddenly the man's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with boundless fear. His body was disappearing. 777th bro, look below," the monkey shouted. Luin lowered his head, his expression changing drastically. "What's going on? What did he do?" "I didn't do anything. I just bumped into a mountain," the monkey shouted in fear as he was terrified. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he stared down. At the very bottom, the cruiser had completely vanished from this space. His entire body was disappearing bit by bit as if he had never existed. This scene was extremely horrifying. Seeing one's own body disappear, anyone would feel despair. The cruiser had never thought that he would die in such a manner. Although his death was painless, the despair and fear in his heart surpassed anything else. It wasn't just the man, Luin was terrified as well. The mountain wall that his hand had touched made him feel like he was approaching hell. He understood that the man's existence had been negated. This was the rune technology's battle style. They directly negated the enemy's existence in the universe and completely eliminated them. This was a rather strange and terrifying method of attack. A living person, and a cruiser at that, had just vanished without a trace. He had only touched the mountain wall. This was a mountain, and no one would think that it had any offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it was so strange that it overturned the common sense of the world. Seventh bro, I think we should leave. The monkey was panicking. He had almost touched the mountain wall with his shadow, and now that he thought about it, he was scared. He had almost died as well. Luin nodded. The icy mountain wall was like his icy heart, and he couldn't wait to let go. It was like he was holding onto a bomb that could explode at any moment. He felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff, and he believed that he would never forget this feeling for the rest of his life. Luin let go of the mountain wall and planned to jump into the sea, but the next moment, his face paled as his clothes disappeared. He subconsciously grabbed onto the mountain wall again, and the disappearing process stopped. Seventh bro, what's going on? The monkey was horrified. Luin didn't know either. I can't leave. If I do, I'll disappear as well. No way, it's the opposite? That guy disappeared when he touched the mountain wall, but you can't leave it. What the hell is this? Try again. You can't die here. The monkey shrieked. Luin frowned and let go of the mountain wall with one hand. It was fine, but he slowly let go of his other hand as well. His clothes started to disappear again, and he quickly grabbed onto the mountain wall with both hands. I can't let go of both hands at the same time. Monkey, it looks like we have to climb up or die. The monkey wailed, I've roamed the astral beast domain for so many years, and I've been to countless strange places. I've read all sorts of biographies of famous people, and I've even experienced the great tomb of the envoys. I've never heard of a mountain that can make someone disappear, and I never thought that it would be in a place like this. My dear sister Fengjiu, my celestial ice phoenix harem. Seventh bro, it's all your fault. Luin was helpless. Alright, instead of wasting time, why don't you think of a way to help me climb up? The exit might be at the top. I hope so, seventh bro. Whether or not we survive will depend on fate, the monkey said listlessly. Luin took a deep breath and his gaze became resolute. Since he was going to climb, he would do his best. He did not believe that he would really die here. Luin did not know how tall this mountain was, but he knew that he could not see the top. He could only climb and there was no way back. Gradually, he could no longer see the surface of the sea and he could only look upwards. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Luin climbed for 5 days, and when he grew tired he would stop to rest and chat with the monkey for a bit before continuing. The scenery in this space was always monotonous, and the higher he climbed, the more he could see into the distance. He saw the forest, the white beach, and the occasional black dot that was either a person or a war spirit. The people in the forest definitely could not see Luin, and they would never expect that there was someone climbing up the mountain. While Luin was working hard to climb, the Great Yu Empire's war to reclaim Frostwave Weave was nearing its end. The captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons were all cruisers, and there were very few people in Frostwave Weave who could compare to them. When Undying Yushan had been in power, he had already formulated a strategy to unify Frostwave Weave. As long as there were no other powers holding them back, it would be too easy for the Great Yu Empire to unify Frostwave Weave. Unifying Frostwave Weave depended on military might, while governance depended on stability and the economy. The Great Yu Empire's economy was in a slump, and even though they had the support of innerverse powers like Watermoon Villa, the threat was too great. The surrounding weaves all tacitly placed a blockade on Frostwave Weave's economy, preventing it from recovering. Even if they managed to unify the entire weave, they would still decline due to economic collapse. Hua Qingshan and the others had been trying to contact Luin over the past few days, hoping that he would take charge, but they could not reach him. Wendy Yushan had even gone into seclusion to cultivate the Yu's secret art. With no other choice, the Great Yu Empire could only slow down their progress in reclaiming Frostwave Weave while simultaneously developing more planets and finding ways to maintain their economy. Chaos Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, and it represented the dark side of the Innerverse. In Chaos Flow Zone, order meant that there was no order at all, and the strong were respected here. There was a planet in Chaos Flow Zone called Deep Crimson Planet that was ruled by Deep Crimson Hall, and it was where their headquarters were located. Deep Crimson Hall was one of the powers in Chaos Flow Zone, and it only ruled over a single region. Compared to Stony Mountain, it was like an ant that could be destroyed at any time. However, Deep Crimson Hall had its own methods of survival. In a huge city on Deep Crimson Planet, there was an endless stream of various aircraft. This was especially true at night, when the roads around the city were completely sealed off and turned into a racetrack. Everyone knew that the city's master, Wu Kuang, loved exciting aircraft races, and he would compete with others every day. His cultivation was limited, and he would use modified aircraft to determine the winner. Today was no exception. Dozens of aircraft shuttled through the air, causing the air to distort as they disappeared from the racetrack in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuang's eyes were filled with excitement as he drove his aircraft past one after another, laughing maniacally. The other aircraft did not give way to each other, but none of them could compare to Wu Kuang's. Wu Kuang's flying style was especially barbaric, and he loved to crash into others, which made it so that the other aircraft did not dare to approach him. Gradually Wu Kuang took the lead. Just as Wu Kuang thought that the night's race was over, another aircraft suddenly overtook him and viciously slammed into him. Wu Kuang was shocked as someone from Deep Crimson Planet actually dared to ram into him. His position in Deep Crimson Hall was not low, and he ruled over an entire city. He was also an explorer with a power level of close to 50,000, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Even in the entire Deep Crimson Hall, he was ranked within the top 10. Others who competed with him did not dare to ram into him. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Interesting. He then drove his aircraft into the other. Bang, bang. The two aircraft collided violently on the racetrack, causing sparks to fly. Many of the following aircraft were stunned. Someone actually dared to ram into Wu Kuang? Was that person looking to die? There was a mountain path ahead, and the two aircraft collided once more, causing dazzling sparks to fly as they brushed past the mountain path. Just as the two aircraft made a turn on the mountain path, Big Pow raised his head from within the aircraft that had rammed into Wu Kuang's aircraft. His eyes flickered with a cold killing intent, and he looked completely different from when he had been in the academy. He raised his hand and star energy manifested. Flame God Spear. With a low shout, Big Pow shot out a star energy bullet that was wrapped in two-line battle force and directly hit Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had never thought that someone would dare to assassinate him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block. The bullet pierced through his palm and then his entire right arm, tearing through the void and splitting the entire mountain path in two. Behind him, many of the other participants hurriedly stopped and stared blankly at the mountain that had been split apart. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 415. Little Pow was also in the spacecraft, and after Big Pow had attacked, he raised his hand as well. Black flame-like lines spread from his palm, and his two-line battle force formed a giant black flaming palm print. Black flaming palm. The black flaming palm pressed Wu Kuang into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Wu Kuang's power level was close to 50,000, he was still an ordinary explorer and could not compare to an elite explorer. Both Big Pow and Little Pow were explorers, but they had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy and had been personally taught by Astral 10's mentors. Their strength could not be measured by their power levels, and when the two worked together, Wu Kuang was easily suppressed. There was a loud bang as the Infernal God Gun's bullet pierced through Wu Kuang's forehead, causing a huge crack to appear in the ground that extended towards the city. Let's go. Little Pow barked and the two immediately left. Not long after they left, the entire city was sealed off, and experts from Deep Crimson Hall appeared to search for the killer. News of Wu Kuang's death was immediately reported to Deep Crimson Hall's Hall Master, Bo Sr. Deep Crimson Hall had two Hall Masters who were known as the Bo Duo. They were Bo Sr. and Bo Jr. and both were hunters. It was because of their existence, along with nearly 10 cruisers, that Deep Crimson Hall was formed and occupied the surrounding space. When Bo Sr. learned of Wu Kuang's death, he was enraged and ordered a lockdown on Deep Crimson Planet. The culprit had to be found. However, Big Pow and Little Pow had not left and were instead hiding in the city. Although Deep Crimson Planet was huge, it was not too difficult for hunters to search the entire planet. There were not many people on Deep Crimson Planet who had the strength to kill Wu Kuang, and they were also afraid of being found, so it was better for them to hide in the city. Wu Kuang is the first. With our strength, aside from the Bo Duo, we should be able to deal with the rest, Big Pow said solemnly. Little Pow looked at the list of experts from Deep Crimson Hall and shook his head. There are cruisers with power levels over 70,000. It's too dangerous to deal with them. Big Pow took a deep breath. Old Kai only gave us 2 money bombs to deal with the Bo Duo. We'll have to figure out how to deal with the rest. There will be a way. We'll take revenge for that year, Little Pow said coldly. The Golden Ocean was always calm as always, and there seemed to be no life within it. Luin was still climbing the mountain, but when he looked down he could no longer see the sea. Even the forest in the distance felt close. How many days had it been? He calculated that he'd been climbing for 10 days, which meant that he'd been here for half a month. From this position and height, he felt that he could jump into the forest with a single jump. When he raised his head again he still couldn't see the top. Seventh bro, why do I feel like we've been either crossing seas or climbing mountains during this period of time? You must have some sort of conflict with the symbol ancestor, the monkey said unhappily. Luin was left speechless as the monkey was right. Ascending the sky platform, crossing the ocean of death, and now climbing a mountain were all related to rune technology. Monkey, tell me more about the symbol ancestor, Luin said. I don't know. I've already told you everything I know. The existence of progenitors is a secret, and very few people know about it. If I wasn't an archaeologist, I wouldn't have been able to come into contact with them. How long has rune technology existed? I said I don't know, but according to the records of the strong, it was very short, very short. A flash in the pan? More or less. Anyway, that expert mentioned it in his autobiography. His record of the rune technology was just one sentence. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven? What did that mean? Luin did not understand, and he suddenly recalled the voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death. The sky had changed and the fifth, the sixth. Could it be related to that? What about the symbol ancestor? How much do you know? Luin asked again. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The symbol ancestor has existed for too long, and his civilization has even gone extinct. It's already pretty good that there are records of him. If you want to know more, you'll have to find a great power in the Neoverse such as the Three Dark Hands or the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they'll have some records. How long can a progenitor live? Luin did not give up and continued to ask. The monkey did not immediately answer this question and muttered to himself for a long time. I don't know. Logically speaking, even an existence like the Third Night King has lived for a long time and doesn't die easily. Progenitors should be eternal. But I've never heard of any progenitors in this universe, Luin interrupted. The monkey did not reply. Could it be that all of the progenitors that have existed have died? Luin guessed. The monkey replied, I don't know, seventh bro. Don't think too much about it. You won't be able to come into contact with a progenitor for at least 1,000 years. No, it should be 10,000 years. No, it should be 100,000 years. In any case, it's impossible for you to come into contact with a progenitor in this lifetime. Emissary? Luin was stunned as he seemed to have heard of it before. Right, the monkey had mentioned that he had visited the great tomb of an emissary. An emissary is the name given to a powerhouse whose power level exceeds 500,000, and it means that they are the emissaries of the heavens. Such an existence is practically immortal. The Northgate Tai Sui that we saw previously had a power level of 400,000 at most, and he would never be able to break through to become an emissary. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have gone into hibernation. Let's put it this way, there are no emissaries in the outerverse, but there might be a few in the innerverse, the monkey explained. Luin was filled with anticipation. What did it mean to have a power level of 500,000? With a single glance, the universe would be destroyed. This was an emissary. Actually, an emissary is a bit too high a goal for you, seventh bro. After all, you were born in the outerverse. Why don't you set a lower goal like Northgate Tai Sui? The monkey probed. Luin snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue climbing. The monkey pursed his lips. Who knows how long we'll have to climb this stupid mountain? It's a waste of my time. If only Sister Fengjio was here, my dear Sister Fengjio. With Lu Yin's cultivation, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but when he reached a certain height, he discovered that his star energy had been suppressed. His expression immediately changed, as this was a difficult situation. Without star energy, he could only rely on his physical strength to climb. He looked at the mountain peak that he still could not see the top, and he felt a sense of despair. Without star energy, the monkey was basically blocked, and Luin was once again alone as he continued to climb the mountain in silence. He did not know if anyone had ever climbed this mountain before. There were no signs of climbing along the way, and when he thought about the disappearance of the cruiser, it was possible that this mountain would disappear if anyone touched it. The only reason he was an exception might have something to do with the sky platform in the ocean of death. Another 10 days passed, and these 10 days were very painful for Luin. With his physical strength, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but whether it was eating or resting, he had to climb the mountain. He had been maintaining the same posture for 20 days and he still could not see the top. This process was very boring. Below him, the forest was just beneath his feet and all he could see was gold. He could no longer see anything else and he did not know if he was still in that sealed space. More importantly, he did not know when it had started, but his spiritual force had been suppressed. This formless pressure was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was not fierce at first, but the higher he climbed, the more intense it became. At his current position, even with Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance, he felt a little tired. It was impossible for a normal Lemiter to reach this point, and even an ordinary explorer would not be able to do so. The spiritual force pressure from this position was equivalent to Lu Shaoqiu's third sword during the tournament of the strongest. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously. He did not care anymore and continued climbing. He had no other choice, he could only climb or die. Another 5 days passed and Lu Yin's mind was groggy. The spiritual force pressure from this position was quite strong, and he was almost unable to bear it. The mountain peak in front of him changed and he seemed to have reached the peak. Lu Yin was delighted, and he endured the pain of fainting as he climbed 1,000 meters in one breath. He used all of his strength to support himself, and his entire body fell onto a section of the mountain peak. He panted heavily as he lay flat on his back. This must be the peak. He scanned his surroundings and then looked behind him. His expression changed and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was not the peak. There was another peak behind him. No, there were 3 peaks that reached into the sky. There were 3 peaks at the top of a mountain, and this place was definitely not far from the highest point. Lu Yin did not care too much and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days, and while he slept, his hands did not dare to leave the ground for fear that he would disappear. At this moment, the day-night flow zone was bustling with activity. The day-night banquet was about to begin, and the day-night clan welcomed the young powerhouses from all over the world. Night Queen Yanqing, Chilean Day-Night, Tiankong Day-Night, Ro Day-Night, Zhuo Day-Night, and the other outstanding disciples of the Day-Night clan all rushed back. The Day-Night banquet was a tradition of the Day-Night clan, where they would send out invitations to the younger generation of the universe for them to interact with each other. It was a way for the Day-Night clan to communicate with the outside world, and all young people hoped to be invited to the Day-Night banquet. The Day-Night banquet was like a social circle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 416. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a small knife tore through the void and appeared out of nowhere. It circled around the 2 of them and then disappeared. The 2 of them stopped in their tracks. A trace of blood appeared on each of their necks. They were so close to dying. Everyone stared blankly at this scene before looking in another direction. There, a strange spacecraft had flown past, and the small knife had been shot out from that spacecraft. That's the Lingling clan's spacecraft. The Lingling clan? That terrifying clan? Does this mean that the saber is the legendary obelisk? Definitely. That knife's power level isn't even at the level of an explorer. It's only a Lemiter, but it instantly defeated 2 elite explorers. Aside from that person, who else can do that? In outer space, a man and a woman bitterly looked at each other. They had fought to the death, but in the end they had been defeated in an instant by someone else. They hadn't even gotten a chance to see what their opponent looked like. On Night King Planet, Night Queen Yanqing was watching the scene on her screen. She was excited. "You really came. That's right, that's Obelisk. That person is here." Behind Night Queen Yanqing, a Day-Night clan member was puzzled. "Obelisk? I think I've heard of it before." Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. In the current universe, among the younger generation of Lemeters, there are only 3 people who are qualified to be called invincible. Yi Xingqian from the Cosmic Sea, Mu Rong from the 10 Arbiters Council, and Ling Ke from the Lingling clan. The Obelisk's mighty slash is Ling Ke's battle technique. The Day-Night clan member was shocked. "I remember now. He once killed 5 explorers with a single slash, and one of them was even qualified to challenge the top 100 rankings. Is that Ling Ke?" Night Queen Yanqing nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. She had invited Ling Ke and her goal was simple, to suppress Lu Yin. To her, Lu Yin was a stain that could never be erased. There was also Zhanlong Day-Night, but unfortunately he had disappeared from Xinwu continent. Otherwise she could have asked Ling Ke to teach him a lesson as well. Fortunately, Lu Yin had been invited, so he would definitely appear. Everyone praised Lu Yin as an unequaled Lemeter, but she had learned from her older brother, Arbiter Xinwu, that 30 stacks was just a standard that the Divine Fist had announced to the outside world. 30 stacks was not the only thing that could truly make one an unequaled Lemeter. Yi Xingqian, Mu Rong and Ling Ke had all been praised by the 10 Arbiters as true unequaled Lemeters. In other words, Lu Yin was still slightly weaker than them. She wanted this to be his greatest failure at the banquet, shattering his belief that he was invincible. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. A commotion could be heard from a flying ship in the starry sky. A group of beautiful women were dancing and shouting excitedly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Was this the support group? Ling Kei's appearance on Night King Planet caused an uproar. The Lingling clan was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and they rarely interacted with the outside world. This clan had an unparalleled innate gift, which was why they were so arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke them. Ling Kei was one of the strongest leaders of the younger generation, but he had always kept a low profile. No one had expected him to appear on Night King Planet. There were also some who guessed that this had something to do with Lu Yin, as there were only 4 unequaled leaders in the current universe. Lu Yin was one of them, so it was normal for Ling Kei to be interested in him. He could only squat and look ahead. The elegant figure slowly turned around and calmly looked at Lu Yin. Since the creation of this space, you are the first person besides me to reach the peak. Lu Yin was shocked and the figure in front of him blurred. He was still under tremendous pressure. The man waved his hand, and it was like a gentle breeze brushing past his face. Lu Yin immediately woke up and all of the pressure vanished. This person had easily dispelled the spiritual force pressure that this mountain had placed on him. He was an unimaginable powerhouse. Lu Yin hurriedly stood up and slowly bowed. Lu Yin greets Senior. The man sized Lu Yin up. You don't belong to the 5th or 6th. Where are you from? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was the 5th and 6th again. He was confused. 5th? 6th? This junior doesn't understand. The man stared at Lu Yin, but there wasn't anything special about his eyes. They were just a little brighter. Lu Yin met the man's gaze and wanted to look away, but he found that he couldn't. His eyes seemed to be attracted to the man's eyes, and he was completely focused on them. The next moment, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he took a step back. His face went pale as he stared at the man in shock. He could finally look away. May I ask for Senior's name? Lu Yin asked respectfully. The man retracted his gaze. You can call me Mr. Mu. Lu Yin bowed again. Mr. Mu, this junior took the liberty of climbing the mountain and disturbed your cultivation. Please forgive this junior. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent, and his temperament was refined. It's fine. You were able to reach the peak because of your ability. Your cultivation is not bad at such a young age. Thank you for your praise, mister, Lu Yin said respectfully. He glanced at his right arm, but the monkey showed no signs of waking up. He looked at Mr. Mu and hesitated. Do you want to leave? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded. Please give me a chance. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, you are the second person to reach the peak. You can leave at any time. Lu Yin was delighted. However, you can also choose a second option, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Yin raised his brows. Please enlighten me. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the golden light in the distance. Accept the challenge and think of a way to become my disciple. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he said without hesitation, this junior wishes to become Senior's disciple, and I hope that Senior can grant my wish. He was not stupid and he could tell that the person in front of him was a reclusive expert. The things that such a person taught would definitely not be bad, and even if that was not the case, Lu Yin would not be at a disadvantage. At the very least, the person in front of him was definitely stronger than him. Mr. Mu replied, it's not that easy to become my disciple. However, you've already passed the most difficult hurdle, which is reaching the peak. Since ancient times, only you have passed this hurdle. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This mountain had caused the cruiser from before to disappear upon touching it, which meant that there had to be a condition to successfully climb it. Lu Yin guessed that this condition had something to do with the rune ancestor. His eyes had been modified by the sky platform, and he had also crossed the ocean of death. Perhaps that had been an opportunity that had allowed him to climb this mountain. The person in front of him should not be lying. He had experienced the baptism of the Rune Technology Society, been coincidentally swallowed by the storm, and had even appeared here. It was very rare for such coincidences to happen to a single person, and it was also possible that he was the only one who had managed to do so after so many years. If that was the case, then the person in front of him might be related to the Rune Technology Society. Could he be a powerhouse that had been left behind by the Rune Technology Society? The second hurdle can be difficult, but it can also be simple. You just have to show me your opportunity, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was stunned. My opportunity? Oh. Mr. Mu's tone was indifferent. Show me everything that you have and do your best to surprise me. Opportunities are destined by the heavens and cannot be controlled, but it is also a type of strength. I do not accept stupid disciples, unlucky disciples, or disciples with bad temperaments. You may begin. Lu Yin nodded as he understood that Mr. Mu wanted to see what he could do. This was the first time that he had seen such a method of selecting a disciple. I'll be embarrassing myself, Lu Yin said as he took a step forward with his right foot. 5-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body, and purple veins covered his entire body while dark golden stripes sparkled. His battle force was dazzling against the surrounding golden light at the peak of the mountain. Lu Yin knew that there were very few people who could cultivate 5-line battle force at his age. There had never been a powerhouse who had surpassed 5-line battle force in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. He had already reached the peak. 5-line battle force covered his body, and Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 417. When he saw Lu Yin's 5-line battle force, Mr. Mu indifferently said, "It's very ordinary. Although it's not bad, it's not top-notch either. Your spirit is lacking and your achievements in this path are limited. If you want to be invincible, you must have the courage to swallow the universe and the spirit to surpass the heavens. You can't achieve these things. Battle force isn't that difficult to cultivate, so it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter." Lu Yin retracted his battle force and his heart sank. 5-line battle force was not enough. There were very few Limiters in the entire universe who could reach that level, especially at Mr. Mu's age. Just how abnormal was Mr. Mu's disciple selection criteria? Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, and in the next moment his domain enveloped the entire area. Mr. Mu frowned. It's crude and lacks the conviction to be invincible or the determination to win accumulated through countless battles. No matter how you use it, it's just an eye. Everything is under your control, and that's the essence of it. Those who master it can encompass the entire universe and change the heavens. Although you've comprehended it, it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter. There are too many people in the universe who have comprehended it. Lu Yin's heart sank again as this was useless as well. However, Mr. Mu's words had reminded him of a special phrase, changing the heavens. The voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death had said that the heavens had been changed. The monkey had also said that the powerhouse's autobiographies had recorded that the rune technology was a world within a world. Could all of this be related to a domain? But now was not the time to think about such things. Lu Yin glanced at Mr. Mu. This person's standards for selecting a disciple were abnormal beyond imagination. Even a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan rarely had geniuses who had comprehended both battle force and a domain at the same time, let alone someone with 5-line battle force. After some thought, Lu Yin raised a palm and unleashed a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm into the void, causing an intense gale to sweep through the area. This was his strongest attack. With your physical strength as the foundation, such an attack can barely be considered a manifestation of your physical body's fortuitous encounter, but it's not that rare. There are strange races in the universe that are born with incomparably strong bodies, and once they reach adulthood, they can easily use 100 stacks. As a normal person, you're not bad, but you don't meet my requirements, Mr. Mu said mercilessly. Lu Yin's heart sank even further. Mr. Mu's strongest attack was useless. Mu really had to use something that couldn't see the light of day? Mr. Mu did not rush Lu Yin. Instead, he quietly looked into the distance as if he did not care about Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. His destiny had been predestined by the heavens. He had been swallowed up by the storm, and it had not been easy for him to climb up the mountain. Then he saw the person in front of him. Perhaps this person was an unimaginable powerhouse. For the time being, Lu Yin had assumed that this person was on the same level as Northgate Taisui. With such a powerhouse as his master, Lu Yin had to seize this opportunity. As he thought about it, he decided to use the serious technique. Although the serious technique was not as powerful as 30 stacks, it was still a manifestation of fate. Aside from him, there was probably no one else in the Innerverse who could learn the serious technique. According to the trial master, the Sirius sect was far more powerful than the Day-Night clan, so it was impossible for the Sirius technique to be leaked. Lu Yin's only worry was that this person would tell the Sirius sect, which was the worst-case scenario. If that really happened, then Lu Yin would just have to expose Heizage Lian. The Cosmic Sea was independent of the Innerverse and Outerverse, and the monkey had said that even the Neoverse great powers were afraid of the Cosmic Sea's great battle groups. Lu Yin should be able to protect himself without any problems, so he would just have to take a gamble. The moment the 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, a trace of astonishment flashed through Mr. Mu's eyes. The serious technique comes from the serious sect, and it's one of the core techniques of the serious sect that cannot be taught to outsiders. You actually managed to learn it, which is a pretty good opportunity. Unfortunately, it's only a part of it, and the 9th star clearly does not belong to the true serious technique. This technique can be considered one of your opportunities. If you can learn the entire technique, I will immediately accept you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you will never be able to learn it if you don't join the serious sect. Lu Yin retracted the serious technique and relaxed. From Mr. Mu's tone, he did not seem to have any connections with the serious sect, so he would not betray Lu Yin. After thinking about it, Lu Yin respectfully said, "This disciple does indeed wish to learn the serious technique. That's not important to me." "Continue," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was helpless. Continue? What else was there? There were some things that he definitely would not reveal, such as his Dai innate gift, the Stonewall scriptures, the Yu secret art, and progenitor Wushang's hide. Wait, progenitor Wushang's hide? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When he had been swallowed into the storm, he had been holding on to progenitor Wushang's hide, and he had only placed it in his cosmic ring after waking up. Also, he had used progenitor Wushang's hide to deal with the cruiser on the beach. Had Mr. Mu seen all of this? A domain allowed one to observe their surroundings, and Lu Yin did not believe that Mr. Mu had not comprehended a domain. If he was at the same level as Northgate Taisui, then he would definitely be able to see everything that happened in this space. In that case, there was no need to hide progenitor Wushang's hide. Lu Yin raised a hand. "Mr. Mu, can this be considered an opportunity?" In Lu Yin's hand was the piece of progenitor Wushang's hide that he had obtained from the monkey. It was much smaller than his own, and he would not reveal his own piece. Even if he lost it, it would still belong to the monkey, so he would not feel any heartache. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered and he nodded. Progenitor Wushang's item can be considered an opportunity. Remember, try not to reveal it in outer space as much as possible. The astral beasts will be able to sense it. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he did not see much surprise in Mr. Mu's expression. Even progenitor Wushang's hide had not moved him, and Mr. Mu had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. "Until then you can retain your memories," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was delighted. "Thank you, Mr. Mu." "No, thank you, Master." Mr. Mu nodded and waved his hand. A strange mass of quicksand appeared in front of Lu Yin, emitting a hazy light as it floated in the void. "This is called Fates, and it's a gift from Master to you. You can absorb it into your body like a formcast model, and it will awaken different forms for each person. It can make you very strong or very weak, and it's very taxing on your star energy and physical strength. You can choose whether to use it or not," Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin looked at the mass of quicksand in front of him in surprise. Fatesin? He had never even heard of it before, so he decided to keep it for now. He did not know how precious Fatesin was, but it could be considered a supreme treasure, not just in the innerverse and outerverse but also in the cosmic sea and neoverse. Mr. Mu saw Lu Yin casually put away the Fates, but he did not seem to mind. "What you just displayed did not include speed." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Disciple speed battle technique is called Flash Step. I'll use it now." He then used Flash Step to vanish. Mr. Mu said, "It's not bad. Why don't you combine your aura concealing technique with your speed to achieve the effect of concealing the void?" An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked up in pleasant surprise. "Thank you for your advice, Master. Disciple understands." He then activated his invisible aura technique and used Flash Step. His speed did not change, but his aura became even more restrained. This technique was very simple and practical. Lu Yin had not thought about it before because Flash Step required a foundation of star energy, and the invisible aura technique restrained star energy. The two techniques had opposite effects, but it was not impossible to combine them. As long as one had a certain degree of control over their star energy and knew the distance required for Flash Step and the amount of star energy required, then the rest could be concealed with the invisible aura technique. It sounded simple, but Lu Yin had never thought of it. Mr. Mu shook his head. "It's too troublesome, but it's enough for you to use for now." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 418. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly, waiting for an even better opportunity. He had received a gift, but it wasn't a battle technique or a cultivation technique. As his master, he should have given him a cultivation technique or battle technique. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was disappointed. Mr. Mu simply took out a piece of jade and tossed it to him. "If you encounter an emergency, crush it to contact me. However, you only have one chance, and as an in-name disciple, I won't help you a second time. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin felt like he was about to be sent away, so he quickly put the jade away and asked, Master, how can I become an official disciple? Does it have to be a lucky chance? Mr. Mu looked at the forest below the mountain. Not necessarily. There's a war spirit here that's also a Lemmeter. Defeat him and I'll accept you as an official disciple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, filled with battle intent. He wasn't afraid of anyone who was a Lemmeter. Please arrange it, Master. Mr. Mu waved his hand, and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed until he was back in the forest. It had taken him a month to climb from the Golden Sea to the peak, but it had only taken him an instant to return to the forest. Not far in front of him, a war spirit with its back facing him slowly turned around when it sensed Lu Yin's presence. Since Mr. Mu had given him this test, Lu Yin knew that this Lemmeter war spirit wouldn't be easy to deal with. His eyes filled with star energy as he focused on the war spirit, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Where were the rune lines? Why were there so few? The rune lines that appeared before Lu Yin's eyes were extremely sparse, similar to the rune lines of a normal person. They were scattered and messy, and even a sentinel, no, not even a seeker, couldn't compare to them. However, this war spirit was definitely a Lemmeter. The war spirit was facing Lu Yin with its eyes completely closed. It wasn't like the other war spirits that attacked without reason, but rather stood quietly in place as if waiting for something. Lu Yin furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. This war spirit was too strange, and he felt as if he was being seen through by it. It was as if he was immersed in someone else's domain. That's right, it was a domain. With a whoosh, Lu Yin's body moved without any wind, and his domain spread out in an attempt to counteract the war spirit's domain. At the same time, he activated the serious art and filled his eyes with star energy. After his eyes had been modified, he could use secret sidestep without a lock-breaking tool. He was confident that he could dodge any attack in this state. But before he could react, his domain collapsed and he was crushed. He was actually being suppressed by an expert of the same level. Even though it was only a domain, he was unable to resist the suppressive power. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Compared to this war spirit's domain, Lu Yin's was as weak as an eggshell. The war spirit disappeared without a trace, and Lu Yin subconsciously used flash to evade. However, while he was still in midair, he was struck in the abdomen by a palm. Lu Yin was shocked, and his battle force erupted as he raised a palm to attack the war spirit. However, the attack was easily evaded, and Lu Yin's entire body crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Ever since he had started cultivating, Lu Yin had rarely encountered such a situation. They were both Lemmeters, and the difference in power between them wasn't that great. However, he didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Most importantly, even with the serious technique in his modified eyes, he still couldn't avoid the war spirit's palm. He didn't even know how the war spirit had struck him. Lu Yin refused to believe this, and he raised his head to look at the war spirit. He used flash to disappear and then raised a hand to attack with the sky beast claw. The war spirit easily evaded the attack without making any unnecessary movements. Even if Lu Yin changed the direction of his sky beast claw attack at the last moment, it would still be evaded. After evading Lu Yin's attack, the war spirit extended both its palms towards him. Lu Yin's eyes were fixed on the war spirit. The war spirit's palms entered the range of the serious technique, and its speed was greatly reduced. Lu Yin could clearly see the changes and immediately retreated, confident that he could evade this attack. But in the end he was still struck. It wasn't that the war spirit was too fast, but rather that the direction of its attack was actually in the direction that he had evaded. It was as if the war spirit could predict the future. This attack style reminded Lu Yin of Starsibyl. Could this war spirit be the war spirit of a certain Starsibyl? Fortunately, the war spirit's attacks weren't that powerful, so they weren't much of a threat to Lu Yin. Even though he was being suppressed, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose. Of course, he couldn't win either. To the current Lu Yin, this was the first time that a Lemmeter had been able to make him feel so aggrieved. He was confident that even if he encountered Yi Xingqian or Mu Rong, he would still be able to make them suffer. However, this war spirit left him helpless. He couldn't hit it and he couldn't evade its attacks either. Lu Yin took out the giant emperor's third eye with his left hand and tried to use secret sidestep to evade, but the result was the same. The war spirit's attacks were always in the direction that he needed to evade. No matter how fast he was, unless he was faster than time, he still wouldn't be able to evade. This sort of suppression and sullenness made Lu Yin feel extremely uncomfortable. Helpless, Lu Yin could only try his best to evade and observe the war spirit's attack patterns in an attempt to find a way to counter it. It had to be said that Lu Yin was very experienced in battle. Even if all of his movements were predicted, he could still rely on his body's instincts to evade. He didn't even need to use the serious technique or his eyes, and he even put away the giant emperor's third eye. Every time the war spirit attacked, he would simply choose a direction to evade, regardless of whether that direction was reasonable or not. This allowed him to evade a few attacks. However, he wasn't satisfied. Mr. Mu had told him to win, not that he wouldn't lose. In the end, Lu Yin chose to use the same method as when he had fought Tian Ho. Both sides would be injured, but he didn't evade the war spirit's attacks. Instead, he seized the opportunity to grab the war spirit's hands and use overlaying stacks. This method had injured the war spirit on his first try, and Lu Yin saw hope for victory. Seeing the war spirit's next attack, Lu Yin met it head-on and forcefully endured the war spirit's palms. He reached out and was about to use 30 stacks when suddenly the war spirit opened its eyes. He had forgotten that the war spirit had never opened its eyes. He had thought that the war spirit was blind, but now Lu Yin realized that he had been wrong. The moment the war spirit opened its eyes, Lu Yin saw the world change colors. Everything in front of him became blurry, and there was a strange dull sound in his ears. Blood flowed from his ears, eyes, nose and mouth. The war spirit's arms that he had grabbed released a strange force that pushed him away, and its palms reached out once more. This attack caused Lu Yin to instinctively tremble. This was a life-or-death crisis, and he had underestimated the war spirit. Its attacks with its eyes open were completely different from those with its eyes open. The war spirit's palms pierced through the void and struck the void, destroying a patch of the forest. Lu Yin's figure disappeared in front of it. The war spirit didn't attack Lu Yin, and it didn't sense the existence of any living being. It closed its eyes and slowly turned around, continuing to wander aimlessly. Atop a tall mountain, Lu Yin was panting heavily. His face was pale and he looked down at the forest in disbelief. Had he almost died? He touched his ears and nose, and the scarlet blood stained his eyes. He had never thought that an attack from a leader like himself would be able to threaten his life, and it had only lasted for an instant. What kind of person was that war spirit? It was definitely terrifyingly powerful. With Lu Yin's current defenses, even a cruiser would find it difficult to kill him, but that war spirit had launched a fatal attack. A person's instinctive reaction couldn't be hidden, and Lu Yin had truly felt death. He turned to Mr. Mu and bowed respectfully. "Master, this disciple has lost." Mr. Mu asked, "How do you feel?" "This disciple can't describe it, but I feel that this war spirit can predict the future." Lu Yin guessed. He once again thought of Star Sibyl, but she shouldn't be that strong. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Cultivation is endless. Some people practice many different types of battle techniques, while others specialize in one. It's impossible to say who is stronger, but some people truly have extraordinary innate gifts that have reached unimaginable heights. The war spirit that fought you has walked very, very far on the path of domains. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Domain? A domain can fuse with one's surroundings, enhance one's 5 senses, increase one's battle prowess, control an area, and even encompass the universe. When one enters someone else's domain, everything about you will be revealed. Those who have studied it well can predict the future, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and the battle from before replayed in his mind once more. Everything about him had been predicted, and he had been beaten very sullenly. Could it be that those who had studied a domain could predict the future? This isn't divination. It's just using your breathing, movement rhythm, battle habits, and even your battle thoughts to predict your next move. This is the power of a domain. Mr. Mu seemed to have guessed what Lu Yin was thinking, and he explained. Lu Yin couldn't understand how terrifying a domain could be when it reached such a level. "Master, this disciple doesn't understand the war spirit's final attack." Mr. Mu sighed in admiration. Strength comes at a certain price. This person studied a domain, and the price he paid was to close his eyes forever. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the sun and moon would lose their light, and everything about him would be revealed. That kind of strength accompanied the release of his domain by 1,000 times, and no ordinary person would be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's face twitched. 1,000 times release? This was too terrifying. To become blind forever in order to cultivate a domain, how extreme was this person? Lu Yin was very curious about the origin of that war spirit. "Master, who was the origin of that war spirit?" Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, "A young man who was about your age when he entered." Lu Yin was shocked. He had originally thought that the war spirit was a powerhouse who had been a limiter for a long time and had been unable to break through to the explorer realm. There were many people like that, and as time passed, even if they couldn't break through to the explorer realm, they would still become very terrifying limiters. Luin had never expected that the war spirit would be about his age and a limiter who was even more monstrous than him. Master, when was that war spirit formed? Luin asked again. About 10 years ago, Mr. Mu replied. Luin muttered to himself. It was very likely that the war spirit's origin had not yet broken away from the younger generation. If a limiter had such terrifying strength, then what about an explorer? Or a cruiser? If he wasn't wrong, then this person might be one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings or even one of the 10 arbiters. Master, do you know the name of the war spirit's origin? Luin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. Do you care? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 419. Luin nodded. In the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, there are no more than a handful of limiters who can match me, and there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat me. I really want to know who this war spirit's original form is and how powerful it is now. Mr. Mu laughed. You're too narrow-minded. The Innerverse and Outerverse are limited in scope. If your vision is forever limited to the Innerverse and Outerverse, then you will achieve nothing. Luin fell silent. Back then that youth willingly allowed himself to be swallowed by the storm, Mr. Mu said, which shocked Luin. His arrival was intentional. This person is very unique and he did not climb the mountain. I met him once and then let him go. Now he's probably very strong. At the very least, there shouldn't be anyone in the younger generation, including the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, who can easily defeat him. Before the age of 40, one's cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds, but after that, one's cultivation speed will slow down. This is a dividing line, and the further one goes, the more time one has to rely on to increase one's power level. Some people cultivate for thousands of years and reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Over the same amount of time, that person's power level will increase exponentially, and the further one goes, the stronger it will become. This is the power of a domain that has reached its peak. At this point, Mr. Mu looked at Luin. I've given you a gift for becoming my disciple, but I haven't taught you anything. Now, you can make a request to me to improve your abilities in a certain area. However, I must remind you that after this lesson ends, I will not teach you anything else until you are qualified to become an official disciple. Luin quietly stood in place, deep in thought. Mr. Mu's figure distorted, and he slowly appeared in the distance as he looked off into the distance. After a while, Luin made up his mind. He looked at everything he had and thought about the pressure he had felt during the battle. He looked up and resolutely said, Master, I want to study my physical body to its peak. Mr. Mu turned around, not surprised. I've said before that on the path of cultivation, there will be a price to pay if one is too strong in a certain area. That war spirit's original domain was too powerful, and it had no choice but to close its eyes and become blind forever. This is because once it opened its eyes, it could no longer control the domain that was too strong. If your physical body is too strong, then you will also be unable to control that power. Not only will it harm others, but it will also harm yourself. What price will I have to pay in order to suppress the strength of my physical body? Luin asked. Mr. Mu calmly replied, Fates. Fates? Luin was shocked. Fates and consume star energy as well as one's physical strength. A normal person can only absorb 1 grain, but absorbing 2 will consume an enormous amount of energy. Very few people can do it. You can use this to suppress your overly powerful physical strength, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he connected the dots and realized that he had completely fallen into Mr. Mu's trap. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin his fates, and from the very beginning, he had allowed Lu Yin to experience the power of that war spirit's deep understanding of domains. This had made it more likely that Lu Yin would choose to increase the strength of his physical body. Mr. Mu should have known that the most important thing for him to do now was to increase the strength of his physical body, but he did not say so. Instead, he guided Mr. Mu step by step, not tiring at all. Master, please guide me in improving my physical strength, Lu Yin respectfully said to Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. It will take a long time to reach the limits of your current realm. You must be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was placed in a difficult position. The banquet was about to begin, but when he thought about it, he realized that this was a rare opportunity, and it would be a pity to give it up for the sake of the banquet. I understand. Mr. Mu nodded, and a small withered branch appeared in his hand. It was only as long as a finger and was completely withered, but for some reason when Luin saw it, he felt as if his vitality had been completely rejuvenated, and his mind cleared up a little. From now on, unleash all of your physical strength without holding anything back. If you can't hold on, it will bring you vitality and allow your body to be reborn, Mr. Mu said calmly, and the small withered branch in his hand floated over to Lu Yin's head. The moment he touched the branch, Lu Yin's mind cleared up even more, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. He knew that this item was definitely a precious treasure. The words rebirth were not simple, but it was a pity. If he had the money, he would have used his dye to upgrade this piece of withered branch. Mr. Mu's figure vanished as if he had never been there. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as he unleashed all of his physical strength. The powerful force caused the surrounding void to ripple outwards. No matter who it was, they could only unleash their strongest power for an instant, and they would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Yin was the same, and even if he pushed his physical strength to the limit, he could only hold on for a minute at most. After that, even if he did not want to, his strength would decline. However, in order to comply with Mr. Mu's words, he held on regardless of the consequences. After a while, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him, and he did not even know how much strength he had used. Suddenly, a cool breeze flowed over his head, causing Lu Yin's body to tremble. He could feel his physical strength again, but he had unknowingly lost a lot of his strength. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and unleashed his strength once more. His veins bulged like dragons as he unleashed all of his strength without holding back, even if he could not feel his body at all. This process was very painful, and it was like a normal person running at full speed. Even if they reached their limits, they would still have to run. The withered tree branch not only brought him vitality, but also a strange power. Lu Yin could not sense it, and he did not know that what he was currently experiencing was an unimaginable opportunity. In the distance, Mr. Mu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. You don't belong to either 5 or 6. You're an outsider. I hope you can become a game breaker, but it's too difficult. A month passed by quickly, and Lu Yin continued to unleash his strongest strength just like he had in the beginning. When his strength had declined to the point where he could no longer feel it, he accepted the baptism of the withered tree branch. In the beginning he did not feel anything, but as time passed, Lu Yin began to feel that this method of improvement was different from eating strengthening fruits. The strengthening fruit could indeed increase one's physical strength, but it was only on the surface and did not completely fuse with one's body. Any natural treasure had its pros and cons, and the strengthening fruit was no exception. Using the strengthening fruit to increase one's physical strength was like covering a thin sheet of paper with metal. It seemed incomparably sturdy, but as long as one pierced through the layer of metal, the paper would be easily torn apart. However, this method of improvement was different. It completely transformed the paper into metal, increasing one's strength from the inside out. Lu Yin still remembered that when he had broken through to the Melder realm, his physical body had become much stronger. He had fought with others many times, but the cause of his death had always been the destruction of his internal organs, while his physical body had remained unharmed. Now he was confident that his internal organs had become much more resilient. Even if they could not reach the same level as his physical body, they would not be destroyed so easily. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin could no longer tell if it was because he had voluntarily unleashed all of his physical strength or if it had become a habit. His consciousness seemed to be shrouded, and he could only instinctively pursue that trace of coolness that fell from the top of his head. That's enough. You've reached your limit, Mr. Mu's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and it felt like a dream. The roar of his blood flowing could be heard in his ears, and his entire body emitted a strange light. This was something that would only appear when one's physical body reached a certain level of strength. He raised his head and looked at the withered branch in Mr. Mu's hand. His body yearned to feel that trace of coolness again, but he knew that it was impossible. He supported himself with one hand and with a crack, the ground cracked open. Lu Yin looked down at his right hand. He had not used any strength at all, but the ground had been unable to withstand it. With your current cultivation you cannot control all of your explosive strength. This is the price you have to pay. Even if you touch yourself you might be seriously injured, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Yin frowned and he did not dare to touch himself anymore. If he accidentally injured himself, there would be no way for him to explain. Had his physical strength really reached the point where even a Lemmeter could not control it? Previously he had already been comparable to an ordinary cruiser. Now, could he even compete with a hunter? A Lemmeter could control a portion of a hunter's strength, so it was no wonder that he could injure others as well as himself. Master, should I fuse with the fates and now? Luin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. You can choose for yourself. Regardless of whether you awaken 1 or 2 grains of fates and their awakened form will not change. A person can only awaken 1 form in their entire life, and the only difference is the size. It might bring you unimaginable help, but there's also a chance that it will cause you to decline because of it. It's all about fate and luck. Luin took out 1 grain of fates and asked, where should I fuse with it? Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. Your heart. Luin did not hesitate. He cut open the skin over his heart and pressed the fates and in. An intense pain instantly engulfed his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. The fates and burrowed into his body like a living creature, disappearing in an instant. Before he could even think, there was a loud thump from his heart, and star energy surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time, his body's energy was rapidly depleted, and Luin experienced a weakness that he had only experienced when he was a normal person. His powerful physical strength was like a dormant dragon that slowly calmed down. The light that flowed through his body quickly dimmed, and the rumbling sound of his blood flowing also gradually disappeared. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist before punching out at the void. A visible shockwave rippled out and distorted the void. Luin was astonished, as the power of this punch was still greater than before, and it had definitely reached the level of 20 stacked stacks. Mr. Mu raised his hand and another grain of fates and appeared. You can choose to continue. Using the fates and to suppress an overly powerful physical body is not a restriction, but rather a type of enhancement. It's just like when you close your eyes to strengthen your domain. The moment you open your eyes, you'll be able to unleash a 1,000-fold increase in strength. Lu Yin's heart raced and he looked at Mr. Mu with a burning gaze. Master, are you saying that my physical strength can increase as I'm suppressed by the fates? Mr. Mu nodded. The reason why fates and is so precious is not only because it can awaken forms, but also because it can unknowingly increase the user's physical strength. The more ruthless and the longer this strength is suppressed, the stronger the eruption will be. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 420. Although Luin did not know the exact value of fates and just based on these 2 points he was certain that it was far more precious than he had imagined. Without any hesitation, he cut open the skin of his left arm and fused the 2nd grain of fates and into his body. The intense pain from before had yet to disappear, and now, a 2nd wave of pain had appeared. This pain was enough to drive a person insane, but fortunately, this was not Lu Yin's first time experiencing it. The side effects of consuming the strengthening fruit had not been any easier than fusing with fates and it had even been more painful. There was also the unbearable pain of breaking through to the next realm. Some people said that cultivators were constantly experiencing pain and evolution, and Luin agreed with this point. The 2nd grain of fates and successfully suppressed his physical strength. Luin tried it again and he was left speechless. His current physical strength had surpassed what it had been before, and a casual punch was equivalent to 5 stacks. Mr. Mu's eyes flashed, and a trace of astonishment flashed through the depths of his eyes. At his level, there should not have been anything to be surprised about, but Lu Yin's physical innate gift still shocked him. It was as if there was no limit to Lu Yin's physical innate gift. This sort of physical innate gift was equivalent to an innate gift, and he had never seen such a thing in any other youth. This kid's future accomplishments might be even greater than he had imagined. A 3rd grain of fates and appeared. After fusing with the 3rd grain, your physical strength might be lower than before, and 3 grains of fates and will consume too much star energy and mental strength. You can choose whether or not to fuse with them. Luin did not hesitate. Since he had already decided to do it, he might as well see it through to the end. Besides, he was sure that he could withstand the suppression of 3 grains of fates. As he thought about it, he cut open the skin of his right leg and fused the 3rd grain of fates and into his body. Pain swept through him once more. Luin did not know how many people in the universe could withstand 3 grains of fates but it should not be many. Luin could see the shock in Mr. Mu's eyes. If not for the fact that his physical body had reached its limits, then he would have been able to withstand 1 grain of fates and at most. Mr. Mu was right. 3 grains of fates and had caused Luin to become incomparably weak. His physical strength was lower than before, and his star energy had become scattered. Even with the serious art's 9-fold star energy absorption speed, he could barely withstand the consumption of the fates and he could not fight anyone in this state. Master, how long will it take for the fates and to awaken? Luin asked with a pale face. Mr. Mu replied, "It varies from person to person. There are many things in the universe that do not have a fixed pattern, just like how there aren't two identical leaves. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year, or perhaps an eternity. This is virtuoso. Before you awaken it, you won't be able to use it, and the consumption of star energy and mental strength will be extremely high. After you awaken it, you can use the Fate Sen in battle, and your physical body will explode with power because of the Fate Sen. Furthermore, the consumption of star energy and mental strength will decrease." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Someone was probably dragged to death by the Fate Sen. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered. That's right. Some people will never be able to awaken, and they will have to constantly endure the consumption of Fate Sen. They will be worse than ordinary people, and no matter how talented they are, they will still be dragged to death, and there will be more than one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 421. Old Kai sneered when he sensed Lu Yin's dissatisfaction. "Kid, the Astral Combat Academy has its own rules and we can help you. If a student is in trouble, you can hide in the academy, and the academy will help you. However, the academy cannot interfere with the conflicts between the powers of the universe. The academy is just an academy, not a power. Do you understand?" Lu Yin was stunned, but he quickly understood. Right, the Astral Combat Academy was just an academy, and Astral 10 was just a prison. They could not help the students. "I understand. I'll head to Chaos Flow Zone's Deep Crimson Planet right away." Old Kai nodded and ended the call. Lu Yin looked at the drink in front of him and muttered to himself. This place should still be within Tempest Flow Zone, and it was too far away from Chaos Flow Zone. Even with the speed of a Radiant Grade Aurora, it would take about a month to reach Chaos Flow Zone, and that didn't even include the time spent changing routes and taking the tributary vessel. Something unexpected happened, it would take less than 2 months. He tapped his finger on the table and estimated that it would take him about a month and a half to reach Chaos Flow Zone. By then he might not be able to help much and he would be alone. Actually, Lu Yin was not in a rush. Xia Luo and Lulu were both going. Lulu was from the Mavis family, and Deep Crimson Hall would not dare to provoke her. Xia Luo's origins were mysterious, and he was also very discreet. With him around, it would not make much of a difference whether or not Lu Yin went. However, the most important thing right now was to contact them. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and quickly flipped through his cosmic ring. He found a letter of commitment from Chaos Flow Zone's Astral Mountains Alfonso. During Shinwu Continent's trial, he had forced many trial takers to sign a letter of commitment, and one of them was this descendant of a power from Chaos Flow Zone. The letter of commitment contained their contact information, and Lu Yin was able to contact Alfonso without much effort. When he saw Alfonso's constipated expression, Lu Yin smiled. "Long time no see, my friend." Alfonso laughed dryly. Brother Lu, you're not dead?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Why do you say that? How could I die?" Alfonso pursed his lips. He had read online that Lu Yin had been swallowed by Tempest, and he had been happy for a while. After all, Lu Yin had information that could be used against him. However, he had not been happy for long before this kid had appeared alive and kicking, and it seemed like he had not even been injured. "Brother Lu Yin, why are you looking for me?" "Brother Alfonso, you haven't forgotten about this, right?" Lu Yin waved the contract in front of Alfonso. Alfonso was helpless. "Brother Lu, if you have any requests, just tell me. Some of my classmates might have fallen into the hands of Deep Crimson Hall. I hope that Brother Alfonso can help rescue them." Alfonso was surprised. "Deep Crimson Hall? How did your classmate offend them?" "Revenge, I guess. What's wrong? Is this Deep Crimson Hall very powerful?" He had investigated Deep Crimson Hall, and there were only 2 hunters who were known as the Bow Duo. Within the Chaos Flow Zone, this sort of power was considered weak, and it was far from being able to compare to Elephant Star Mountain. Deep Crimson Hall isn't strong, but they're very troublesome. The Bow Duo are the type to fight to the death. Every year, they hand over a large amount of star crystals to the Relentless Slayers and hire powerhouses from the Relentless Slayers to protect Deep Crimson Planet. You might not be aware of how powerful the Relentless Slayers are, but let me put it this way. In Chaos Flow Zone, the Relentless Slayers are second only to Chaos God Mountain, Alfonso explained. Lu Yin frowned as he could tell that Alfonso was not lying. This was going to be troublesome as the Bow Duo really had some tricks up their sleeves. The universe was cruel and everyone had their own way of surviving. The Bow Duo would rather not develop themselves and only seek to protect themselves. These people were the hardest to deal with. "Is there really no other way?" Lu Yin asked. Alfonso shook his head. I'm not the only successor of Elephant Star Mountain, and the resources I can mobilize are limited. The sect won't provoke the Relentless Slayers for me. But the Relentless Slayers aren't Deep Crimson Hall. They're just hired. Brother Lu, you don't understand Chaos Flow Zone at all. As long as there's a reason, even if it's far-fetched, it can lead to war. The Relentless Slayers are overbearing and ruthless, and the sect won't be willing to get involved with them. Lu Yin muttered to himself, Deep Crimson Planet is currently sealed off. Do you have any way for me to contact my classmates? Alfonso's eyes flashed. Sure. Here's the promise agreement. Lu Yin tore it up. How about this? Alfonso laughed. Brother Lu is straightforward. All right, you can contact your classmates in one day. Lu Yin nodded and disconnected the call. He felt that it was a pity that the promise agreement had been torn up, but he still wanted to make the best use of it. He just wanted to know how Xia Luo and the others were doing and see if there was a need to go to Chaos Flow Zone. He sent a message to Hua Qingshan and the others in the Great Yu Empire that he was safe. The war in the Great Yu Empire had stopped, and there was nothing he could do. Now there was one more important matter. Night King Yuanjing. Lu Yin had not attended the Night King's banquet, which meant that he had failed to keep his promise. He needed to apologize to Night King Yuanjing. However, before that he had to inform the Ghost Monkey that the Day-Night clan had failed to rescue the third Night King, and they would definitely come looking for him again. This was probably the reason why Night King Yuanjing had invited him to the Night King's banquet. Lu Yin could not provide any more information about the Great Realm of Nothingness, or else Night King Yuanjing would definitely think of a way to kidnap him and take him to the Astral Beast domain. However, if he could not provide any information about the Great Realm of Nothingness, then he would no longer have any value, which was very troublesome. The Great Yu Empire was currently unable to unify Frostwave Weave due to economic reasons. If the Day-Night clan removed their restrictions on Night Queen Yanqing at this time, then given her hatred for Lu Yin, it was very likely that she would interfere in the Frostwave Weave's war and drag the Great Yu Empire to its death. Lu Yin took a sip of his drink and glanced at his right arm. That damned monkey was still asleep. The sky quickly darkened and the store was about to close. Lu Yin heard the footsteps of a waiter approaching, and he rolled his eyes before disappearing. I don't know, Lu Yin replied. The monkey believed him. That's more like it. Lu Yin blinked. You believe me? The monkey's tone was very serious. That place isn't something that a Lemmeter can come into contact with. Only a fool would believe that you were able to walk out on your own. It's more likely that you don't know how you got out. Back then, someone was swallowed up by a storm and escaped with no memory of what happened. You probably don't know because your memories were erased. That makes sense. Lu Yin sighed. The monkey was pleased. I've roamed the Astral Beast domain for many years, and I've experienced all sorts of dangerous places. I still have some knowledge. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of Fateson? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was astonished. How do you know about Fateson? I have. I fused with 3 grains, Lu Yin replied. 7th bro, I'm not stupid, the monkey repeated. Lu Yin smiled as there was nothing he could do if no one believed him. Fateson is a precious treasure. From what I know, there are very few people in the entire universe who possess Fateson. This thing can awaken different forms depending on the person, and it can even strengthen the physical body. However, I've only read about it in biographies and I've never seen it with my own eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 422. Lu Yin was puzzled. You were once one of the 5 Academy Masters of the Spiritual Academy. Logically speaking, you should be one of the top youths in the Astral Beast domain. Why can't you get your hands on Fateson? 7th bro, you defeated Tianho as well. He's the strongest in the Spiritual Academy, but you can't get your hands on Fateson either. It's not something that just anyone can take out. Even the rewards from the Astral Combat Tournament aren't as valuable as Fateson. I've heard that this thing can drag someone to their death. The monkey thought about it. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. Alright, 7th bro, don't ask anymore. You might not be able to get your hands on it in your entire life. Think about something more practical and figure out where we are. Lu Yin looked up. He had just thought that any planet in the innerverse or outerverse would be under the surveillance of a powerful civilization, which meant that there would definitely be traces left behind by that civilization. All he had to do was find the place with the most legends about this planet. Soon Lu Yin tore through the void and left. Not long after he left, the top floor was discovered by the military, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. His gadget could directly hack into the planet's network, and Luin quickly found out that the most dangerous place on this planet was called the Ocean Trench. It was located at the intersection of several continents and was hexagonal in shape. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Since ancient times, countless ships had disappeared from this place, including airplanes and other technological products. Anything that approached the trench would disappear without exception. The planet's most powerful nation had been constantly exploring this place, but they had not been able to find any information about it. Once, a nation had used their strongest weapon to bombard the trench, causing a tsunami that killed countless people on the coast. This had also led to the entire planet's denunciation of that nation, which had eventually led to the breakup of the nation. There were countless photos of strange spacecraft on the network, and all of them were located near the trench. Luin quickly tore through the void and soon arrived outside the trench. His eyes filled with star energy as he stared at the trench. There were many rune lines gathered in the trench, and in terms of quantity alone, it had surpassed the Limiter realm and reached the level of an explorer. This meant that there was an explorer's strength within, but it might not necessarily be a person. It could be some kind of energy, but of course it was most likely a human. Regardless, this place posed no threat to Luin. He leaped down and charged into the sea. A huge whirlpool instantly formed in the ocean with a powerful suction force that was no weaker than a melder's. In other words, it was comparable to the power of the planet's strongest weapon. Unfortunately, it posed no threat to Luin at all. The bottom of the sea was dark, and only the bottom of the straits had a flickering light. Luin used flash to appear at the bottom of the straits and he took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a small warship with a weapon that could fire power comparable to an explorer's. It was this ship that had gathered the rune lines of an explorer. This planet was indeed under the surveillance of a powerful civilization. It was very sad. He easily entered the spacecraft and spread out his domain. He saw a dozen or so people busily working within the spacecraft. Most of them were melders and there were a few limiters as well. However, there were no explorers among them. Seventh bro, are you looking through the Lingling clan's records? The monkey was astonished. Luin asked, how do you know about them? Of course. The Lingling clan is a powerful clan that causes headaches in the astral beast domain. They have all sorts of strange innate gifts, and with their terrifying soul-splitting ability, any powerhouse is helpless against them. Fortunately, there are very few of them, and they haven't encountered any powerhouses from the Lingling clan in the past few years. Who's there? Someone shouted. Not too far away, a few people stared at Luin in shock. Luin casually pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. Inside, the two people who had been talking just now stared at Luin in a daze. They had been on this planet for quite some time now, but they had not encountered any outsiders. Start the spacecraft. Destination: Chaos Flow Zone's deep crimson planet. Luin walked in front of the screen and spoke. At that moment, the people outside the captain's cabin rushed in and pointed their star energy guns at Luin. The two people finally reacted and stared at Luin. Who are you? Luin turned around and his gaze turned cold. A whirlwind swept out from beneath his feet. This was the pressure of star energy, and everyone was instantly crushed to the ground as their star energy guns exploded. Please start the spacecraft. Destination: Chaos Flow Zone's deep crimson planet. Everyone stared at Luin in shock as this strength terrified them. They did not dare to resist and quickly agreed. Even if they have to use force, they'll have to take them away. Xia Luo nodded. I'll try. Meng Yu and Zhao Yilong have already snuck into the place where they were captured. They'll probably meet up soon. We'll wait for you. Luin nodded and ended the call. He then looked up at the sky. Which cultivator in this universe did not have any grudges? His enemies were even more terrifying, and they were the 10 Arbiters. Was he going to take revenge without thinking? That would not work, and he would have to take things one step at a time. Luin believed that even the pirate king Heizij Leon would not be able to take revenge for them. Ignoring the 10 Arbiters' strength and background, the reason why they had such great influence was because of the myriad of organizations behind them. It could be said that the 10 Arbiters' name was connected to half the universe, and this was just a conservative estimate. This was the most attractive aspect of the 10 Arbiters Council. It was an organization with a huge gap in power between the ages, and if Luin wanted to take revenge on the 10 Arbiters, it would be difficult. Big Pow and Little Pow's enemies were the Bo duo, and if Luin wanted to, he could use his own influence to deal with them. However, the most important thing right now was to go to Deep Crimson Planet. Before that, there was one more thing that he needed to do. He activated his gadget again, and Night King Yuanjing quickly appeared on his screen. He looked at Lu Yin in pleasant surprise. "Little Yin, you're still alive?" Lu Yin knew that Night King Yuanjing's surprise was not because he was still alive. If Lu Yin had no value to Night King Yuanjing, then Night King Yuanjing would not have cared if Lu Yin lived or died. Lu Yin had always placed himself in an upright position, but he still had to pretend. He apologetically said, "Grandpa Yuanjing, I've made you worry." Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Little Yin, were you swallowed by the storm?" Lu Yin nodded. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. "How did you get out?" Lu Yin shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I don't have any memories of the storm." Night King Yuanjing was disappointed, but this was within his expectations. There had been others who had survived the storm before, but they had also lost their memories. "How's your body? Are you all right?" Night King Yuanjing asked with concern, looking like a benevolent elder. Lu Yin bitterly replied, "I was injured, but it's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Yuanjing. It's just that little Yin has let Grandpa Yuanjing down by not showing up on time." Night King Yuanjing waved a hand. "As long as you're fine, everything else is not important." He paused and then looked at Lu Yin. "Right, little Yin, what else can you remember about the great realm of nothingness?" Lu Yin was astonished. "The great realm of nothingness? I've told you everything I know and I didn't hide anything." Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Is there really nothing else? For example, the ancient powerhouses of the Void Wanderers. Is there any way to deal with them?" Lu Yin was confused. "The ancient powerhouses of the Void Wanderers? I don't know." Night King Yuanjing stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing in disappointment. "Forget it. If you remember anything else, you must tell Grandpa Yuanjing." Lu Yin sincerely replied, "Grandpa Yuanjing, don't worry. Little Yin will definitely tell you everything." Night King Yuanjing nodded and then ended the call. Lu Yin relaxed as he had been afraid that Night King Yuanjing would fall out with him on the spot. Fortunately, these old fellows still had some magnanimity, and it could be said that they were silent. However, this meant that Lu Yin no longer had any value in Night King Yuanjing's eyes, and Night King Yuanjing would no longer restrict Night Queen Yanqing for Lu Yin's sake. Lu Yin frowned as he had to think of a way to make Night King Yuanjing value him again. Otherwise, Frostwave Weave might descend into an endless war. A single word from Night Queen Yanqing could mobilize countless experts to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin currently had many important matters to attend to. The Great Yu Empire's economy was under lockdown, and Night Queen Yanqing was eyeing him covetously. He also had to rescue Big Pao and Little Pao, and he also had to come up with a plan to make money. All of these matters were very important, especially money. He needed to reach the peak of the Lamita realm in the shortest amount of time possible. He did not want to slowly accumulate power like everyone else and take a few years to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. If Lu Yin did not break through to the Explorer realm, then there would always be an insurmountable barrier in the universe. Exploring the universe was the goal of a cultivator. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, and in the end he decided that after rescuing Big Pao and Little Pao, he would think of a way to raise his own lockbreaker rank. Not only would he be able to earn money, but he would also be able to raise his status. Perhaps he could even chat with Madame Nalan and borrow the Nalan family's enormous wealth to support the Great Yu Empire. Right, there was also Bushtree Planet. As long as he had the money, that planet would be the fastest place for him to increase his power. As he pondered this, the spacecraft unwittingly entered the tributary Arkansas. After crossing the tributary, he arrived at the Chaos Flow Zone. The tributary arc was not as large as the Astral River arc, but it was not small either. It could carry no less than 10,000 spacecraft, and the small warship that Lu Yin had seized was just a very ordinary one. As he watched the Astral River tributary roar, Lu Yin began to yearn for the cosmic sea. Yi Xingqian's reputation had been built there, and not many people had seen his strength before. However, just the fact that he had been able to roam the cosmic sea was enough to rank him as one of the top 4 Lameters of the younger generation. This showed just how dangerous the cosmic sea was to the innerverse and outerverse. The monkey was right. Lu Yin should find some teammates and form a team to venture into the cosmic sea. If a man did not explore the cosmic sea, then there would be no passion in his life. On the Ark, numerous spacecraft were fixed to a track. Once they reached the other end of the tributary, the track would extend and allow the spacecraft to depart. Generally speaking, very few people would leave their spacecraft and enter the track, but there were exceptions. The track was very safe, and there were many special services on the Ark alongside the track. Many people were very enthusiastic about such things. Lu Yin stood in the captain's cabin and looked outside. From time to time, a spacecraft would fly by, and almost every one of them had a beautiful woman on board. Lu Yin was a little tempted, as he had never experienced such things before and was not interested. He suddenly thought of Ming Yen and wondered how she was doing. After being separated for so long, did she still have feelings for him? He looked at the information on the dark mist weave on his gadget. Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, and the 9 allied nations were still entangled with Darkstar Gorge. It seemed that they had reached some sort of agreement and things had calmed down quite a bit recently. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he felt that he should add fuel to the fire. Suddenly Lu Yin saw a familiar figure. He was confused for a moment, but then he remembered. Wasn't that the Mad Viper Knight? Back when he had robbed the Night Pirate Group, he had unintentionally injured Zhua Day Knight, which had led him to the pirate port and drift charge planet. At that time, the Mad Viper Knight had escaped, but Lu Yin had not expected to meet him here. Lu Yin did not hesitate to chase after the Mad Viper Knight. He shuttled through the tracks at high speed as he chased after the Mad Viper Knight. He did not know why, but he just wanted to get rid of this person and avenge Zhua Day Knight, even though he was the one who had injured her. The Mad Viper Knight was different from when he had been in the Outerverse. He had actually broken through to the Explorer realm and was now riding a spacecraft alone as he flew off in a certain direction. Lu Yin chased after him from a distance. He was not worried about being discovered, as the Mad Viper Knight's abilities could not detect him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 424. Not long after, the Mad Viper Knight appeared in a dark alley beside the track. 2 figures walked out in front of him and hid in the darkness. Lu Yin leaned against the wall and used his domain to restrain his aura. The tribute will be delivered at 723 Zhongxing Street on Malu Planet. Are you ready? A low voice asked. The Mad Viper Knight replied, We've been ready for a long time. Of course we're ready. This time, we won't be surpassed by any other region, the other person said. That's good. The captain doesn't tolerate losers. You should know that. The figure then turned and left. The other figure looked at the Mad Viper Knight. Are you really ready? The Mad Viper Knight replied, I'm ready. Don't worry. The Innerverse isn't like the Outerverse. With your strength, it'll be difficult for you to gather enough tributes. You're on your own now. The figure then left. The Mad Viper Knight did not linger either and immediately left. Lu Yin did not make a move. 723 Zhongxing Street on Malu Planet had piqued his interest, but what interested him the most was the word, tributes. Didn't tributes mean money? He thought about the Mad Viper Knight's identity as a pirate and realized that he should be offering tributes to a stronger pirate group. This was interesting and he might be able to get a big one. Lu Yin left while recalling the image that he had seen on the Mad Viper Knight's clothes. He searched for it on his gadget but he could not find it. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and used his honor points to search the network. He found the image, which represented a powerful pirate group, the Blackbeard Pirates. If there was light in the universe, then there would naturally be a dark side as well. Pirate groups were the representatives of this dark side, and the Blackbeard Pirates were definitely the representatives of this dark side. Chaos Flow Zone was a place where the dark side of the Innerverse was concentrated, and the Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of Chaos Flow Zone's pirate groups. Any pirate group that made a living in Chaos Flow Zone would have to pay tribute to the Blackbeard Pirates. In return, the Blackbeard Pirates would provide a certain level of protection. Of course, this depended on the size of the tribute. Lu Yin had never expected the Mad Viper Knight to have joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Since he was qualified to carry the Blackbeard Pirates emblem on his back, he must have offered something incredible. Unfortunately, if he had kept the Mad Viper Knight, the emblem would have been his own. The Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world, and their strength was evident. Pirates were a loose group, and Heizij Leon could use his influence to control a portion of the pirate groups, such as the pirate groups that had attacked the organizations that supported Puyo. However, it was impossible for him to control all of the pirate groups. The so-called Pirate King was only the strongest in name, and that did not mean that he had absolute authority. Clearly, there was no way that this Blackbeard Pirates would obey Heizij Leon. In other words, there was no need for Linley to feel any pressure when robbing them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up with excitement as he was just in need of money, and they had just delivered it to him. However, he still had to be careful. It would be fine if the other party was just an explorer, but if a cruiser appeared, then he wouldn't be able to make a move. Otherwise, he would be easily surrounded and killed. The Blackbeard Pirates were able to rule over the entire Chaos Flow Zone, and there might even be an almighty enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Even if Luin had to take action, he could not leave any loose ends behind. This was something worth looking forward to, and Luin was excited. When the tributary arc came to a stop and extended its orbit, Luin had the warship change its course and head straight for Malu Planet. He had previously checked, and Malu Planet's position had not deviated too much from its original route. At the same time, the Mad Viper Knight spacecraft was also heading towards Malu Planet. Malu Planet was just a planet that had just begun to develop technology, and it was even more backward than the planet that Luin had landed on. It had not yet been connected to a spacefaring civilization, so there was no space station. Luin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a landing spot. With a rumble, he left the warship and entered Malu Planet's atmosphere. The warship then returned to where it had come from, as there was no need for them down there. His personal spacecraft crashed into a huge hill, and the hatch opened. Luin casually pushed the spacecraft 100 meters into the ground before covering it up with soil. The landing of his spacecraft would cause a huge commotion, and it would definitely attract attention. Luin did not want his spacecraft to be towed away by others. He checked the direction, as he had already checked a map of Malu Planet before landing. His body quickly disappeared as a crack appeared in the void. Malu Planet gave Luin the feeling that it was a budding technological civilization. This planet had only recently learned how to manufacture firearms, and it was very ancient. 723 Zhongxing Street was a place that resembled a church within a city. Luin did not know if any experts from the Blackbeard pirates had arrived, so he restrained his aura and put on the planet's clothes. He stood in the distance, his eyes filled with star energy, and he saw a huge amount of rune lines condensing. This was a cruiser. Luin retracted his gaze, not daring to look any further. He had not expected the Blackbeard pirates to send several cruisers to receive the tribute. This was troublesome, as he could not deal with so many powerhouses. Furthermore, there might be even more powerhouses arriving. The Blackbeard pirates were indeed powerful. Luin did not dare to stay any longer. Even with the invisible aura technique in his domain, he was still not at ease. His physical strength far exceeded the limits of this planet's natives, and his heartbeat could be easily detected. Fortunately, he had not gotten too close, or else he would have been discovered. Luin sighed as he left the hall. It was impossible to rob an existence like the Blackbeard pirates, but it was a pity that the tribute would definitely exceed his expectations. Wait, if robbing this place was impossible, then what about other places? For example, the landing spot. Luin activated his gadget and scanned the surrounding terrain. He had chosen to land in a hilly area, and the others had done the same. Given that they were in a hurry to hand over the tribute, they would definitely choose to land in the closest place to the city. The city was surrounded by plains, hills, and forests in the distance. In that case, these were the three most likely places to land. Most people would not choose hills as compared to plains. Forests were more likely since trees were more suitable for concealment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he did some calculations. With the city as the center, his gadget's detection range did not extend to the forest. In other words, if there was a battle in the forest, his gadget would not react. As long as his gadget did not react, it would be fine. He quickly left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the edge of the forest where a spacecraft might have landed. He sent out a palm strike at the void using the strength of a normal emitter. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction from the cruisers. If there was no reaction, then his robbery would not attract any attention. If there was a reaction, then he could just escape. With his invisible aura technique, cruisers would not be able to detect him, and even ordinary hunters might not be able to detect him. The worst-case scenario was that he would be discovered and then he would fight. As long as he did not reach the hunter realm, Luin had the ability to protect himself. If his luck was really bad, then a hunter would descend. Mr. Mu's token was not just for show. Although it could only be used once, it was still a life-saving item that was absolutely foolproof. He waited for a while, but there was no reaction from the cruisers. Luin thought for a moment and then attacked again. This time, the power of his attack surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, but there was still no reaction. He sighed. This place was safe, and even if a battle broke out, it would not attract the cruisers' attention. None of the cruisers had comprehended a domain, so they could only be considered ordinary cruisers. Not long after, Luin looked up from the top of a large tree in the forest and excitedly looked up at the sky. Several red dots were crashing down. These were spacecraft descending. One of the targets was the forest, and there were other spacecraft landing in other directions as well. Fortunately, several spacecraft had landed at the same time in different directions, so they would not attract the cruiser's attention. Since they had appeared on Maru planet at this time, they were definitely offering themselves to the Blackbeard pirates. Luin hurriedly hid himself and stared at the sky, preparing to launch a sneak attack. After all, any pirate group that could survive in the chaos flow zone was not weak, and it would not be easy to win an open battle. Boom. The ground shook as an enormous shockwave set the forest ablaze and swept out in all directions. A small spacecraft crashed into the ground, and the hatch opened to reveal a valiant-looking middle-aged man walking out. There were dozens of people behind him, most of whom were Lemeters, but there were also sentinels and melders. There were even 2 explorers in the group. The valiant-looking middle-aged man was a cruiser. "Captain, we'll wait for you here." The valiant-looking man nodded and took a step towards the city. Luin did not hesitate. This person did not have many rune lines, and he could not compare to the cruiser who had been thrown into the storm, so he could deal with him. The valiant-looking man had just walked out of the forest when he was greeted by many residents who were carrying water to extinguish the fire. The valiant-looking man did not care, and just as he was about to walk past them, a resident blocked his path with a terrified expression. "Sir, may I ask how large the forest fire is? Sir, please help us extinguish the fire." The valiant-looking man glared at the resident. Scram. The resident grew anxious and tried to pull the valiant-looking man back. Killing intent flashed in the valiant-looking man's eyes, and he casually waved his hand. In his mind, this person should have been killed by the shockwave, but the next moment he felt that something was amiss. This person had actually grabbed his arm, and his strength was abnormally strong. The valiant-looking man immediately knew that things were not good, and his first reaction was to dodge. However, it was too late, and his chest was struck squarely by a palm. The continuous overlaying stacks shattered his organs and sent him flying into the forest. The valiant-looking man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned red. He flipped over and immediately donned his ring armor. Luin used flash to appear behind the man and struck out with 30 stacks again, not giving the man any chance to cause a commotion. The man was shocked and tried to dodge, but his organs had been severely injured, and he could not move his body. He was viciously struck again, and this time he was sent flying into the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing his ring armor, or else the strike would have killed him instantly. Within the forest, 2 attacks descended towards Luin, but he easily dodged them. The Skybeast Claw easily defeated 2 explorers, and the remaining people could not even withstand the pressure of Lu Yin's star energy and were knocked unconscious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 425. Luin walked over to the sturdy man and looked down at him. This man was worthy of being a pirate, and his reactions were extremely fast. If it had been a normal person who had been ambushed by Luin, they would have already died. Luin squatted down and removed the man's cosmic ring. He took some of the man's blood and immediately headed towards the hills. As for the sturdy man, Luin did not kill him. After ensuring that the man would take at least 2 days to awaken, Luin left. Luin returned to his personal spacecraft and immediately activated it. He only relaxed when the spacecraft rose into space, and only then did he have time to pour out the contents of the ring. Luin was ecstatic when he saw the contents of the cosmic ring. There were actually over 1,000 star essence inside, which was too exaggerated. If converted to cube crystals, that would be over 100 million star crystals. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he had never seen such a large amount of wealth before. He estimated that even Lulu would not have so much money on her person. As expected of a pirate group with a cruiser overseeing it. And this was just one pirate group. Who knew how many pirate groups had offered tributes to the Blackbeard pirates? Luin did not even dare to imagine the amount of money that so many pirate groups had gathered. The Blackbeard pirates were much wealthier than the Great Yu Empire, and they lived up to their reputation as the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world. These pirates offered tributes once a year, and even if there were only 100 pirate groups, the Blackbeard pirates would still have a fixed income of 100,000 star essence each year. This was the true way to make money. Luin suddenly thought of Heizij Lian. He was the pirate king, so he should have even more money. It seemed like he should head to the Cosmic Sea sooner, and there should be a lot of gifts there. Aside from the star essence, the sturdy man's cosmic ring contained ordinary medicine, weapons, and so on. Luin did not care about these items and casually flipped through them, afraid that he would miss out on something better. He even activated his serious art. The moment he activated his serious art, he discovered something unusual. There was a small tracking device hidden within the 1,000 star essence, and he had not been able to detect it with his domain alone. He had needed to combine his serious art with his modified eyes. In other words, he had needed to reach the level where he could use the secret sidestep technique to discover this tracking device. Lu Yin was about to destroy it, but his hands stopped in midair. His eyes flashed and he put away the star essence in the tracking device. Unfortunately, it was not the Mad Viper Knight who had landed in the forest. But if it had been the Mad Viper Knight, then he might not have been able to obtain so much money. It was impossible for all the pirate groups to offer the same amount of money, and there was at most a bottom line. The Mad Viper Knight was just an explorer, so it would already be quite good if he could offer up more than 100 star essence. Lu Yin was rather excited as he looked at the sky. He had never received such a huge sum of money before, and his confidence had soared. "Seventh bro, your robberies are quite nimble. Do you do this often? Were you a pirate in the past?" The monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin laughed as he was in such a good mood that he didn't care about the monkey's words. "Seventh bro, now that we have money, can we buy a better spacecraft?" The monkey asked again. Lu Yin looked up. Right, he had forgotten that his current spacecraft was too ordinary and wasn't of a high enough grade. He wanted to buy a radiant grade Aurora. How much would it cost? It was about 10 star essence, which wasn't expensive at all. The Blackbeard pirates definitely had a very fast spacecraft, and with this spacecraft speed, they might not be able to smoothly escape to Deep Crimson Planet even if they had 2 days of buffer time. Besides, the cruisers must have seen the spacecraft landing in the forest, so it might not take them 2 days to discover them. Lu Yin immediately searched for the most prosperous planet nearby and changed directions. When Lu Yin entered outer space again, his spacecraft had been replaced by a radiant-grade Aurora. With the speed of a radiant-grade spacecraft, it only took him half a day to reach Deep Crimson Planet, which was 10 times faster than before. By the time Lu Yin reached Deep Crimson Planet, the sturdy man had yet to wake up. A day had passed, and the Blackbeard pirates had been too confident in themselves and had let their guard down. Deep Crimson Planet was still sealed off, and only people could enter and not leave. Lu Yin parked his spacecraft at the space station and tried to contact Xia Luo, but he couldn't. All of Deep Crimson Planet's signals had been blocked, and Big Pow and Little Pow had thoroughly angered the Bo duo. They were willing to seal off the entire planet just to find them. Deep Crimson Planet's capital was called Honda, and it was where the Bo duo resided. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to find Xia Luo and the others, so he went to Honda instead. With his ability to restrain his aura, his power level could not be detected. He snuck into the kitchen of Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters and then hid the star essence with the tracker inside before leaving. Now, all I have to do is wait for the Blackbeard pirates to attack. Lu Yin looked out into space and sighed. The monkey sighed in admiration. "Seventh bro, that's a good move. But aren't you afraid that Deep Crimson Hall will clarify things?" "Oh. The location is at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters, and they've blocked off all signals. The last place the Blackbeard pirates received signals is Deep Crimson Planet. If they want to pinpoint the location, they'll have to attack Deep Crimson Planet. At that time, I'll be able to contact Xia Luo and take them away. Deep Crimson Planet is so big. Will the Blackbeard pirates and Deep Crimson Hall have enough time to escape? It'll be difficult." The monkey was suspicious. Lu Yin muttered to himself, "It won't be difficult. They're not too far away and the Bo duo are doing so poorly. They definitely haven't comprehended a domain, and they can't constantly use their star energy to observe their surroundings. The range that they can observe isn't very large. Deep Crimson Hall has captured so many people, and they'll have to catch Big Pow and Little Pow right under their noses. So Big Pow and Little Pow aren't too far away from Honda, right?" The monkey suddenly understood. Lu Yin's lips curled up into a smile. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. Fortunately, not everyone could comprehend a domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe doing anything. Back on Xinwu continent, Lu Yin's actions had been discovered by Ming Zhaoshu. This was the power of a domain. Without a domain, even a hunter would be blind, and their range of observation would be limited. Not long after Lu Yin arrived on Deep Crimson Planet, the fierce-looking man regained consciousness. He was taken home by a nearby resident, and he endured his injuries to contact the Blackbeard pirates. For many years, the Blackbeard pirates had dominated the Chaos Flow Zone, but they had never been robbed. Now their tribute had actually been stolen. This was not only a humiliation for the fierce-looking man's pirate group, but also for the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, the Chaos Flow Zone's Blackbeard pirates were mobilized to track down the signal, vowing to make the robber regret it for the rest of his life. The hunter who had been enjoying himself on another planet was even more furious. He was in charge of collecting the tribute from this area, but such a thing had actually happened. He had become the laughingstock of the entire Blackbeard pirates, and he would not let this matter rest. He would not let that bastard off. Found it? The signal disappeared in this area. One of the pirates placed a star chart on the screen, and a spot on the chart glowed red. The hunter looked over and narrowed his eyes. Deep Crimson Planet, the Bow Duo sure have guts. Contact the boss and tell him to leave this matter to me. If I don't get my tribute back, then I'm not human. He then leaped up and charged into outer space. On Deep Crimson Planet, within Honda's capital, Lu Yin found a slum to hide in and decided to roll his die. Now that he had money, he wanted to roll enhance. He still had a strengthening fruit that had been upgraded to a gold color and half of a white fruit in his cosmic ring. He did not plan on using the strengthening fruit, as his physical body had already been upgraded to the limit. He could not advance any further in the Limiter realm, so he wanted to upgrade the white fruit instead. His mentor had said that the white fruit was filled with vitality, and that it could even bring the dead back to life if it was old enough. Of course, this was a bit of an exaggeration, but Lu Yin believed that if he raised it to the same age as the strengthening fruit from before, then even if it could not bring the dead back to life, it could at least prolong his life. Right? He suddenly remembered that he still had his universal armor, but he did not know if it could be upgraded. There was also Progenitor Wushang's hide, which he did not know if it could be upgraded into a complete hide. He also did not know how many pieces of Progenitor Wushang's hide had been broken into. Some were large, some were small, and it was almost impossible to gather all of them. He was overthinking things. Lu Yin felt as if he had been possessed. He wanted to upgrade everything, so why hadn't he thought of throwing himself onto the screen to upgrade himself? Who knew, he might even be able to level up. This was the slum, and Lu Yin used his domain to blend into the surrounding environment and restrain his aura. He did not have to worry about being discovered by hunters. Suddenly, his domain distorted, and another domain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes snapped open. He turned to look to the west. At the same time, Xia Luo looked up from the west and his lips curled up. It was a familiar domain. Lu Yin had arrived. Lu Yin also felt the familiarity of this domain. It was Xia Luo and he could not help but laugh. Deep Crimson Planet was so large, but they had actually bumped into each other. The slums were huge and Lu Yin's domain did not cover a large area. At most, it covered a third of the slums, which meant that both he and Xia Luo were coincidentally within this third. Soon, Lu Yin pushed open a shabby wooden door and entered. He saw Xia Luo, Lulu, Michelle, Zora, Coco, Dark Void, and Hui Day Night. Alright, not a single one was missing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 426. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It was no wonder why the academy was so relaxed. With the money bomb's power, the Bow Duo might not have been able to withstand it. As long as they were used properly, they might even be able to avenge their seniors. He did not doubt Lulu's wealth at all. She definitely had more than one money bomb. How many do you have? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Lulu raised her head. Guess. Lu Yin tossed her 50-star essence. Here, take this. Lulu caught it in shock. So fast. Everyone else looked over in shock as those were star essence, not star crystals. 50-star essence was equivalent to 5 million star crystals, which was a huge sum for a student, but Lu Yin had actually been able to take it out. Lu Yin raised his head. It's just a small sum. Earning money is easy. Lulu carefully sized him up. Not bad. Looks like I'll consider charging you interest the next time you borrow money from me. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. If he had known earlier, he would not have spoken. Seventh bro, who told you to run your mouth? The monkey said. Xia Luo, tell Meng Yu and the others that they're ready. When Deep Crimson Planet falls into chaos, they can escape. Everyone was shocked. Chaos on Deep Crimson Planet? Is that your backup plan? Michelle asked. Lu Yin smiled mysteriously. Something like that. Don't ask too much, it won't be long. Coco immediately ran over and stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, tell Coco. Coco won't tell anyone else. Lu Yin laughed heartily and whispered into Coco's ear. The Blackbeard pirates? She cried out. Lu Yin was speechless. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin in shock. Michelle's eyes flashed coldly as she stared at Lu Yin. Rumors say that you're related to pirates. Is that true? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Don't make wild guesses. I have nothing to do with pirates. I just happened to receive news that Deep Crimson Hall stole some treasure from the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates will be arriving soon, so it has nothing to do with me. Michelle clearly did not believe him and she frowned at him. I hope you don't have anything to do with pirates. Otherwise I'll tell my sister and ask the 10 arbiters to remove your identity. Luin frowned and looked at Michelle. His tone turned cold. It's none of your business. Michelle glared at him and the atmosphere fell silent. Although the members of Astral 10 had been getting along well for the past year, they still weren't on good terms. Dark Void didn't talk to anyone, Hui Day Night was alone and Michelle was the same. Everyone knew that she hadn't come to Astral 10 with pure intentions and had even harbored some enmity towards them. Even though she no longer had any intentions of suppressing Astral 10, she still couldn't change her stance. She was used to acting from the perspective of the 10 Arbiters Council, and her tone sometimes sounded a little arrogant. However, Luin did not indulge her. He had even dared to take liberties with Wendy Yushan and Mira, let alone Michelle. Coco hurriedly tried to smooth things over and pulled Luin to the side. Michelle sat quietly at the side. Xia Luo walked to the window and looked up at the sky. Deep Crimson Planet was soon in chaos. Brother Lu, there's something that's very troublesome. According to the methods of many large factions, it's very likely that the captured people have placed tracking signals in their bodies. Even if we save the 2 seniors, escaping will still be a problem, Xia Luo said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's save them first. This is our only chance and there won't be a next time if we miss it. Right, Coco? Why are Dark Void and Hui Day Night here? Luin asked curiously. Coco replied, it's a mission from the academy and the rewards are pretty good. Luin understood, no wonder. It seemed that the academy wasn't just not interfering, it was just using a different method. With Michelle, Hui Day Night and Lulu's status, even if they were captured by the Bo duo, they wouldn't dare to kill them. This was enough to ensure their safety. Luin suddenly felt sad for the Bo duo. Their enemies were destined to never be destroyed, and they had to suffer the consequences of their revenge. Furthermore, they had attracted the Blackbeard pirates. It was a sad sight. He didn't chat with Coco for long before Lulu walked over and sent the girl away. She looked at Luin seriously. Tell me the truth. Did Undying Yushan leave anything behind? Luin was confused. Undying Yushan? What does that have to do with you? Lulu stared at Luin. Don't play dumb with me. You really don't know? Luin shook his head. What should I know? I've looked into it. When the palace was sealed, you were the only one who entered. Undying Yushan also left you a ring of authority. There should be something special about that ring. For example, you might be able to obtain something through it. Lulu stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin snickered. It seemed that Lulu hadn't gained anything from the Great Yu Palace and was planning to lay her cards on the table. You should ask Wendy Yushan about that. She was the last person to leave the palace. By the time I returned, it had already been cleaned up. Lulu's eyes flickered and she rolled her eyes. She smiled slyly. Are you short on money, Luin? Luin nodded. If you tell me Undying Yushan's secret, I can give you a lot of money. You don't care about 50 star essences, but what about 100? 200? Or you can become a permanent VIP at the Mavis Bank and get an interest-free loan from them. The loan amount is over 10,000 star essences. Lulu enticed. Luin was tempted and immediately nodded. Alright, I'll tell you the secret. Lulu was stunned. He had agreed so quickly that she didn't dare accept it. Then tell me. Luin was disdainful. You want to trick me? What if I tell you and you can't do it? Lulu glared at Luin and activated her gadget. Tell me. As long as the secret is big enough, I can apply to the clan. That's more like it. But before that, let's make a deal. Luin looked at Lulu expectantly. How many money bombs do you have? I want to buy them. Lulu raised her brows and looked at Luin arrogantly. You want to buy them? You're insulting me with money. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Luin felt like Lulu was glowing when she talked about money in front of a Mavis clansman. Ahem, I know you don't lack money, but I do lack money bombs. Why don't you give me some? Luin probed. Lulu pouted. Although she was rich, money bombs weren't cheap. She wasn't stupid, so how could she give them away for free? How many do you want to buy? Money bombs are so expensive, so you probably won't be able to buy too many. Forget it, I'll just buy a few, Luin muttered to himself, but his voice was just loud enough for Lulu to hear. Lulu's hair stood on end when she heard him, and she immediately tossed out 30 money bombs. This number, oh fuck. 50 star essences for one. How much is that? 1,500 star essences? Super rich woman. The monkey shrieked. Luin was stunned. He knew that Lulu was rich, but did she really have that much money? Old Kai had offered a price of 100 star essences for 3 money bombs, which meant that the total amount of money bombs here was 1,000 star essences, which was exactly the amount that Luin had managed to snatch from the clan. This little brat had taken out so much money without batting an eye, and it was definitely not all of it. Luin looked at Lulu in a different light, as if he was looking at a god. Lulu raised her head proudly. She had never been afraid of money before, and if there was a competition among the richest students, she would definitely take first place. There was no doubt that she wouldn't even care if the rest of the students ganged up on her. She was invincible in this field. 7th bro, please keep her. You're short on money and she's rich. You're a match made in heaven. The monkey cried out. Luin pursed his lips. I'll buy 6. Lulu was shocked. You can afford them? Lu Yin's face turned ugly. Yes. Lulu casually handed 6 money bombs to Luin and then extended her hand. Qinghui, 300 star essences. Luin looked up. 300? Wasn't it 200? Lulu looked at him with disdain. 50 for 1? Haven't you learned math? Old Kai said that it was 100 for 3, Luin said. Lulu's brows rose and her face twitched. She could clearly feel an unpleasant aura gathering around her. Were you scammed? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Lulu's gaze turned cold. Of course not. I know that it was 100 for 3, but I should have made a profit if I sold them to you. I have Undying Yushan's secret, Luin said confidently. Lulu's face turned ugly and she snorted. Give me 200. Luin grinned as he handed over the money. He could guarantee that Lulu had been scammed. Old Kai hadn't given her a discount, and this brat had refused to admit it. Fortunately, otherwise he would have been scammed as well. However, Old Kai's ability to judge a person's price was truly disgusting. Luin definitely couldn't show off his wealth in front of Old Kai in the future, or else he would be scammed. Tell me Undying Yushan's secret. Lulu put away the remaining money bombs unhappily and stared at Luin. Lu Yin's face turned solemn and he looked at her seriously. I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Lulu nodded and her gaze turned cold. Don't worry. Okay. Luin took a deep breath and said seriously, Undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs and small breasts. Lulu was stunned and stared at Luin, unable to react for a moment. Well, what did you say? Luin looked around like a thief and whispered again, Undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs and small breasts. Lulu suddenly punched at Luin, but he caught it with his hand and felt his palm shake. What strength! This brat had gotten stronger again. Hey, why did you sneak attack me? Lulu gritted her teeth. That's the secret you wanted to tell me? Luin was furious. Isn't that enough? Aside from you and me, no one else in the universe knows this secret. Lulu was furious. You bastard. She tried to pull back her hand and punch him, but her fist was caught in his and she couldn't move. Coincidentally, Coco returned at this moment and cried out when she saw the scene, Brother Lu, Sister Lulu, when did you two get together? She couldn't be blamed for her misunderstanding as their posture was just too ambiguous. Lu Yin's back was facing her, and he was tightly holding onto Lulu's fist. From Coco's angle, it looked like Lulu was about to fall into his embrace. Lulu's face turned red. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Coco's cry attracted the attention of Zora and Xia Luo. Even Michelle and Hui Day Night looked over. Luin awkwardly let go and took a few steps back. It's just a misunderstanding. Lulu glared at him. This isn't over. Just you wait. Luin wanted to say something else, but Xia Luo smiled from nearby. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Luin was speechless. It really is a misunderstanding. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 427. After this incident, Lulu hated Luin even more. She swore that she would teach this bastard a lesson the moment she had the chance. She had never realized how shameless he was before. 7th bro, you're on your own if you offend a woman. The monkey cackled. Luin was helpless as he did not want to, but he really wanted a money bomb. With Lulu's wealth, it was impossible for her to buy one, so he could only accept this. He could not really reveal Undying Yushan's secret, right? Fortunately, Lulu did not harbor any ill intentions. At most, she would take some malicious revenge, but he could just coax her in the future. The group did not stay in the slum for long before the sky split open with a loud bang. Luine and the rest stood up. They're here. Let's go. Outside Deep Crimson Planet, the hunter who had been in charge of the Blackbeard Pirates tribute looked down with a vicious gaze. Soon enough, two hunters tore through space and appeared. They were the Bo duo. Who are you? Why are you attacking Deep Crimson Hall? Bo Lauda barked as he stared ahead vigilantly. The hunter raised his head and spoke in a gloomy voice. I'm Ramo. The Bo duo, you're quite bold to touch the Blackbeard Pirates' belongings. The Bo duo looked at each other in shock. You're from the Blackbeard Pirates? Ramu sneered. Still pretending? You're courting death. He then raised a hand, causing the void to distort. Surging star energy transformed into a sharp wind that swept through the heavens, slicing through space as it extended towards Deep Crimson Planet. The Bo duo hurriedly moved to block it, as this move was enough to destroy Deep Crimson Planet. At the same time, a riot broke out beneath Honda. Big Pow, Little Pow, Mengyu, and Zhao Yilong incited the captives to rebel. Several cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall tried to suppress them, but they encountered Lu Yin, Xia Luo, and the others. A chaotic battle erupted beneath Honda, and the ground soon cracked open. A cruiser from Deep Crimson Hall was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch. Both of his arms were broken, and his eyes were filled with shock. There were not many Lemeters in the universe who could challenge a cruiser. Xia Luo, Lulu, and the others were not weak either, and they worked together to block a cruiser. Big Pow and Little Pow madly attacked the Deep Crimson Hall's powerhouses. Among the captives, a considerable number of them were explorers, and they fought fiercely against Deep Crimson Sun. Honda became the battlefield. In the starry sky, the Bo duo received the report, but they had no time to care about it. Lamu's combat power was higher than theirs, and he kept saying that they had snatched the tribute. They did not even have the chance to explain and could only resist. Beneath Honda, Lu Yin grabbed cannon. Let's hurry up and leave. Deep Crimson Hall has a good relationship with the Relentless Slayers, and the Relentless Slayers experts will arrive soon. Big Pow nodded without hesitation. Alright, let's go. The group quickly rushed towards the space station. Fortunately, Deep Crimson Planet's space station was not too far away from Honda, and the group quickly took action to snatch the spacecraft. Aside from Honda's group, many other spacecraft flew into outer space, and a battle broke out at the space station. Deep Crimson Planet had been sealed off for a long time. Many people had wanted to leave long ago, so this was the perfect opportunity. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew into outer space, but before they could get very far, they were destroyed. Deep Crimson Hall's cruisers had sealed off the region and prevented anyone from leaving. Even so, there were still many spaceships that shot into space in a futile attempt to escape. Most of the people who had been captured on Deep Crimson Planet were from the outer verse, and they had tried their best to enter the inner verse in order to become stronger. However, they had been captured by Deep Crimson Hall and turned into miners. These people had no background, and they had thought that they would never be able to escape. They had never imagined that there would be a chance, and they would not let go of it even if they died. In outer space, two cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall led more than 10 explorers to attack a spacecraft. From time to time, a spacecraft would explode, and from time to time, powerhouses would appear to fight against the Deep Crimson Hall experts. When he saw this scene, Lu Yin had no choice but to give up on his personal spacecraft and join up with Xia Luo and the others. Only by working together would they be able to break out of outer space. They had seized a small spacecraft that was inconspicuous, but it was not very fast either. As soon as it entered outer space, it was discovered by a cruiser from Deep Crimson Hall, and the cruiser raised a hand and launched an attack that could destroy the void. Lu Yin did not move. Big Pow and Little Pow stood at the top of the spacecraft and tried to block the attack. Together they could kill a normal cruiser, so blocking the attack was no problem at all. The cruiser had not expected to be blocked, and he immediately felt that something was amiss. There were very few people on Deep Crimson Planet who could fight against a cruiser, and these people were the ones most likely to be able to kill the cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall. Perhaps this was the person they were looking for. With that thought in mind, the cruiser immediately gave chase and notified everyone from Deep Crimson Hall. Inside the spacecraft, everyone looked at the screen as a series of battle numbers appeared. Everyone's power levels had broken through 10,000, and two of them had broken through 50,000. They were the cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall. Lulu, it's up to you. Lu Yin shouted. Everyone looked at Lulu. Lulu's expression turned ugly and she glared at Lu Yin. Why aren't you going up? Are you a man? I don't have as many as you. Lulu was furious and she put on her universal armor before walking up to the top of the spacecraft. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at her in shock. Why are you here? Lulu was in a bad mood, but she did not explain. Instead, she pulled out 2 money bombs and aimed one at the cruiser in front of her while the other aimed at the cruiser who was chasing after her from the right. She poured her star energy into the bombs, and 2 rays of light instantly shot out and killed the 2 cruisers. This scene was shocking, and no one from Deep Crimson Hall dared to move. They all looked at Lulu in fear. Lulu raised her head and said, "Let's go." Then she returned to the spacecraft. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other in shock, as there was actually such a powerful weapon. The people from Deep Crimson Hall could only watch as the spacecraft left, and they did not dare to chase after it. Elsewhere, Ramus tore through the seal on Deep Crimson Planet and landed at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters. He followed the signal and found the star essence in the kitchen. The Bo duo's faces were pale. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage and find out who hid this thing in the kitchen. Ramus was not stupid. If a star essence with a tracking device had been placed in Deep Crimson Hall's kitchen, then that meant that the culprit had already known about the tracking device. In other words, Deep Crimson Hall had been wrongly accused. Ramus casually crushed the star essence and then looked at the Bo duo. He growled, "Find that person immediately. Otherwise your Deep Crimson Hall will be buried with him." So what if they had been wrongly accused? The Blackbeard pirates were tyrannical, and regardless of whether they had done anything wrong, they could forget about escaping if they were implicated in this matter. The Bo duo were sullen, but they were helpless against the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, a video was transmitted to them. It was the scene of Lulu using her money bombs to kill 2 cruisers. When they saw this, the Bo duo were enraged. Deep Crimson Hall did not have many cruisers to begin with, and now that 2 of them had died, it could be considered a blood feud. Ramus also saw the video and he frowned. "Strange, why does this weapon look so familiar? Feels like I've seen it somewhere before." "Ramus, the people who robbed your tribute should be the same group of people who caused trouble on Deep Crimson Planet. Their goal is to escape," Bo Sr. said. Ramus narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying that it's the people on that small spacecraft?" "It must be," Bo Jr. said. Ramus sneered. "Do you know how strong the pirate captain was? He was a cruiser and his body was severely injured. Tell me, is there an expert on that small spacecraft that can heavily injure a cruiser?" Bo Sr. replied, "But this weapon can instantly kill a cruiser. A weapon is a weapon. The pirate captain was heavily injured by a single person, and it was a palm strike. It has nothing to do with the weapon. There are only 2 explorers on that small spacecraft, and the rest aren't even explorers. Are you trying to tell me that a Lemeter can heavily injure a cruiser?" Ramus obviously did not believe him. "Then tell me, was it Yi Xingqian, Mu Rong or Ling Ke on that spacecraft?" They could only think of 3 Lemeters who could defeat a cruiser. In their minds, Luin was already dead. The Bo duo could not answer. "Your Deep Crimson Hall has offended too many people, and you have plenty of cruisers as well. The other party definitely wants to use my Blackbeard pirates to destroy you. Let me tell you this. If you can't find the tribute within a month, then we'll do as the other party wishes and destroy you. This is the Blackbeard pirates' way of doing things." Ramus then left. Pirate groups did not follow the rules and they only followed the pirates' rules, which was to rob. As for Deep Crimson Hall, it was worthless in their eyes. However, they would not let go of anyone who dared to use the Blackbeard pirates. Within a month, Deep Crimson Hall would not be the only one searching. They would do the same. They would focus on investigating the cruisers that Deep Crimson Hall had offended. As they watched Ramus leave, the Bo duo did not stop him. "Immediately ask Mr. Feng Mo to act and intercept that small spacecraft. We can track the signal of the escapees and send a request to any friendly organizations along the way to seal off space. Regardless of whether they're the culprits or not, they killed 2 of my cruisers and we have to avenge this grudge," Bo Sr. said gloomily. Bo Jr. acknowledged the order and immediately left. In outer space, inside the small spacecraft, Big Pow and Little Pow were grateful for the rescue. "Seniors, what kind of grudge do you have with Deep Crimson Hall?" Coco asked. They only knew the general gist and did not know the details. The 2 looked at each other and then Little Pow answered, "We were born in an organization called the Blackfire Hall. The Blackfire Hall and Deep Crimson Hall are enemies. Originally, both sides were similar in strength, and neither could do anything to the other. However, the Bo duo invited an expert from the Relentless Slayers to exterminate my Blackfire Hall. We were lucky enough to be rescued by Astral 10, but everyone else from the Blackfire Hall died." Everyone fell silent. The struggle between the universe's powers was cruel, and no one could say who was right or wrong. If the Blackfire Hall had been strong enough back then, they would have definitely exterminated Deep Crimson Hall. The Bow duo are both hunters, so it's still too early for you two seniors to take revenge. Wait a bit, at least until you become cruisers, Luin advised. The two felt bitter. You're right. We were too impatient and we even implicated our juniors. Lulu magnanimously waved her hand. It's not a big deal. Just treat it as a vacation. The others looked at her strangely, as she did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. Even if she was captured by Deep Crimson Hall, so what? As soon as she announced her name, the Bow duo would have to send her away. They did not dare to offend her. Everyone, let's stop chatting. The path ahead has been sealed off. Let's think of something, Mengyu spoke up as he stared at the screen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 428. Lu Yin's gaze immediately turned to Hui Day Night. You go. Hui Day Night was stunned. He hadn't said much since the start and had kept a low profile. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to notice him so suddenly. The others looked at Hui Day Night as well. The characteristics of the Day Night clan were too obvious, and they were not to be trifled with. Who would dare to offend them in such close proximity? Hui Day Night was helpless. He walked to the screen and faced the powers that had sealed off the region. Soon the spacecraft left. The Day Night flow zone bordered the Chaos flow zone, so it was normal for a Day Night clan member to appear here. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke the Day Night clan, and of course, no one dared to impersonate them either. The Day Night clan hated impersonation and they were merciless. Hui Day Night, sit in front of the screen. There will be many blockades along the way, Lu Yin said from afar. Hui Day Night was helpless, but he didn't refute Lu Yin's words. Everyone, I think it's best to change directions, Xia Luo suddenly said with a stern expression. Everyone looked at him. I've received news that the Bow duo have already contacted the Relentless Slayers. Hunters are blocking our path ahead. Hui Day Night can intimidate these small powers, but he can't intimidate the Relentless Slayers, Xia Luo said. Everyone shivered. With hunters around, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He opened his star chart and looked at it for a while. We can only escape in this direction. The other directions will either be sealed off by the various powers, or there will be experts from the Relentless Slayers. Senior has a tracking device in his body, so we can't avoid them. This is the safest direction, Xia Luo said. Everyone looked in the direction Xia Luo was pointing and saw 3 words appear on the star chart. Starfall Sea. There was a mystical place in the innerverse called the Starfall Sea. Rumor had it that it was an ocean, but it was different from the Astral River or the Cosmic Sea. It was a real ocean made of water that submerged an entire region of space. Regardless of whether it was a planet or a continent, everything was submerged in the ocean. Rumor had it that the Starfall Sea's water would wash through space every once in a while. It was rumored that weapons that didn't belong to this region of space could often be found in the Starfall Sea's water. There were even battle techniques that were rumored to have originated from ancient times. It was rumored that the Starfall Sea had a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 500,000. It was rumored. In short, there were too many rumors about the Starfall Sea, and no one knew if they were true or false. Countless people in the universe wanted to venture into the Starfall Sea. That place was a paradise that attracted experts, because there were many people who shocked the world after coming out of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Starfall Sea was the Undying Manual. Back when Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had roamed the Starfall Sea, they had both changed their names to become the Undying Duo. Undying Yushan had even charged into the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, shocking the universe. It was precisely because of the Undying Manual that Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and he had been lucky enough to escape and return to the Great Yu Empire. He had been coveted by many innerverse powers for many years, which had prevented him from unifying the Frostwave Weave. It could be said that if not for the Undying Manual, the Great Yu Empire would have already unified Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin still had a deep impression of the Starfall Sea, but he had never learned much about it. He had never thought that he would be so close to it. The Starfall Sea was west of the Chaos Flow Zone. It's a little dangerous for us to venture into the Starfall Sea with our strength, Zhao Yilong said. He was from the Myriad Swords Peak, which was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. It wasn't too far from the Starfall Sea, so he knew a little about it. Those who are qualified to venture into the Starfall Sea are usually space-exploring powerhouses. Because the Starfall Sea is constantly being eroded by rivers, a spacecraft can't withstand them. It's not that easy to enter a planet either. Only space-exploring powerhouses can barely protect themselves. I heard that you can coat a spacecraft at the entrance of the Starfall Sea with a film that can block the river's erosion, Zora said. Zhao Yilong shook his head. That's too expensive. Lu Yin looked up and then decisively looked at Lulu. The others immediately reacted and looked at her as well. Lulu raised her brows and sneered. Zhao Yilong, what did you just say? Expensive? Zhao Yilong's eyes twitched. Pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Luo clapped his hands. Everyone, we have no other choice. No matter what, there's only one direction, and that's the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, if the experts from the Relentless Slayers catch up to us, we might be fine, but the two seniors will definitely die. Big Pow and Little Pow's faces sank. Let's just take our personal spacecraft and leave. Without us, the Relentless Slayers and Deep Crimson Hall won't make things difficult for us. It'll take some time for the tracking signals in our bodies to be removed, and we definitely won't be able to escape during that time. Xia Luo solemnly replied, It's too late. We've definitely been targeted. The Relentless Slayers are Chaos Flow Zone's most professional assassin organization, and they're extremely secretive. They don't fear anyone, whether it's the Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, or Shamrock Enterprises. They even dare to touch the Day-Night Clan and the Mavis family. The Chaos Flow Zone's reputation isn't just for show. Here, the powerful clans can only intimidate small organizations like Deep Crimson Hall, and they're completely useless against the Relentless Slayers. Chaos Flow Zone has always been filled with killing. It's not like the Relentless Slayers haven't assassinated Day-Night Clan powerhouses before. They don't have any scruples, Michelle added. Coco was shocked. Sister Zora, they even dare to assassinate the Day-Night Clan. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded by the Day-Night Clan? Zora smiled bitterly. This isn't the first time that the Day-Night Clan has surrounded them, but the Relentless Slayers are too secretive. At most, the Day-Night Clan can destroy their trading sites on the surface, but they can't eliminate them completely. Furthermore, any foreign powers that enter Chaos Flow Zone will be resisted, and Chaos God Mountain won't sit idly by. In short, Chaos Flow Zone has no rules, but it also has the biggest one. Lu Yin slammed the table. Since that's the case, let's head to the Starfall Sea. No one objected, as Lu Yin's prestige was the highest amongst everyone present. Since he had already made his decision, no one else would object. Furthermore, this was the only path they could take, as the other paths would definitely be blocked by the Relentless Slayers experts. Big Pow and Little Pow thanked everyone once again. The small spacecraft could house over 100 people, and there were more than 10 rooms, which was more than enough for each person. Lu Yin sat in his room and looked at the stars. He touched his heart, left arm and right leg. The fates and had already fused together, so there was no longer any pain. However, he did not know how long it would take for them to awaken. Mr. Mu's words had been quite frightening, as he had said that some people would never awaken, which left Lu Yin at a loss. His physical strength and star energy had been tied down by the 3 grains of fates and his current strength could not even compare to when he had fought against Tian Ho in the Tournament of the Strongest. He hoped that he could awaken, but he did not know what it would be like. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Lu Yin said. It was Zhao Yilong, and when Lu Yin saw him, the first person he thought of was Wendy Yushan. She was the senior sister of Myriad Swords Peak. Brother Lu, do you have some time? Let's talk? Zhao Yilong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin nodded and gestured for him to sit. Zhao Yilong did not sit, but instead walked over to the window and looked at the stars. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts, but he was unable to speak. Lu Yin was amused. Do you want to talk about Wendy Yushan? Zhao Yilong turned around and looked at Lu Yin seriously. What's your relationship with her? Lu Yin thought about it. Kinship. Zhao Yilong was confused. What do you mean? Kinship, I guess. What? Are you close to her? Lu Yin asked. Zhao Yilong shook his head. She's the senior sister and the strongest disciple of Myriad Swords Peak. I'm not qualified to be close to her. I'm here to tell you that it's best if you don't pursue her. Lu Yin frowned. What's wrong with me pursuing her? Zhao Yilong sternly replied, We're classmates and I don't want to see you die. Lu Yin raised a brow. What do you mean? Zhao Yilong thought about it. There's a rumor in Myriad Swords Peak that they accepted the senior sister at the request of someone. She's from the Outerverse, and no matter how talented she is, Myriad Swords Peak would not give her too many resources. However, her cultivation at Myriad Swords Peak has been smooth sailing. Although no one knows the reason behind it, it's rumored that it has something to do with someone. Who? Lu Yin was curious. Zhao Yilong shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but it's rumored to be one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 10 arbiters? Which one? I don't know. Only the sect master and the older powerhouses of Myriad Swords Peak know. None of us disciples know. Rumor has it that the senior sister is the 10 arbiters' chosen wife. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he felt displeased. Although he did not want to do anything with Wendy Yushan, seeing her become someone else's wife would definitely make him uncomfortable. This was a man's possessiveness, especially after he had given her the secret art. The way she looked at him had changed and Lu Yin did not want her to leave with someone else. Is it the 10 arbiters that Wendy Yushan follows? Lu Yin asked. Zhao Yilong shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just a rumor and it's hard to tell if it's true or not. If there really is an arbiter who admires the senior sister, then she wouldn't have been injured in the Ross Empire. Lu Yin nodded as that was true. If it had been him, he definitely would not have watched his beloved be injured by someone else without doing anything. However, Wendy Yushan was from the outer verse and she was indeed taken care of by Myriad Swords Peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 429. His hand hung in the air for a long time, but Lu Yin could not make up his mind to contact her. 7th bro, don't ask any more. You'll feel sad if you ask too much, the monkey said sympathetically. Lu Yin did not reply. Some things are better kept to yourself. What if people compare you to one of the 10 arbiters? How embarrassing. The monkey gloated. Lu Yin blocked off his right arm. This guy's mouth was really foul. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door and Lu Yin looked up. Come in. Hui Day Knight entered and he looked at Lu Yin. The Day Knight clan has already removed the restrictions on Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Hui Day Knight replied, Night King Elder Night King Yuanjing had previously forbidden anyone from the Day Knight clan from participating in Frostwave Weave's war. However, that restriction was removed a few days ago. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. This old man had burned the bridge after crossing it, and he had immediately turned hostile after realizing that Lu Yin was no longer useful. This restriction was removed by the elders of the Night King clan, but you don't have to worry too much. The Night King clan has many restrictions on the clan, and new restrictions are often introduced. It's not guaranteed that anyone will notice. Lu Yin did not have high hopes. Night Queen Yanqing's hatred for him ran deep, and she was probably watching him closely at all times. Perhaps the removal of the restrictions was her doing. Otherwise, even if Night King Yuanjing had turned hostile, he would not have acted so quickly. At most, he would not have interfered. If Night Queen Yanqing really wanted to interfere in Frostwave Weave's war, then it would be troublesome. The Great Yu Empire was already facing problems due to the economic blockade, and if a Day Knight expert were to appear, then the Great Yu Empire might not be able to survive. Hui Day Knight left after relaying the news. Lu Yin muttered to himself. He could not allow the Great Yu Empire to suffer because of his grudges. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door and Lu Yin raised his brows. Come in. A delicate fragrance wafted over as Michelle walked in and looked at Lu Yin indifferently. Lu Yin looked at her. What is it? I just contacted my sister. She knows that we're going to the Starfall Sea and she wants me to remind you of something. Lu Yin had a bad premonition. What is it? In the past, Undying Yushan caused many murders in the Starfall Sea, so he has many enemies. Those enemies might come looking for trouble with you, Michelle said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why was there so much bad news today? It can't be that bad, right? It's been so many years since Undying Yushan roamed the Starfall Sea. Most of our enemies are definitely gone, but we can't rule out the possibility that there are some who have a blood feud. Can you guarantee that none of the Interverse organizations monitoring the Great Yu Empire came from the Starfall Sea? Michelle asked. Lu Yin immediately thought of the one-armed hunter who had ambushed him. When Undying Yushan had been on the verge of death, many powers from the Interverse had appeared. Lu Yin wasn't in a good mood. He couldn't possibly have to foot the bill for Undying Yushan, right? He suddenly felt that going to the Starfall Sea wasn't a good idea. Michelle left as soon as she finished speaking. She was here to deliver a piece of bad news. Lu Yin didn't close the door as he felt that it was better to leave it open. Now that he heard someone knocking on the door, he felt an indescribable sense of panic. Unfortunately, leaving the door open was useless, as Xia Luo had also arrived to deliver a piece of bad news. The relentless slayers sent Feng Mo, A hunter with a power level of over 150,000. Luin blinked. Really, bad news was coming one after another and he couldn't stop it. Then what do we do? Xia Luo was helpless. We can only rely on luck. With Feng Mo's speed, we might not be able to safely escape to the Starfall Sea. Luin exhaled, feeling rather sullen. He had many identities that made others apprehensive, and even the Day-Night clan had to consider whether or not to kill him. However, the Relentless Slayers had no such apprehensions. This sort of assassin organization and pirate organization didn't have to worry about identity issues, which was the most disgusting thing. The stronger the clan, the more they had to put on a show. Even if the Day-Night clan was tyrannical, it was still the same. After all, they didn't dominate the universe and the dark powers didn't care. How do you know so much about the Relentless Slayers? Luin looked at Xia Luo curiously. Xia Luo casually answered, a clan brother is in the world of assassins and is very familiar with the Relentless Slayers. He told me. Can he issue missions to the Relentless Slayers? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Xia Luo nodded. Just change your identity. What? Who do you want to kill? Who's on the way? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xia Luo didn't react. Lu Yin whispered something to him. Xia Luo looked at Lu Yin in amazement. You're quite quick-witted. This should buy us some time. Then we'll have to depend on your clan brother, Lu Yin said. Xia Luo nodded and left Lu Yin's room. Lu Yin turned around and closed the door. There shouldn't be any more bad news, and even if there was bad news, it wouldn't be related to him. Monkey, did you translate the text? Lu Yin asked in a low voice as he unblocked his right arm. The monkey lazily answered, no, I said that I can only translate one word. The other words are too ancient. Give me a year. I can't wait. I'm going to use it, Lu Yin said with a cold gaze. The monkey was stunned. Use it? Oh, what do you mean? Lu Yin activated his gadget and directly contacted Night King Yuanjing. This time, Night King Yuanjing took a long time to answer the call. What's the matter, little Yin? Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin with a smile. When he saw Night King Yuanjing's smile, Lu Yin suddenly understood that the decision to cancel the Day-Night clan's influence in the Frostwave Weaves War had been made by this old man. Night King Yuanjing was using this method to pressure Lu Yin and see if he could get more useful information out of him. Even though the Day-Night clan was certain that a mere cultivator like Lu Yin wouldn't know anything about the great realm of nothingness, this was their way of doing things. They were cautious and watertight. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Grandpa Yuanjing, do you still remember the centipede that appeared in the Northline flow zone? Lu Yin asked respectfully. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. Centipede? Of course. This matter had a huge impact, and the Northline flow zone was currently bustling with activity. A pirate like him would not even be allowed to stay in the 10 Arbiters, let alone the 10 Arbiters. Seventh bro, I think that we should find another powerful backer, the monkey suggested. Lu Yin grumpily replied, nonsense. Of course I know that, but where are we going to find one? Rely on the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Relying on the 10 Arbiters was one option, but even so, it was not enough to make the Day-Night clan wary. Night King Jinwu's existence was the most overbearing even among the 10 Arbiters, and he had even stepped into the border warfront. Day-Night Flow Zone, Night King Planet. Under the cover of moonlight, Night Queen Yanqing sat quietly beside a piano within an ancient castle, playing a low melody. One figure after another entered the castle and knelt before Night Queen Yanqing. These figures all had the power level of a cruiser, and there were at least 10 of them. All of them were from the Day-Night clan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 430. Night Queen Yanqing continued to play the music, and as more and more people gathered, the music grew deeper and more somber. Suddenly, the music stopped, and Night Queen Yanqing looked at the music sheet with excitement. I have a mission for all of you. Head to Frostwave Weave and slaughter every space-exploring powerhouse in the Great Yu Empire. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, the kneeling crowd replied. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a cruel smile. The clan had finally removed the restrictions on Frostwave Weave. She wanted to act as soon as possible and make Lu Yin regret it for the rest of his life. She would not immediately destroy the Great Yu Empire, and she would play with it slowly. Although these people were only cruisers, the Day-Night clan's cruisers were not something the Outerverse cruisers could compare to. If they worked together, they could challenge a hunter, and if they sent a few more hunters to deal with the Great U Empire's hunters, it would be enough to slaughter the Great U Empire's upper echelons. Suddenly there was a soft beep and Night Queen Yanqing looked at her gadget. Her expression changed and an intense chill appeared in her eyes. She immediately opened the message and soon Night King Yuanjing's image appeared. Elder Yuanjing, why did you restore the restrictions on Frostwave Weave? Night Queen Yanqing suppressed her anger as she asked. Night King Yuanjing's tone was gloomy. You don't need to know. I will explain to Jinwo. The restrictions will continue. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes went wide. What is your relationship with Lu Yin? Night King Yuanjing did not waste any more words with her and immediately closed the screen. To a powerful clan in the universe, the most important thing was always their inheritance. The Day-Night clan valued the ancient text that Lu Yin had handed over, as it represented their culture and inheritance. Even if the text's contents were worthless, the text itself was worth studying. Night King Yuanjing had proposed to the Council of Elders in exchange for not interfering in Frostwave Weave's war for a period of time. This deal had curbed Night Queen Yanqing's killing intent, but Night King Yuanjing had not told Lu Yin exactly how long it would take. This meant that he could break the deal at any time. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the hazy moonlight outside and trembled with anger. This was the third time. She had wanted to attack Lu Yin 3 times, but she had been restrained 3 times. Fine, she would wait. She did not believe that the Council of Elders would protect this person forever. One day she would trample him beneath her feet. At this moment not only was Night Queen Yanqing shocked, but Hui Day-Night as well. He had been the one to inform Lu Yin about the removal of the restrictions that affected Frostwave Weave's war, but it had only been a short while since then, and now those restrictions had been reinstated. What exactly had Lu Yin done? At this moment, Lu Yin had become incomparably mysterious in his heart. It was no wonder why this person had dared to oppose the Day-Night clan in the trial zones. Behind Lu Yin's group, a radiant-grade aurora shot out from outer space with Mr. Feng Mo of the Relentless Slayers on board. He had accepted Deep Crimson Hall's request to capture Lu Yin and the others. Although Feng Mo did not know the details of Lu Yin's group, they had shown their faces on Deep Crimson Planet, and their images had already been sent to Feng Mo's gadget. With his strength as a hunter, it was impossible for him to conceal his appearance. Although the cosmos was vast, there were not many habitable planets. With the Relentless Slayers' methods, they had long since investigated whether any spaceships had landed on habitable planets. This was not just the Relentless Slayers' method, it was also the method of the universe's various major powers. Otherwise, no one would be able to find them if they simply hit on a planet. With Feng Mo's strength, it was very easy for him to sweep through a planet with his star energy. Even if it was an uninhabitable planet, he could still quickly investigate and ensure that no one could hide. The Relentless Slayers could only track the signals of Big Pow and Little Pow. The others did not have any signals to track, so they could only search. The cosmos is vast, but there's only one escape route for you. Feng Mo's eyes were cold as he stared ahead. As they passed by a planet, his star energy transformed into a gale that swept through the planet. The explorers on the planet were shocked and trembled, not daring to resist. Very quickly, Feng Mo swept through the entire planet and continued onward. If it weren't for the fact that he had to search planet by planet, he would have caught up to them long ago. After all, a radiant-grade spacecraft was 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft. At this moment, Feng Mo received an assassination commission. The mission location was in the opposite direction, but it was not too far away. He hesitated for a moment, but after looking at the high bounty on the commission, he changed directions and headed towards the mission location. A space-exploring powerhouse's physical body had changed in order to adapt to the universe, and they needed to circulate star energy to maintain their life. Otherwise, their physical body would begin to deteriorate. This was the so-called exhaustion period. Generally speaking, a normal explorer would need to consume at least 10 million star crystals to complete a cycle without entering the exhaustion period, which was the equivalent of over 100 star essence. As a hunter with a power level of over 150,000, Feng Mo would need to consume at least 10,000 star essence if he wanted to maintain his body and not enter the exhaustion period. This was just the most basic consumption. The battle techniques that he cultivated consumed even more star energy than a normal powerhouse's, and this number would increase exponentially. This was a terrifying amount of resources, but it was only used to maintain his body's condition. In addition to that, he also needed to cultivate, breakthrough, battle techniques, trade and so on. Although he was a hunter, he was actually very short on money. Otherwise, a dignified hunter would not have become an assassin. There were many powerhouses in the universe, but they all had their own helplessness. Even a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan was not as extravagant when it came to resource allocation. The Mavis family was an exception. Feng Yimou was puzzled when he saw the mission information. The target was just an explorer, so there was no reason for a hunter like him to take action. However, since the target had specifically asked him to take action, he would not refuse since they were not too far away. With the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would take him at most 2 hours to catch up to that group of people, and a round trip would only take him a few more hours. Feng Yimou confidently headed towards the mission location. 2 hours later, the mission location was right in front of him. Just as Feng Yimou was about to enter the planet's atmosphere, the mission suddenly changed. He frowned as it was not common for missions to change. However, the employer would definitely compensate the assassin accordingly, provided that the assassin had to complete the mission. Otherwise, the compensation would not be valid. Feng Yimou looked at the mission location and saw that it was only an hour away, so he could make it in time. With the speed of that group of people's spacecraft, it would take them at least 10 days to reach the Starfall Sea. Feng Yimou confidently set off. Lu Yin and the rest did not stay idle. They changed their route and headed towards the closest and most prosperous planet. Their goal was to buy a small Radiant-grade spacecraft. As for the money, they had to raise funds. Lulu had money, but she was not stupid. Why should she pay for everything? Besides, Radiant-grade spacecraft were not cheap and cost at least 50 star essence. The idea was good, but it could not be realized. The students had no money, and Coco, Zora, and Hui Day-Night were all poor. Xiao Luo simply raised his hands, indicating that he was willing to be searched by Lulu. Lu Yin actually wanted to do the same, but he had money and could not hide it. In the end, he and Lulu shouldered the majority of the costs and raised funds to buy a small Radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft. They then rushed towards the Starfall Sea at 10 times their original speed. Feng Yimou did not know much about Lu Yin's background, so how could he have guessed that a group of youths could afford a Radiant-grade spacecraft? It cost at least 5 million star crystals, and only the heirs of great powers could afford it. If they were, then there would be no need for them to hide. He did not know that Lulu did not care if they hid or not, as she wanted to protect Big Pao and Little Pao. On the other side, Feng Yimou arrived at the mission location, but the mission target had changed again. Feng Yimou was not stupid, and he immediately guessed that there was a problem. Someone must have been deliberately delaying his pursuit, which surprised him. Who would know so much about the relentless slayers that they could even track his movements? Feng Yimou wanted to continue, as the mission could not be changed so frequently. It could only be changed 3 times at most, and after that he would receive compensation. However, the location of the mission this time was too far away. Once he started carrying it out, those people would definitely not be able to catch up. In the end, Feng Yimou weighed the pros and cons and gave up on the mission. He rushed towards the Starfall Sea and gave up on the mission. On the small Radiant-grade spacecraft, Xiao Luo put away his gadget and looked at Lu Yin. Feng Yimou is chasing us. Lu Yin nodded. That's not surprising. He's been in the universe for so long, so it would be strange if he didn't notice anything amiss. He's quite decisive, and it looks like Deep Crimson Hall paid a heavy price. Not far away, the others also knew about Feng Yimou. Little Pao said, the powerhouse from the relentless slayers who helped Deep Crimson Hall destroy the Blackfire Hall was Feng Yimou. It looks like his relationship with Deep Crimson Hall isn't shallow, Xiao Luo commented. Little Pao's eyes flashed coldly. Half of Deep Crimson Hall's resources were used to support him, so their relationship is naturally not shallow. At that moment, the spacecraft's alarm sounded, and everyone looked towards the command deck. Michelle frowned and said, there's a nebula up ahead. We need to change course. Everyone looked at the screen as the route constantly changed. Finally, a new route was set. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 432. However, their worries were unnecessary as Feng Yimou did not dare to make a move here. Chaos Flow Zone bordered the Starfall Sea, and they knew how terrifying that place was. The rule that no fighting was allowed on the seaweed had been set by the Sea King, and no one dared to violate it. When they saw that Feng Yimou did not make a move, they all sighed. He doesn't dare to make a move, or else the Sea King will teach him the meaning of regret, Hui Day-Night said. Lu Yin relaxed, but the pain in his abdomen suddenly swept over him. He looked down and saw that his skin had been torn apart by the recoil, and his chest was covered in blood. Ah, Brother Lu, you're injured. Coco will give you a shot, Coco hurriedly said as she took out a large syringe. Lu Yin immediately refused. I have medicine. He then took out a special medicine from Shamrock Enterprises and swallowed it. Coco was disappointed. Lu Yin stood up with Coco's help and walked out of the spacecraft. He stepped onto the soft seaweed, and when he looked around he saw many people staring at him in astonishment. The seaweed was very large and it was not much different from a city with countless buildings. At that moment, a man wearing a sky blue ring armor landed in front of Lu Yin's group. You've damaged the seaweed. Either pay up or you'll be punished for fighting on the seaweed. Lulu casually tossed out a Crystal Mavis Bank card. Pay up. The man was stunned by her extravagance, but then he tossed the card back to Lulu. I'm not paying. How much? Xia Luo asked. 5-star essence for the maintenance of the seaweed, the man said. Everyone was shocked. This thing is that expensive? That's 500,000 star crystals. The man arrogantly replied, this was planted by our Sea King's dome. Aside from the Starfall Sea, there's no other place in the entire universe. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Lulu's mouth twitched and she casually tossed the man 5-star essence. The man took the money and left without even looking at the group. He was very arrogant from start to finish. That guy doesn't respect us at all, Mengyu said unhappily. Hui Day Knight was apprehensive. He has the right to do so because he's from the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's dome? Mengyu was puzzled. He was also from the outerverse like Lu Yin, so he did not know much about the Starfall Sea. Furthermore, information about the Sea King's dome was not something that could be found on the internet. The Sea King's dome is the ruler of the Starfall Sea, and it rules over the entire Starfall Sea. The master of the Sea King's dome is the Sea King, and his words are like the heavens in the Starfall Sea. Even outside of the Starfall Sea, no one dares to disobey the Sea King. It's rumored that the Sea King's power level exceeds 500,000, Xia Luo said seriously. Everyone was horrified as the strongest amongst them had been Big Pow and Little Pow, but they had suddenly become explorers with power levels that had broken through 10,000. What did it mean to break through 500,000? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 500,000 envoys? Alright, we need to move the spaceship to a berth and get someone to code it before we can enter the Starfall Sea. The longest we can stay in the seaweed is 3 days. That means that after 3 days, we can either enter the Starfall Sea or leave, Michelle said. She had some understanding of the Starfall Sea. In the end, Hui Day Knight led Mengyu, Zhao Yilong and the others to a berth. Lu Yin, with Coco's support, followed the group to a bar in the distance. Coco did not forget to give Lu Yin an injection, but he had only sustained superficial injuries that were not serious. He refused to agree no matter what, leaving Coco very disappointed. Feng Mo continued to stare at them from afar, making them feel as if there was a dagger at their backs. There were many people on the seaweed, and the bars were built by people who could stay there permanently. The application process was very troublesome, but once one was successful, they would be completely protected by the Sea King. They would not have to worry about their former enemies, as no one would dare to attack them on the seaweed. The entrance to the Starfall Sea was one of the happiest places in the Innerverse, as there was no need to worry about the strong preying on the weak. Lu Yin and the others were split into 3 groups and sat down in the bar. The lights were dim and there was no loud music. Everyone tried their best to be quiet, which was quite different from the usual bars. As soon as they sat down, Lulu impatiently asked, Lu Yin, where did you get Fateson? Beside her, Xia Luo also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Michelle, Coco, and Zora did not understand as they had never heard of Fateson. That's right, 7th bro, where did you get it? The monkey asked. Lu Yin swirled his wine glass. Someone gave it to me. Lulu was shocked. Who would be so generous as to give you Fateson? That's a supreme treasure of the universe. Sister Lulu, what's Fateson? Coco asked. Xia Luo explained, it's a treasure that can fuse with one's body and awaken a form that is most suitable for them. It's very mysterious. Fates and almost doesn't exist in the outerverse and it's rare in the innerverse as well. Perhaps the 10 arbiters have it or perhaps they don't, Lulu said solemnly. Everyone was shocked as even the 10 arbiters might not have it. It was truly a supreme treasure, so where had Lu Yin gotten it? Michelle's gaze was fixed on Lu Yin. She knew a little more than the others and it was very likely that Lu Yin was in cahoots with the pirates. Even though he had used some other method to lure the Blackbeard pirates over, they could not completely disassociate themselves from the matter. There was also the matter of the outerverse Darkstar Gorge being cleaved apart by a super powerhouse. Her sister had told her that Lu Yin's background was not simple. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Don't exaggerate. How could the 10 arbiters not have it? Even if they didn't, it would only be because they didn't want to use it. Lulu retorted, I'm not exaggerating. My Mavis family only has a few grains of fates and we've never given up on collecting them even after so many years. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as it seemed that this thing was even more precious than he had imagined. It was no wonder why the monkey had never believed that Lu Yin had fates. Even with his honor points, he could not find any information about it on the network. 7th bro, I've told you before that Tian Ho is the strongest person in the spiritual academy and Skyminder's disciple, but he still doesn't have fates and you should know how precious it is. I only learned about it from a powerhouse's autobiography, and I can tell you that the hunter who attacked you definitely didn't recognize fates and. Speaking of which, it's not surprising that someone from the Mavis family could recognize it, but how did that Xia Luo know? Lu Yin was the exact opposite of the monkey, as he had always been certain that Xia Luo knew much more than he did. That guy had hidden himself very deeply, but fortunately he did not harbor any enmity towards Lu Yin. Furthermore, when he had blocked the hunter's attack, Lu Yin had noticed that the rune lines on Lulu and Xia Luo's bodies had been abnormally condensed. There was only one explanation for this abnormality: they were preparing to block a hunter's attack. Lu Yin could still believe that Lulu could block a hunter's attack if she used her innate gift, but what about Xia Luo? His secret piqued Lu Yin's interest as they both had primeval surnames. Brother Lu, your Fate Sen's awakened form is very novel. Congratulations. Xia Luo suddenly laughed as he looked at Lu Yin. To the side, Lulu blinked as she thought of that clump of dirt. Then she burst into laughter that was full of ridicule. Lu Yin was helpless. His Fate Sen had awakened into a clump of dirt, and it was real dirt. There were no other traces of it, which left him speechless. Alright, stop laughing. At least its defenses are very strong. Lu Yin sighed. Xia Luo's gaze turned serious. Brother Lu, I'm not mocking you. Although Fate Sen is a precious treasure, it can't make up for the difference between a Lemeter and a hunter, much less a hunter with a power level of 150,000. Your Fate Sen's awakened form was able to block Feng Mo's attack, which is unheard of. Perhaps it's not what we see, but rather something that we cannot comprehend. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. If an awakened form of Fate Sen could block a hunter's attack, then it would defy the common sense of the universe. That was impossible, but why had he been able to do it? Although Feng Mo's attack had a power level of less than 70,000, it had still carried the pressure of a hunter. Lu Yin had charged out without thinking, which had been unwise. However, he still could not believe that he had been able to block it. Now that he thought about it, he had only charged out because Feng Mo's attack had not condensed enough rune lines, and he had believed that he could block it. But could it have also been because of the Fate Sen's effects on him? Lu Yin pondered this. He desperately wanted to communicate with other people who had fused with their fates and see if this thing could affect his subconscious. Or perhaps, it had the ability to block a powerhouse's pressure. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he had charged out in a hot-headed manner without feeling any pressure at all. Alright, let's think about what to do next. Feng Mo will definitely not let us go, and he'll definitely chase us to the Starfall Sea. Killing is not forbidden there, and on the contrary, there's a lot of killing there. We definitely won't be able to escape, Michelle said solemnly. Lu Yin looked up. It's simple. Feng Mo's target is me, Big Pow and Little Pow. The three of us will split up and he can only chase after one of us. There's a 90% chance that he'll chase after you, Michelle said. Lu Yin fell silent. She was right. Feng Mo had only wanted to capture him alive for one reason: to hand him over to the Blackbeard pirates. The Bo duo were not stupid, and they could easily figure out that Lu Yin was most likely the one who had robbed the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, they were not completely sure, so they had paid the price for Feng Mo to capture him alive. Feng Mo's biggest target was definitely Lu Yin. Feng Mo's cold gaze was still not too far away, and he did not bother to hide it. He sat down 10 meters away from Lu Yin's group, and his gaze was completely focused on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head hurt. If he had known this would happen, he would have changed his appearance after entering Deep Crimson Planet. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as Feng Mo stared at him. He called the bartender over and pointed at Feng Mo. Give that brother of mine a drink as well. Feng Mo sneered. You won't be able to escape. Come with me obediently and I'll spare your life. Lu Yin smiled in a friendly manner, but then his head hurt again. He didn't know if there were any experts from the Lockbreaker Society or the 10 Arbiters Council on the seaweed. If there was really no other choice, Lu Ying considered revealing his relationship with Heizage Leon. The Relentless Slayers would definitely not dare to make a move against Heizage Leon. Heizage Leon was not from the Day-Night clan. He was a pirate king and he had many tricks up his sleeve. However, that was the final step. Lu Ying took a sip of his wine. At this moment, Big Pow ran over and sat beside Lu Ying. He excitedly whispered, "I've thought of an idea. Feng Mo definitely won't dare to make a move against us." Everyone was surprised by Big Pow's words. What idea? Big Pow's lips curled up. Have you heard of the Sea King's son-in-law selection? The Sea King's son-in-law selection? Lu Ying and the others were confused as they had never heard of it before. Little Pow, Mengyu and the rest also came over. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 433. Big Pow smiled mysteriously and then whispered, "I just went out to make some inquiries. Something big has happened in the Starfall Sea recently, and it's the Sea King's selection of a son-in-law. The Sea King wants to marry off his most beloved daughter, and this event has a huge impact. Many of the Interverse great powers have sent people to participate, hoping to marry the Sea King's daughter and form a relationship with him." What does that have to do with us? Coco was confused. Big Pow grinned. Do you think that the Sea King will let anything happen to his future son-in-law? Are you saying that you want to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Big Pow nodded. I've heard that the Sea King's son-in-law selection will be held at certain intervals at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. As long as you qualify, you'll be able to receive the Sea King's protection and head to the Sea King's dome. This is our chance to escape. With the Sea King's protection, even if the entire Relentless Slayers were to come, they wouldn't dare to make a move against us, let alone Feng Mo, everyone muttered to themselves. This was a good idea. However, there is a problem. Big Pow's tone became low. Everyone looked at him. Big Pow ran his fingers through his hair and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I already said that this is the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which means that I'll have to marry into the Sea King's family and live in the Sea King's dome from now on. That's not something I can accept. You guys are fine, but I have to think of a way to qualify for the selection. Little Pow facepalmed. Coco widened her eyes and looked very innocent. Senior Big Pow, your confidence caught us off guard. He remembered that Big Pow had been like this the first time he had seen him. Michelle's tone was cold. Don't worry, you won't even qualify. Big Pow's mouth twitched. What a joke. I'm so handsome, so how could I not be qualified? Let me tell you something. I've heard that there are 2 conditions for the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and you'll be qualified if you can fulfill one of them. He paused for a moment before continuing. The first condition is strength. The Sea King doesn't like weaklings, so you have to be under the age of 25 and be close to a cruiser in order to qualify. Everyone was shocked. Zora could not help but say, there aren't many people like him in the universe. Only Brother Lu is qualified among us. Big Pow replied, don't be hasty. There's still a second condition. The corner of his mouth curled up. The second condition is to be handsome. The Sea King has decreed that being handsome can make up for any shortcomings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? Judging by looks? In a normal family, looks were very important, but this was the Sea King. That can't be. Is the Sea King that shallow? Lu Ying was astonished. Big Pow replied, that's how it is. As long as you're handsome enough and not too weak, you'll be able to qualify for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Now you know why I'm so confident. It's so frustrating as no one can compare to me when it comes to handsomeness. Coco blinked. Big Cannon, you don't have to worry. You definitely won't be qualified. Big Pow rolled his eyes. This little girl has no sense of beauty. Speaking of handsomeness, I have a certain level of confidence, Little Pow said with a serious expression. Blind confidence, Zola mocked mercilessly. That's still confidence. Little Pow's expression became even more serious. Meng Yu and Zhao Yilong couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Ying didn't like this topic. He could only be described as sunny and a little handsome, but he definitely wasn't at Xia Luo's level. In terms of looks, there were a bunch of people who could leave him in the dust. Think about it. Is it worth it to offend the Mavis family, the Day-Night clan, the Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, the 10 Arbiters Council, Windrift Hall, Myriad Swords Peak, Vast Earth Sect, Shamrock Enterprises, the ancient Xia clan, and the ancient Lu clan for a mere commission from Deep Crimson Hall. Is it worth it? Not only was Feng Mo shocked by Lu Yin's words, but Michelle and the rest as well. They hadn't realized that they represented so many different powers when gathered together, and each one of them sounded rather terrifying. Wait, what were the ancient Xia clan and the ancient Lu clan? Feng Mo's eyelids twitched. Brat, don't think that you can protect yourself just by making up some random names. Lu Yin sneered. Think about it for yourself. He then turned around and told everyone to ignore Feng Mo. At this moment, Feng Mo hesitated. He had never heard of the ancient Xia clan or the ancient Lu clan, but they sounded grand and had a hint of an inheritance. It was very likely that they were legitimate clans with primeval surnames, similar to the Sword Sect's Lu family. He knew about the others, but what did Shamrock Enterprises, Myriad Swords Peak, Windrift Hall, and the Vast Earth Sect have to do with these people? How could there be so many of them? If these people really had so many powers behind them, then Feng Mo felt that this commission was not worth it. But then again, he did not plan on killing these people. Besides those three, he did not plan on paying any attention to the rest. Yes, as long as he did not harm these people, he did not care how many clans they represented. That was what he thought, but Feng Mo still felt uneasy. These people represented too many powers, so much so that it made his scalp go numb. This selection had indeed attracted a considerable number of powerhouses, but Northgate Lai had already surpassed the age limit. The Sea King's conditions had been set just right. In truth, due to his memory loss, Lu Yin did not even know how old he was, but he should not be older than 25. Big Pow and Little Pow were exactly 25 years old, and their true strength surpassed most explorers. They could barely hold their own against a cruiser, but they definitely would not be able to challenge a cruiser. In other words, the two of them did not meet the qualifications. Those who qualified were at the same level as the Astral Combat Academy student leaders, but they also had to break through to the Explorer realm. Only one kind of person could reach this level, and that was the top heirs of great powers such as Lu Xiaoqiu. It was normal for top heirs to reach the cruiser realm with the strength of an explorer. Above that were the experts on the top 100 rankings. The Sea King was very picky, and those who had obtained the qualifications based on their strength were all very strong. The Starfall Sea was located in a remote area, and it was unknown how many experts it would attract. Regardless, 2 of the top 100 rankings had already appeared. There was also Ling Ke, whose strength was comparable to those at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He was also just a limiter, and like Lu Yin, he was also quite difficult to deal with. Let's go. The receptionist is on the ship. Big Pow was very excited, and he pushed the group aside as he rushed forward. Lu Yin and the other 2 followed, and they soon arrived at the front of the ship. A group of Sea King's dome soldiers blocked the group's path, and a young man stood below the ship with an ugly expression. On the ship, there was a young and beautiful woman dressed in disdain. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. You dare to come out with such a face? You're not just embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing your parents and your unborn child. No, someone like you can't even find a wife, let alone a child. Hurry up and scram. You're tarnishing my eyes. Lu Yin and the others had just arrived when they heard these words, and they looked at the woman on the ship in shock. Someone beside them whispered, "This maid's mouth is too poisonous. She's not bad looking, or else she wouldn't have dared to come out." "She'll lower your voice. She's the maid of the Sea King's daughter, and she represents the Sea King's daughter. Her aesthetic standards should be similar. But her mouth is too poisonous. Listen, she's scolded so many people recently, and she's the successor of a great power. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to endure when facing the Sea King." At that moment, another man walked out and pretended to be confident with his hands clasped behind his back. He bowed to the beautiful woman. "Hello, Mississippi, I can't get better when I see you. You disgust me," the woman said. The man was stumped for a moment before he awkwardly left. Soon after, another person walked out, but before he could speak, the beautiful woman covered her eyes. "My eyes hurt." That person's mouth twitched and he left. One after another, none of them caught the woman's eye. They were all scolded until they doubted their lives, and none of them were repeated. Lulu looked at Big Pow. "Senior, it's your turn. Go." Big Pow's face twitched and he coughed. "Actually, I think we should prepare a bit more. Things like temperament." Before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Lulu. After that, a wave of merciless yet poetic insults burst forth. Big Pow returned with a pale face. It's my fault for being born in this universe. Lulu laughed. To the side, Michelle suddenly laughed and looked at Luin. It's your turn. Luin gritted his teeth. I want to gain the qualifications for strength. You can try. Who knows, she might like someone like you, Lulu urged. Big Pow also pushed Luin, but he did not budge. Go Junior. Senior has high hopes for you. Luin sneered. He would rather die than go. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and no one dared to step forward. On the ship, the beautiful woman disdainfully said, a bunch of ugly people. The more Luin looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was asking for a beating. Suddenly, there was an uproar from the crowd, and a man walked out with a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful woman. Luin and the others were shocked when they saw the man. He was just too handsome. Men could be as handsome as women, but this was relative. There was a kind of handsomeness that could attract other men, and it could even turn them gay. One such man had appeared in front of them, and then he boarded the ship. Behind him, the beautiful woman stared at him with infatuated gazes. The crowd broke out into an uproar. A sentinel trash can even board the ship? How disgusting. Isn't the Sea King's daughter afraid of torturing him to death? Rumor has it that the Sea King's daughter is ugly, so she's looking for a handsome guy. I heard that too. The Sea King wants to change the genes of the next generation, so she's been looking for a handsome guy for a long time. No, I have to change my appearance. I want to be the Sea King's son-in-law. You're asking for it. Do you think she can't tell? Someone was discovered a few days ago and was beaten half to death. He was an explorer, but he didn't dare to fight back. His face was even disfigured. The super handsome man boarding the ship caused an uproar, but it also made people even more afraid to step forward. The contrast was too great. It wasn't until half an hour later that someone who had just arrived stepped forward. I'm curious about your parents. Where did they get the courage to send you out to scare people? You don't look too bad. You didn't make me vomit. Your face is a biological weapon. What are you laughing at? You look like you're going to get rich. Our Sea King's dome doesn't lack money. I'll have to trouble you to leave in a round way just like your face. Did a cucumber become a spirit? Even Luin was impressed by this woman. She had listened to his lecture for a few hours without repeating a single sentence. Strange, why haven't Hui Day Night and the rest come out yet? Just as he thought of Hui Day Night, he walked out. Luin looked over and saw that he seemed a little apprehensive. Hui Day Night was actually quite good-looking. The Day Night clan had good genes, and his black and white hair gave him a unique charm that made him very popular with girls. This was also the reason why Hui Day Night had wanted to qualify for the Sea King's dome. But now he was apprehensive. He looked at the beautiful woman and felt like he was waiting for judgment. The crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually a Day Night clan member here. Everyone knew that the Day Night clan did not marry outside the clan. It's not like her life is in danger. Besides, the Mavis family's innate gift is very mysterious. With your appearance, you've opened up a new direction for human growth, the direction of the Beast faction. Are you sure you're 25 and not 52? Calling you 52 would be a disservice to people your age. Suddenly, the beautiful woman fell silent. Below her, an indescribably handsome woman with red lips and white teeth appeared. It was Lulu, who had changed into men's clothing. Everyone stared blankly at Lulu. Is this a woman? How can a woman do this? Lulu's appearance stunned the beautiful woman. Just as she was about to speak, Lulu's eyes flashed with an emerald light and she smiled. Sister, love has no boundaries, right? The beautiful woman nodded blankly. Yes, love has no boundaries. She then raised her hand and handed Lulu a token. Lulu smiled playfully. Thank you, sister. She then ran off. From start to finish, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? The beautiful woman's body trembled as she regained her senses. Her face flushed red. How could she have given her token to a woman? It's over, it's over. Her reputation has been ruined. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. She then returned to the ship. Below the ship, everyone was still in a daze. Soon after, there was a clamor of discussion. Some said that the Sea King's daughter actually liked women, while others said that she liked both men and women. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Behind the crowd, Feng Yimo was also stunned. Of course, he had also asked around about the restrictions of boarding the ship. The 3 people in the group had all received tokens, which meant that they could all board the ship. His efforts had been in vain as no one dared to touch the Sea King's ship. Lulu purposely raised her head and smiled as she passed by Feng Popper. Feng clenched his fists. If this was not the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and if this brat was not from the Mavis family, then he would definitely kill her. The atmosphere in the bar was a little strange. Lulu had already changed back into her female clothes and was happily drinking her fruit juice. Hui Day-Night glanced at her from time to time, feeling very upset. He had actually lost to a woman. Big Pow was quite magnanimous and he would occasionally praise Lulu. We'll be heading to the Sea King's dome in 5 days. We can only stay here for 2 days at most, and then we'll have to board the ship. What about the ship? Mengyu asked. Lulu waved her hand and decided to throw it away first. He had paid for the ship, but he could not bring it along. He could leave the ship behind, but would the other party be willing to do so? When he thought of this, he turned to look at Lulu. Xiao Luo seemed to have thought of something as well, and he looked at Lulu as well. Lulu blinked and looked at them warily. What do you want? Can I trouble you to tell that woman to let us bring the ship along? Luin asked. Lulu frowned. No, I'm tired. If we don't bring the ship and the Sea King's dome doesn't send us off, then Feng might block us at the Starfall Sea. Lulu thought about it and agreed. With the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would not be easy for Feng to catch up to them. As long as they put some distance between them and the Sea King's dome, Feng would definitely be able to catch up to them. They had not really thought about participating in the selection. They had only wanted to find some protection in the Starfall Sea. It was just an umbrella. Alright, I'll try, but I might not succeed, Lulu said listlessly. The innate gift of the Mavis family was not that easy to use. Try your best. Otherwise, one of us will really have to stay behind and become a live-in son-in-law, Xiao Luo joked. Lulu rolled her eyes. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could defeat the top experts of the top 100 rankings. There would definitely be experts ranked in the top 80s participating in this selection, and Luin might not necessarily be able to defeat such a powerhouse, especially if he didn't use his Fate Sen. However, if he did use his Fate Sen, he was confident that he could defend against the attacks of the top experts. After all, he had even blocked one of Feng Mo's attacks. However, blocking was just blocking. It did not mean that he could win. He did not expect a piece of dirt to defeat those powerhouses. Half a day later, Lulu returned. Unfortunately, she had failed as the maid was on guard against Lulu. The group did not hide their actions from Feng Mo, as they could not do so even if they wanted to. Although hunters did not have domains, their star energy could cover a wide area. As long as they wanted to, they could instantly sweep through an entire planet. It was just that they would not use it under normal circumstances. With Feng Mo's ability, Lu Yin's conversation could not be concealed. He walked out of the bar and used his gadget to contact the Bo duo. For a hunter with a power level of 150,000, it was quite painful to be unable to capture the group of people in front of him. He could easily subdue them all in an instant, but he did not dare to do so. The word handsome could not be accurately defined. Everyone's sense of beauty was different, but regardless of the differences, Lu Yin and the rest felt that the maid of the Sea King's daughter had an extremely high sense of beauty. Any man with power or money would want a beautiful woman. With a beautiful woman, even if her genes were not as good, the next generation would not be too ugly, and the generation after that would be even better. As long as they did not decline, their appearances would only improve. Thus, the heirs of the various great powers who had the qualifications to come to the Starfall Sea, as well as the young elites, would all be good-looking. But in the maid's mouth the word ugly had been rephrased in various elegant ways. She expressed it incisively and vividly, as if there was no such thing as handsome in her eyes. This scene was quite interesting from the ship's perspective. Lu Yin leaned against the ship's railing and watched the beautiful maid's merciless criticism. He did not know why, but he felt a little happy. The ship was very tall and from the deck one could see very far. Big Pow came to Lu Yin's side and looked into the distance. It looks like Feng Mo won't let this go. Lu Yin nodded. They had all seen Feng Mo, who had not concealed his presence and was coldly glaring at them. He did not believe that this group of people could become the Sea King's son-in-law. As long as the selection ended, he would be able to capture those who needed to be captured. Lu Yin was puzzled. Feng Mo is a hunter with a power level of 150,000. Why is he so loyal to Deep Crimson Hall? Can Deep Crimson Hall afford such a price? It's very strange. Big Pow frowned. The sharp taunts stopped and the pretty maid was thirsty. She asked someone to bring her some water, and an extremely handsome man carried the drink over to her with a smile on his face. He politely offered it to her. The pretty maid's eyes lit up and she happily took a sip. "Thank you." The handsome man smiled and proudly swept his gaze over the crowd below. He smiled again, and it had to be said that this person was indeed very handsome. He even attracted a bunch of screams from the girls. "I really want to kick him off the ship." Big Pow gritted his teeth, feeling very unconvinced. He had always believed that everyone had different tastes, and he was quite confident in his own appearance. Luin laughed. "Don't worry about him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 436. At this moment, the handsome man turned around to look at Lu Yin with a disdainful sneer on his face. He slowly walked over, and as he passed by the two of them, he calmly said, "Don't even think about it. Let's go. You people are just putting on a show for this selection. The Sea King's true target is someone with the most outstanding appearance like me." He then sneered and left. Big Pow's eyes were spitting fire. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat him up." "You'll be violating the Sea King's dome's rules if you do anything. This person wants to reduce the number of competitors as much as possible. Are we just going to let it go?" Big Pow was furious. Luin smiled and pointed ahead. Lulu had walked out in men's clothing and was blocking the handsome man's path. When the handsome man headed north, she headed north. When the handsome man headed south, she headed south as well. "Hey, are you blind? A good dog doesn't block the way," Lulu shouted. The handsome man was furious. "What do you mean you're so ugly? Who let you on? Where do you think this is? The ugly man's club?" Lulu shouted back. The handsome man's eyes widened and he pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me? I'm ugly?" Lulu scorned and pointed at Feng Emo in the crowd. "Even that old man is more handsome than you." Everyone looked at Feng Emo. Feng Mo's expression changed. The handsome man was furious and pointed at Feng Emo. "How can this ugly guy compare to me? You're insulting me." A cold, killing intent flashed through Feng Mo's eyes as he stared at the handsome man. Lulu raised her head. "He's more mature and charming than you. That old guy is already in his coffin. What charm is there? He can only wait for death." The handsome man roared. Feng Mo clenched his fists, unable to hide his killing intent. "You're right." Lulu suddenly agreed and nodded before walking away. The handsome man snorted and returned to the ship without even looking at Feng Mo below the ship. The crowd looked at Feng Mo with sympathy. He had been scolded for no reason, which was really unlucky. Feng Mo had already added the handsome man to his list of people he had to kill. As long as this person was not the Sea King's son-in-law, he would definitely kill him. 2 days later, the Sea King's dome ship left the entrance of the Starfall Sea and headed towards the Sea King's dome. As the ship left, quite a few people followed closely behind. Following the ship from the Sea King's dome would increase their safety by quite a bit, and Feng Mo was no exception. During this time, the beautiful maid had given out more than 10 tokens. Aside from Lu Yin's token, which had been obtained through his own strength, the rest had all been given to handsome men. Of course, Lulu was an exception. This was only one of the entrances to the Starfall Sea. Countless tokens had been sent out from the other entrances, and this was not even the first batch. All of the Sea King's Dome son-in-law selection ships set off at the same time, heading towards the Sea King's Dome. Hearing about it was one thing, but when they actually entered the Starfall Sea, they finally felt what it meant to be shocked. The entire Sea of Fallen Stars was located in a spatial fault. After traveling for half a day from the entrance, they arrived at the fault. Looking from afar, there was a huge and boundless depression in front of them. It was as if a part of the starry sky had collapsed. Further away was the Sea of Fallen Stars, the place where rivers flooded the starry sky and gave birth to countless legends, the Sea of Fallen Stars. The word fall was perfectly explained at this moment. The ship crashed into the spatial fault, and it took a full 5 minutes before it actually hit the surface of the sea. Lu Yin did not know how to describe the scene that he had just seen. Who would have thought that there would actually be a sea in outer space? It was completely different from the Astral River. The liquid of the Astral River was filled with all sorts of energies, and even Lu Yin would have a slim chance of survival if he had fallen into it. However, this was a real sea and there were all sorts of strange fish swimming within. Above them was a boundless dark starry sky, and below them was a starry sky as well. Within the sea there were planets. Aside from the people from the Sea King's Dome, everyone else on the ship stood on the deck and watched. This was the first time that most of them had come to the Sea of Fallen Stars, and they were all shocked by the scene before them. Seawater roared past and dripped onto Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin pinched his fingers. It really was water. Everyone, the journey from here to the Sea King's dome will take 13 days. During these 13 days, everyone will understand what the Sea of Fallen Stars is, and you will personally experience its grandeur. You will also experience the Sea King's greatness. Do your best to fight for it. Who knows, the Sea King's son-in-law might even be among you, the beautiful maid said proudly as she stood on the deck. Finally, she added, although it's almost impossible. Everyone had personally experienced this woman's venomous mouth, so no one paid her any mind. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings. There were quite a few people standing on the deck and there were others at the stern and center of the ship. There were dozens of people in total, but there were less than 10 who had actually obtained a medallion. He was the only one who had obtained one through his own strength. Hey, if I become the Sea King's son-in-law, will the maid of the Sea King's daughter be married off as well? Someone on the deck suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned, and even the soldiers of the Sea King's dome looked over. The pretty maid blushed and glared at the deck. On the deck, Big Pao, Little Pao, Zhao Yilong, Lulu, Coco, and Zora all stared at the handsome guy from before in shock. Big Pao was especially shocked and he gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you've got guts. You've taken a fancy to her so quickly. Everyone stared at the handsome guy. The handsome guy was confused, but when he saw the pretty maid's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly explained, I didn't say that. Big Pao patted the handsome guy's shoulder and said with admiration, Bro, you're a man. If you dare to do something, you have to admit it. It's normal for you to have thoughts about her. Just like how you told me that the woman in red had a perky butt. You're a real man. On the deck, the red-clothed woman's expression changed, and she glared at the handsome guy. In front of her was an extremely handsome man who had also obtained a medallion, and he had an unfriendly gaze as well. The handsome guy was on the verge of tears and he wanted to explain himself, but he was only a sentinel. How could he push Big Pao away? The pretty maid snorted and turned to leave. She had originally had a good impression of this person, but she hadn't expected him to be so frivolous. The handsome guy wanted to call out to her, but he was stopped by Big Pao. Big Pao was all smiles and seemed amiable, but in the handsome guy's eyes, this person was quite hateful. If this guy became the Sea King's son-in-law, he would definitely teach this person a lesson. The commotion quickly ended, and the handsome guy slipped away, not daring to appear again. The pretty maid didn't appear again either. He had wanted to ask more about the legends of the Starfall Sea, especially the Undying Manual. Forget it, there was plenty of time in 13 days. There were quite a few spacecraft following behind the Sea King's dome. Just like the ship, they floated on the surface of the sea, not daring to overtake it or lose track of it. Feng Mo was the same. When are you guys arriving? Feng Mo's voice was cold from within the spacecraft. He was in a bad mood and he had been in a bad mood recently. Bo Da's voice came from his gadget. We just arrived at the entrance. We still need 2 more days to finish the coding before we can go in. Alright, but don't forget what you promised me. Those people don't have simple backgrounds and I don't even know if they're worth it, Feng Mo said in a low voice. Mr. Feng, you'll have to decide for yourself if they're worth it, but since you've already entered the Starfall Sea, you must have thought things through. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you that item, Boda replied. Feng Mo immediately ended the call and stared coldly at the Sea King's dome. The journey would take 13 days, and with the Sea King's son-in-law selection, the results would be revealed in at most half a month. At that time that item would be his, and he grew excited as he thought about it. The Starfall Sea's scenery was unique. Standing on the deck and looking down at the bottom of the sea, one could see more than one spacecraft passing by. In the Starfall Sea, whether it was on the surface or in the sea, there was a path. Look, there's a giant planet at the bottom of the sea, someone exclaimed. It was the woman in red. Everyone looked at the bottom of the sea, and they could faintly make out a giant planet. The handsome man following the woman in red leisurely said, There aren't many planets in the Starfall Sea, because any planet that can safely exist in the Starfall Sea must have a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Many people were shocked, and Lu Yin was no exception. He had never known that such a thing existed. Powerhouses with a power level of over 300,000 were rare even in the Innerverse. Even enlighters with a power level of over 200,000 were hard to come by, let alone 300,000. Why was the Starfall Sea so common? When he saw that many people were looking over, the handsome man was pleased. Every once in a while, there will be a sea current that will wreak havoc in the Starfall Sea, and any unprotected spacecraft will be instantly torn apart. Similarly, the planets in the sea will also be washed away by the current. Only powerhouses with power levels of over 300,000 can withstand it and protect the planet. Otherwise, it will also be destroyed. No wonder. Does that mean that there's a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 on that planet? Little Pow asked. The handsome man nodded. Definitely. Luin and the others looked over. A power level of 300,000 was equivalent to standing at the peak of the universe, and they did not know when they would be able to reach that level. I wonder how strong the Sea King is, Luin muttered to himself, looking forward to it. At this moment, the pretty maid walked over and heard Lu Yin's doubts. She arrogantly said, "Don't casually speculate about the Sea King's strength. It's at a level that you will never be able to comprehend." So, you can understand? Luin was puzzled. The pretty maid paused and rolled her eyes at Luin. "Didn't they say that you died? How are you still alive and kicking?" Luin pursed his lips. "Did you see me die?" The pretty maid paused again and frowned at Luin. "Your words are quite infuriating. They're not as pleasant as your insults." Luin pouted. He did not care whether or not he would offend this girl, as he did not actually want to become the Sea King's son-in-law. He still had Mingyan waiting for him. The pretty maid snorted. Of the 4 unrivaled leaders of the universe's younger generation, 2 of them have appeared in the Starfall Sea. I'm very curious as to who's stronger, you or Ling Quebec. Luin was astonished. Many people say that Ling Ke is stronger since he's from the Lingling clan. Don't you think so? So what if he's from the Lingling clan? Just because he was born into a good family doesn't mean that he'll always be strong, the pretty maid said. She then looked at Luin with a disappointed expression. It's a pity that we can't test this on you. You're clearly not Ling Ke's opponent. Why is that? Luin was curious. Because he's handsome, the pretty maid replied naturally. Luin was speechless. In the end, he had not escaped the fate of being mocked. How many handsome men do you guys lack? Luin could not help but ask. The pretty maid looked up and seemed to be thinking very seriously. Luin hurriedly said, "All right, don't think about it. I don't want to know either. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Undying Manual? Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I'll be adding a new chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support." On the deck, Luin was enjoying the breeze when the ship's alarm rang out. Everyone returned to their cabins. The current had appeared. In the distance, surging seawater covered the entire starry sky, as if a heaven-devouring beast was roaring towards them. This was the first time that the group had seen the current, and they all went pale. It was like a normal person facing a 1,000-meter tsunami. The helplessness and despair could not be concealed, and even the handsome man was trembling in fear. Luin stood in his cabin and watched the current sweep towards them. His eyes filled with star energy, and he saw an unimaginable number of rune lines. Blood flowed from his eyes, and Coco cried out beside him. Luin hurriedly lowered his head, deactivated his star energy and wiped away the blood. When he looked up again, he saw the same thing as everyone else. The current had already arrived. There was a limit to the number of rune lines produced by mountains, rivers, and land, buildings, and scenery. This was because they would not have any influence on the universe itself. However, when this current surged past, the energy it produced was far too great. It was just like how a tsunami on a planet could tear apart a steel cruise ship. The power of this current was enough to tear apart a planet. It was no wonder why a planet needed a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 to protect it. Only such a powerhouse could withstand the instantaneous erosion of the current. The ship of the Sea King's dome bobbed up and down as it was washed away by the current. Everyone inside grabbed onto something that was fixed around them in order to stabilize themselves. Many people were trembling in fear. Would the ship be able to withstand such a force? Outside the ship, a transparent membrane was being squeezed and deformed. Strangely, this membrane, which clearly did not have a strong defense, was actually able to withstand the force of the current's erosion. It was truly miraculous. It wasn't just the ship of the Sea King's dome. Many other spaceships behind them were also swept away by the current. Fortunately, they had already been coated and were able to safely survive. The current's erosion lasted for a full hour before it ended. At this point, the sea level had changed, and the ship of the Sea King's dome was no longer sailing on the surface. Instead, it was now sailing at the bottom of the sea. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe now. Coco patted her chest, her face pale. That was so scary. I thought I was going to die. Zora hugged Coco's shoulders and comforted her. Michelle looked out of the ship, her eyes bright. Her sister had been here before and now it was her turn. This really isn't a place for humans to live. There are still people living in this broken place. I really have to hand it to you. Big Pow sighed. Little Pow hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Not too far away, the pretty maid glared at them. Big Pow smiled awkwardly and quickly ran away. Suddenly there was a strange sound. Everyone looked over and saw that someone had vomited. The Sun family, on the other hand, could transform their star energy into intricate components. The principle was the same, but the way they fought was completely different. This was just one application of the mechanism technique. The Sun family's mechanism technique was famous throughout the universe. Not only could it be used in battle, but it could also be used to create defensive mechanisms, tomb traps, and so on. It had a wide range of uses, and it was completely different from technology. The mechanism technique piqued Lu Yin's interest, but it was a pity that the Sun family had tried their best to avoid contact with the outside world in order to protect the mechanism technique. They rarely sent their family members out, and they were not interested in the conflicts between the great powers of the universe. Thus, Lu Yin was unable to understand them in depth. However, why was this Sun Jiong participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Lu Yin had specially observed him, and this Sun Jiong was very handsome. There was no doubt that he had a command token. 13 days passed quickly, and during this time, there were 2 ocean currents that passed by 3 planets. When they passed by the 3rd planet, they coincidentally encountered an ocean current. This time, the crowd saw a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. The vast and terrifying undulations frightened Big Pow, Mengyu, and the rest so much that they could not speak. This was not Lu Yin's first time encountering such a powerhouse, and he had even been killed by an elder of the 7 courts. At 2 p.m. I'll add a new chapter, Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all the brothers success. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 438. When he thought about the 7 courts elders, Lu Yin recalled that there was a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold in the Starfall Sea. He had asked the pretty maid for a star map of the Starfall Sea to study. Brother Lu, come and take a look. It's so spectacular. Coco exclaimed from the deck. Lu Yin walked out of the cabin and looked into the distance. The starry sky was no longer dark, and there was a sky-blue radiance in the distance. Beneath the blue radiance was a towering mountain surrounded by layers of white clouds that looked like ribbons. Faint rainbow-colored lights occasionally flashed through the clouds. The mountain was conical in shape, and it became narrower the higher one went. Sunlight from an unknown source shone down on the mountain, making it feel warm and cozy. Large patches of greenery adorned the mountain, and it was full of life. As the ship quickly approached, the group could see the mountain clearly. A white waterfall flowed down from the top. It was a river, and mist rose from it, making it seem like a fairyland. Every time the river flowed a certain distance, it would split into 2 branches that flowed horizontally, and the water would flow into the mountain stream. At the very back of the mountain, ripples appeared in the void that spread outwards in layers, as if someone was beating a drum in the void. The mountain was very large, wide and wide. From the moment they saw the mountain until the sunlight shone upon it, it took them a full half an hour to reach it, and there was still some distance between them and the mountain. Everyone, congratulations on arriving at the Sea King's dome, the pretty maid said proudly, her expression full of pride. It wasn't just her, the soldiers on the ship also looked on proudly. This was the Sea King's dome, the master of the Starfall Sea. Although it was only a single mountain, it suppressed the entire Starfall Sea. Everyone stood on the deck and looked at the mountain with burning passion. This was no ordinary mountain, it was clearly a divine mountain. Lu Yin tried to slowly fill his eyes with star energy to look at the Sea King's dome, but it only lasted for a moment before his eyes stung. He didn't dare to look at it again as the Sea King's dome had a huge influence on the universe. It was just like the mountain that Mr. Mu was on, and Lu Yin didn't have the ability to look at it carefully. The closer they got, the more they could feel a boundless power sweeping through the area. It was gentle, but it was filled with a supreme dignity as if it was a true deity. Actually, the Sea King was a deity to them. It wasn't just them, even the Enlighters felt like they were facing a deity when facing the Sea King. There were still many spacecraft following behind the Sea King's dome, as they were all here for the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's dome did not forbid outsiders from entering, but of course they could only enter a limited height. Feng Mo sat in his spacecraft and stared at the Sea King's dome in shock. He had been here once when he was younger, and that experience was still unforgettable. He had originally thought that, with his current power level of 150,000, he would feel different when he faced the Sea King's dome again. However, at this moment he knew that he had been wrong. Regardless of whether it was when he was younger or now, or even hundreds or thousands of years later, when he faced the Sea King's dome again, he would still be filled with the same reverence and fear. The Sea King's might had shaken the universe. He was an absolute powerhouse of the universe, a powerhouse that these people could not comprehend. The seawater of the Sea King's dome was different from other places, as it had a faint layer of golden sunlight to it. Only when they arrived at the foot of the mountain did they truly feel the vastness of this mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. It did not look like a mountain at all, but more like a vertical continent. At the top of the mountain, the waterfall fell vertically, bringing with it a roaring sound. The beautiful maid stood at a high vantage point and looked down at the crowd. The Sea King has decreed that he will officially select a son-in-law in 3 days. During these 3 days, you may roam around the Sea King's dome with your medallion. All expenses will be reimbursed by the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing. Reimbursed? He had heard that. The others did not really care about the reimbursement, as they were all here to participate in the selection. Who would be so shameless as to ask the Sea King to foot their bill? They all held back their energy and prepared to perform well. At the very least, they wanted to show off their magnanimity in class. However, Lu Yin was different. His gaze towards the Sea King's dome immediately changed. It was a good thing that he had come, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Lu Yin's reaction startled the beautiful maid, and she rolled her eyes at him. She then led the people who had obtained the medallion through their handsomeness away from the ship, as they could directly go to the upper levels of the Sea King's dome. This treatment made Lu Yin feel unbalanced. There were definitely more good things in the upper levels, but there was nothing he could do about it. There were many harbors at the foot of the Sea King's dome that were used for docking spaceships or large ships from the Starfall Sea. As they stepped into the harbors, the bustling scene left everyone astonished. There were not many planets in the Starfall Sea, which meant that trade was not flourishing. However, what appeared before everyone's eyes was an incomparably prosperous harbor. In the distance, there was an eye-catching building that was a branch of Shamrock Enterprises. Even further away, there were many well-known organizations in the universe that had set up branches at the Sea King's dome. Most of the people here are here to explore the Starfall Sea. There are too many legends about the Starfall Sea, and many people want to obtain them. Actually, there aren't that many people at the Sea King's dome, but the Greyweed continent has the most people. Countless powerhouses and mercenaries from all over the universe have gathered there. Someone nearby introduced. Lu Yin walked along the harbor by himself and looked up. He was about to head up when Lulu caught up to him. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. You didn't go with that maid? Would she dare to take me? Lulu retorted. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Everyone's goal was to come to the Sea King's dome, not to become someone's son-in-law. No matter how bold Lulu was, she would not dare to challenge the Sea King's authority, much less that maid. The Sea King's dome prohibits fighting, so we're very safe. Lu Yin looked back, but he did not see Feng Mo. However, he did not believe that Feng Mo had let them off and had simply hidden himself. During these 3 days, Lu Yin thought about it and decided to roll his die and use star essence to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Lamita realm. But should he go shopping first? That was a problem. In the end, Lu Yin decided to go on a shopping spree to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, they only had 3 days. Lulu, what do you want to buy? Lu Yin asked as his eyes scanned the area with a look of anticipation. Lulu thought about it. The Sea King will reimburse me, so it would be a waste not to spend. Let's go to an auction house. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked at Lulu with approval. An auction house was a good place. The two hurriedly asked around and then teleported to the largest auction house halfway up the mountain. Pick one. Lu Yin and Lulu arrived halfway up the mountain and looked at the large auction houses on the east and west sides. Lulu chose the west side while Lu Yin went to the east. They could not kill each other. The scenery of the Sea King's dome was beautiful, and the people who lived here were simple and honest. At least that was what Lu Yin saw. He had taken quite a few things on his way up the mountain, and as long as he flashed his token, everyone would be very enthusiastic. Thus, he felt that the residents of the Sea King's dome were very simple and honest. However, his biggest worry right now was that his cosmic ring was not big enough. Even though Northgate Lai had obtained his cosmic ring from the Starfall Sea, it was still not big enough. As he chewed on a fruit that was a specialty of the Sea King's dome, Lu Yin's token flashed, and he easily entered the auction house. Due to the Sea King's son-in-law selection, many disciples from great powers had gathered at the Sea King's dome. There was not a single one, and even if they were rich, the auctioneer did not need to raise any emotions. Any item that was put up for auction would cause a fierce competition. Anyone who could open an auction house halfway up the Sea King's dome was not simple, and the items being auctioned were naturally not bad. Lu Yin saw something good the moment he entered. A harmless perceptive intermediate source box. The auctioneer will personally test it and it's absolutely harmless. The auction will now begin. The starting price, 300 star essence. The auctioneer shouted. Very quickly many people started bidding, and each time they flashed their tokens the price would increase by 10 star essence. Lu Yin used the Sea King's token to enter the auction house's VIP room, which was much higher class than the main hall below. There was no need to flash a token, and there was a button on the chair that could be pressed to increase the price. There were no less than 10 types of fruit and drinks placed in front of him, and there were even beautiful women accompanying him. However, Lu Yin rejected all of them. Although he did not care about the Sea King's son-in-law selection, it would be a provocation for a participant to run over to someone else's territory to flirt with another woman. He did not dare to provoke the Sea King. Lu Yin pressed a button and joined the bidding. Very quickly the price climbed to 500 star essence. There was no fixed price for a perceptive intermediate source box. Some could be sold for sky-high prices while others could be sold for very low prices. It all depended on whether or not there was anyone who wanted it, and there was no way to clearly set a price. Lu Yin did not even look at the price and continued to press the button until all of the auction house's employees were called over. He respectfully said, "Sir, there's no one else bidding, so you don't have to press the button anymore." Lu Yin grunted. It did not matter since he did not need to pay for the source box. As for how much it had cost, did he even need to know? He just needed to tell the Sea King. The next item up for auction was universal armor. It was not an ordinary universal armor, as it was fused with metals from the cosmic sea. It was abnormally sturdy and could even defend against a hunter's attacks. Lu Yin did not believe this as it was just like the black hole Great Aurora spacecraft. In terms of strength, it could indeed defend against an attack with a power level of 100,000, but hunters were not idiots. They had innate battle techniques, and a spacecraft would not be able to withstand their attacks. It was just like how that hunter with 2 crippled arms had attacked Lu Yin. Still, being able to defend against an attack with a power level of 100,000 was not bad, so Lu Yin casually bid for it. Lu Yin continued to bid for a few more items. Although they were not very useful, the Sea King was rich. However, his frequent bidding had already attracted the attention of the auction house. They sent someone to confirm his assets, but the person was sent away by the Sea King's token. This incident reminded Lu Yin of something. If the Sea King found out about the situation and refused to acknowledge it, then Lu Yin would have to fork out his own money. That would not do. After thinking about it, Lu Yin immediately became low-key and tried his best not to buy anything that was useless. The auction house returned to normal. On the other side, Lulu was different. She was much more unrestrained than Lu Yin, and she did not even press the buttons. Instead, she directly shouted and successfully bid for items that were twice the price of others. This scared the auction house so much that they immediately sent someone to inquire about her, but they only heard one sentence. "Do you think that the Mavis family doesn't have money?" This sentence left the auction house speechless. The Mavis family was synonymous with money, and after finding out that Lulu was from the Mavis family, the auction house became even more enthusiastic and treated her like a grandmother. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Lulu was pleased with herself. She would not fork out any money since she had the Sea King's token. The Sea King should be quite rich. Even the Sea King himself did not know that at this critical juncture of his son-in-law selection, someone's goal was to spend money, and they were even spending it happily. Third update, thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. The curtains of the universe are about to open. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 439. Compared to Lu Yin and Lulu, Big Pao, Little Pao, and Big Pao were much more well-behaved. They could not use the medallion, so they had to pay for whatever they wanted. With their financial abilities, they still had to consider the price of the items they wanted. For the next item, please decide for yourselves whether or not it's worth purchasing, as no one knows what it's used for. All we can say is that this item came from the Astral Beast domain. The auctioneer waved his hand and a beautiful, tall and pale woman walked out with a black box covered by a white cloth. The auctioneer walked over and lifted the cloth. A disgusting piece of flesh appeared before everyone's eyes. There were still traces of blood on it, and lightning occasionally flickered around it. Everyone was confused. What was this? The auctioneer covered the box with the white cloth again. The auction will now begin. This is a piece of flesh that contains lightning. The starting price is 100 star essence. Someone shouted from below, "Hey, do you think that you can just sell something for money? You don't even know what it's used for, and yet you're asking for 100 star essence? Only an idiot would buy it. Isn't that right, everyone?" That's right. You don't even know what it's used for, yet you're still asking for such a high price. Take it down. Take it down. The auctioneer was helpless. Everyone, the owner of this piece of flesh has requested for our auction house to sell it, and we can't refuse. After all, he's a powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000. The crowd was astonished, but they did not kick up a fuss. An enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 was indeed a powerhouse in the universe, and they rarely showed themselves. At this moment, someone from one of the VIP rooms made a bid, and the auction began. Everyone else looked at each other, and some did not care about 100 star essence and raised their hands to bid. After all, this was an enlighter's item. There were too many rich people in the universe, and anyone who could come to the Sea King's dome was rich. Everyone was willing to spend 100 star essence to buy this piece of flesh for research. The auctioneer relaxed, as it was fine as long as the item did not go unsold. A new round of bidding began, and in the end, it was won by someone from one of the VIP rooms. Someone recognized that the VIP room had purchased quite a few items, and they were curious as to who was inside. Not long after, Luin received the piece of lightning flesh. He was naturally the first to bid, as he had done so because the ghost monkey had asked him to buy it. "Tell me, what is this thing?" Luin asked. He looked at the lightning flesh inside the box and he felt disgusted. The monkey excitedly replied, "Seventh bro, your luck is pretty good. This is the Void Thunder Beast's innate gift of lightning." The Void Thunder Beast's innate gift of thunder? That's right. It's precisely because of this strand of thunder that the Void Thunder Beast was able to escape through the void. The person who provided this thing isn't simple, as they were able to kill the Void Thunder Beast and even cut off its flesh. Just as the auctioneer said, this person might be an almighty enlighter. "What do I need this for?" Luin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. "Idiot, of course you're going to escape. Release your lightning, and you'll be able to travel through the void like a Void Thunder Beast. Of course, how far you'll be able to escape depends on how strong the Void Thunder Beast was when it was alive." Luin was delighted. "You mean I can use it as well?" "Of course. It's equivalent to an extra life. Your luck is too good. Now you don't have to be afraid of Feng Emo chasing you anymore. You can just shake him off easily." The monkey laughed. Luin sighed in amazement. This was indeed a good item, and it was worth it no matter how expensive it was. Soon enough, the auction house took a break midway through the auction, and all of the items that he had obtained from the auction were delivered to him. He merely waved the Sea King's medallion around, and the items naturally fell into his pocket. Luin did not linger and left the auction house to head to the next one. He could not be too conspicuous. At the auction house in the west, Lulu did the same thing as Luin. She waved the Sea King's medallion vigorously and then stored a pile of items into her cosmic ring before swaggering away. "Manager, should we report this to the higher-ups?" "No need. Every month, all of the shops send their bills to the Sea King at the top level. But that Mavis girl bought too much. I'm afraid that the Sea King will blame her." "You're overthinking it. The Sea King is rich." Looking down from the waist of the Sea King's peak, one could see everything at a glance. Countless buildings were arranged in a trapezoidal formation, and there were forests, waterfalls, and fields. It was a picturesque scene. This was a paradise. Luin wondered if he could bring Ming Yen here to settle down once things were settled down. No, if he wanted to stay here, then he could not be too conspicuous and he could not offend the Sea King either. In that case he should buy fewer things and he could not be the most conspicuous one. At that moment, Lulu walked over with a smug look on her face. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he hurried over. "How much did you buy, Lulu?" Lulu was on guard. What? "I know I bought quite a bit as well. I bought everything in that auction house," Luin said generously. Lulu was shocked. Everything? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of offending the Sea King? Luin laughed. The Sea King is a super powerhouse with unlimited resources. Why would he care about this little bit of money? The more I spend, the happier he'll be. Is that so? Lulu was suspicious. Luin replied, of course. Think about it carefully. The richer someone is, the more likely they are to spend. Lulu thought about it and realized that he was right. Did that mean that she had bought too little? No, she could not embarrass the Mavis family. She looked up and saw another auction house on the other side of the mountain. I'm leaving. See you in 3 days. Luin grinned and waved. Perfect. With Lulu in front of him, the Sea King would not notice him. This girl was from the Mavis family, so the Sea King would have to get her even if he wanted to. He would just casually buy something and not attract too much attention. Luin also looked into the distance. Since Lulu had gone in that direction, he would head in the opposite direction. The Sea King's dome was a conical mountain that led in all directions. Not long after Lu Yin's ship arrived, another ship arrived. However, this ship was not in the same direction as the Sea King's dome and had deviated slightly. Given the size of the Sea King's dome, this small distance was already very far away. The Sea King's dome had 5 waterfalls, which were known as the Skyfall Cascades. The 5 Skyfall Cascades represented the 5 main directions, which were also the destinations of the 5 ships. Lu Yin's ship was heading southeast, while the second ship was heading southwest. Just like Lu Yin's ship, when the ship docked, a maid led a dozen rather handsome men to the upper level of the Sea King's dome. It was worth noting that there were 3 people on this ship who had obtained the right to choose a son-in-law based on their strength. One of them held a simple wooden flute with an indifferent expression as he calmly walked into the harbor. The other 2 were obviously together. There were very few people who could approach the strength of a cruiser at such a young age, and there might not even be one in an entire weave. Now, there were 2 of them which attracted quite a bit of attention. Many people tried to guess the identities of these 2. Very quickly, one of the 2 was recognized. Lan Yu, one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation. He had the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings and was an influential figure in the Starfall Sea. He also had another identity. He was the younger brother of the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist. Lan Yu's appearance was not unexpected, as there had long been rumors that the Greyweed continent wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Sea King's dome, but the Sea King had never agreed. Now, Lan Yu wanted to marry the Sea King's daughter based on his own strength. However, although Lan Yu was strong, he was not an expert on the top 100 rankings. In the eyes of most people, the ones who could truly reach the end were the experts on the top 100 rankings such as Qin Xin. As for the person with Lan Yu, he was quickly recognized. His name was Lan Dao, and he was a genius powerhouse that the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist had recruited for the Lan family. He had always followed Lan Yu, and his reputation in the Greyweed continent was not low. More importantly, he was a Lemiter, which shocked many. In this selection, many people saw that the 2 of them had a chance of winning. At the very least, aside from the experts on the top 100 rankings, no one would be able to match them. Lan Yu brought Lan Dao into the Sea King's dome, and they were informed that all expenses would be reimbursed. However, the 2 of them did not take this to heart as they did not lack money. Not long after Lan Yu and Lan Dao arrived at the Sea King's dome, a large ship stopped in the northwest. The surface of the sea quickly froze, and a man with a cold expression walked onto the Sea King's dome with a long weapon on his back. Very few people revealed their weapons as they usually kept them in their cosmic rings. Thus, the man's strange attire attracted quite a bit of attention. Fortunately, there were many strange people around, and they were not the first batch to arrive at the Sea King's dome to participate in the selection. There had already been a group of people who had arrived before them, and they were quite lucky. They had just arrived and they only needed to wait 3 days before the selection began. On the ship, the maidservant led a group of handsome men away, and Qin Xin appeared on the deck. His appearance caused quite a few people to cry out in surprise, as the top 100 rankings was too famous. The Sea King's criteria for selecting a son-in-law was to be under the age of 25, and most of the top experts on the top 100 rankings were over the age of 25. In other words, Qin Xin was considered the strongest. At the harbor, a powerhouse's eyes burned with passion. Qin Xin from the Heavenly Network, I'll definitely defeat you in this selection and step into the top 100 rankings. The appearance of an expert on the top 100 rankings caused quite a few people to want to challenge him, but they also knew that they could not casually make a move. If he wanted to earn it all by himself, even if he robbed the Blackbeard pirates again, he still wouldn't have enough. Let's not talk about such happy things. Monkey, did you manage to translate the words inside the centipede's body? The monkey was helpless. No, it's very difficult. Too difficult. Lu Yin's face sank. It's been so long, but you still haven't translated it. I think you must be slacking off. You need to be punished. He then blocked off his right arm. At this moment, the monkey's heart was crumbling. After blocking off the monkey, Lu Yin instructed the explorers outside the courtyard to not let anyone disturb him. He then raised his hand and his die appeared. It was time to roll it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die, and this time, Lu Yin was not careless. He placed his cosmic ring aside before rolling the die, as he hoped to roll enhance instead of enhance. If he rolled enhance, then no matter how much money he had, it would be gone in an instant. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before finally stopping. The number that appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes was 3. He was excited as his luck was so good. 3 enhance was a very good number, and 800 star essence was enough for him to squander. 2 screens of light appeared, and Lu Yin tossed the remaining half of the white fruit onto them. He did some calculations and remembered that he had used up 35 star essence to upgrade the strengthening fruit to the point where it could become a spirit. This one should be about the same. Lu Yin generously tossed out 30 star essence, and the white fruit was visibly restored to its original form. It then continued to change, and the light that it emitted became softer and softer. Soon after, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Following this fragrance, the grass beneath Lu Yin's feet actually began to grow at a crazy pace, and the fishes in the courtyard's water all shot up as they stared at the white fruit. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly used his star energy to seal off his surroundings as he looked at the screen. When all 30 star essence had been used up, the white fruit had become like a ball of liquid. Even Lu Yin could see that it was flowing with life, and he wanted to take a bite out of it to feel it. This was what the trial master had said: it contained the vitality of life. This white fruit was definitely worth a lot of money, and based on the time it had been growing, it should have been over 10,000 years old. Lu Yin hesitated over whether or not he should continue upgrading it, but in the end he decided to continue. He thought about it and tossed out another 10 star essence. He had already surpassed the strengthening fruit's upgrade limit, but this white fruit had not reached its peak yet. This was because it had yet to develop the same instincts to avoid danger as the strengthening fruit had. Only the ability to avoid danger could be considered top-notch. Actually, Lu Yin didn't think that it was top-notch either, as a true top-notch fruit might have become a spirit. When 60 star essence had been consumed, the white fruit suddenly emitted a gentle light that distorted the void around it, and its sweet fragrance became even stronger. Lu Yin took a whiff, and his entire body felt energized as if he had taken a stimulant. He also heard a strange sound in his ears, but he didn't know what it was. Could it be the rhythm of life? He had a feeling that this fruit was about to be able to avoid danger. He had already used 60 star essence, and if he continued upgrading it, he would need to use at least 40 star essence. In other words, upgrading this white fruit to the point where it could avoid danger would cost him over 100 star essence, which was 3 times more than the strengthening fruit. This also proved that this fruit was much more valuable than the strengthening fruit. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Since he had money, he might as well upgrade it. He didn't know if the Sea King's token would allow him to take out a loan from the Mavis Bank. If he borrowed a few million star essence at a time, the Sea King would probably personally come after him. With a whoosh, the white fruit tore through the void in an attempt to escape after being upgraded. Lu Yin was already prepared, and he reached out to grab it. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. As he watched the white fruit struggle in his palm, Lu Yin stored it in his cosmic ring. He had used up 100 star essence to complete the upgrade, and he didn't know how great its effects would be. Even if it couldn't bring someone back to life like the trial master had mentioned, it should be close. This was something that could save his life. He still had 700 star essence left, and it would probably take him about 10 million star crystals to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, which would be 100 star essence. However, the two required different amounts, and to be safe he would need to use around 150 star essence. In other words, he would have more than 500 star essence to spend. He should upgrade something else. Right, the money bomb. He didn't know if this thing could be upgraded, but he was looking forward to it. He immediately took out a money bomb and tossed it onto the screen. He then tossed out a cube of star essence, and under his expectant gaze some of the money bomb fell off. Lu Yin was delighted. It was useful. The money bomb already had the power to destroy a powerhouse with a power level of 100,000. Now that it had been upgraded, Luin was looking forward to seeing how much power it would have. He immediately tossed out more star essence and watched as the money bomb fell onto the next screen, continuously upgrading itself. There were no changes on the surface, but Luin could sense that the metallic sphere inside had changed. Its color had deepened, and it now resembled the starry sky. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle. He upgraded it 5 times in a row and used up dozens of star essence, but it did not upgrade anymore. He felt a sense of insecurity when he touched the money bomb, and it was not a good thing for its user to have such a powerful weapon. This upgrade was about right. He didn't know how powerful this money bomb was, but he really wanted to test it out. He had 6 money bombs and he had upgraded 3 of them. There were still 3 that he hadn't touched just in case the upgraded money bombs ended up being useless. The upgrade of the 3 money bombs consumed another 200 star essence, and Luin only had about 500 star essence left. It really was too expensive, but it was worth it. Upgrading items would definitely fetch a sky-high price. What else did he need to upgrade? Luin flipped through his cosmic ring, as there were too many things that he needed to upgrade. However, there was one thing that he needed the most: his universal armor. With a powerful enemy like Feng Emo lurking outside, Luin needed to have sufficient means to protect himself. He had been too naive in the past, believing that having a high status would make others afraid of him. In reality, there was more than one way to kill someone, and some people didn't need to worry too much about killing others. They could still rely on themselves. He took out the universal armor that he had obtained from the auction house. It could withstand attacks with a power level of 100,000, which was definitely enough for a Lemmeter. However, Luin had offended too many people, and 100,000 was not enough. He wanted to be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000, but that was not realistic. Universal armor was different from ring armor, as ring armor had a requirement of the wearer's strength. If the wearer's strength did not meet the requirement, then wearing it would only bring disaster to the wearer. Universal armor did not matter, as it was just a vessel that could travel through space, similar to a spacecraft. Luin placed the universal armor on the upper screen and generously tossed out 100 star essence. He was still sparing no effort when it came to preserving his life. He watched as the universal armor was upgraded again and again, but the 100 star essence was only enough to upgrade it twice, and it was not enough for a third upgrade. The consumption of star essence was much greater than that of the white fruit and the money bomb, and it was no wonder that this was an item with a power level of 100,000. Luin tossed out another 100 star essence, and the universal armor was upgraded 2 more times. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 441. He touched the universal armor that had been upgraded 4 times and slapped it with all his might, but he couldn't even leave a mark on it. He put it on and thankfully there were no abnormalities. After thinking about it, he tossed in another 100 star essence. This time, the armor had only been upgraded once, and the 100 star essence had almost been completely used up. Luin estimated that he would need at least 100 to 200 for the next upgrade. No, he was out of money. He only had 320 star essence left, and if he upgraded it any further, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of the Lemmeter realm. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to forget it. He'd upgrade it next time since he still didn't have enough money. He fervently looked at the die, as 3 pips really made him look forward to it. He estimated that if he had the support of the Mavis family's wealth, then he could upgrade the universal armor to the point where even the Sea King would doubt himself. Luin watched the 2 screens disappear inside. He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it. He watched as the die recovered and he tapped it again. This time it was 1 pip. There was a thump and a stone fell out. Luin smashed it with a punch. Who would put a stone in their cosmic ring? That person must be crazy. He tapped it again and it was 2 pips. 2 pips was a rare material that had been decomposed. It didn't seem to be of much use to Luin at the moment, but that might not be the case in the future. He still had one last chance. If he didn't roll 4 pips, then he would have to wait for 10 days. Logically speaking, 4 pips should be easy to roll, so Luin took a deep breath and tapped it again. He watched as the die slowly stopped spinning. 4 pips and he relaxed. He instantly pinched his cosmic ring and entered the time-stop space. It was still a familiar space and in the distance the number slowly decreased. Luin crushed 100 star essence and tossed 1 cube towards the number, increasing the time he could stay in the time-stop space to 90 days. Compared to his current cultivation level, it would take him more and more time to improve. In the past, he'd only needed a few days to make progress, but now he might not even be able to make progress in a few months. The further he progressed, the greater the time required. Perhaps by the time he broke through to the hunter realm, each cultivation session would be measured in years. Lu Yin crushed 100 star essence and dense star energy spread out. He took a deep breath, and 9 stars revolved around his body as he began to absorb the energy. Star essence was purer than star crystals, and coupled with the 9 times faster absorption rate, the star energy within the time-stop space surged into Lu Yin's body like a vortex, allowing him to absorb more and more star energy. When he had first broken through to the Lamita realm, he had used up 1,000,000 star crystals. Now, with his crazy absorption of star energy, he had long since surpassed the amount he had absorbed in the past. It was as if his body had no limit. He had previously guessed that he would need 10 million star crystals to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but as he continued to absorb more star crystals, he began to feel that even that might not be enough. As he absorbed more star energy, his strength grew as well. He was no longer a simple realm breaker, but rather a realm breaker who had crossed 2 realms. His power level might not be comparable to a cruiser's, but his true strength had long since surpassed the average cruiser's. After using up 100 star essence, Lu Yin opened his eyes and crushed another 50 star essence to continue absorbing star energy. By the time he had consumed another 50 star essence, he still could not sense the peak of the Lamita realm, so he continued. Cultivation required resources, and only battle techniques needed to be comprehended. The most difficult part was breaking through to the next realm. From the initial Lamita realm to the peak of the Lamita realm, one only needed sufficient resources. Lu Yin's greatest hurdle was breaking through to the Explorer realm. He did not know that breaking through to the Explorer realm would be even more difficult than he had imagined, as he had a seal that even the crazy headmaster had found difficult to break. Lu Yin crushed another 50 star essence and looked at the time. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed, and he had no idea how long he had been absorbing star energy. He had been absorbing star energy at 9 times the normal speed, so he could only imagine how slow the others were. From this point alone, he could see how difficult it was for the younger generation to become an explorer and how unreachable the 10 arbiters were. Perhaps the 10 arbiters' star energy absorption rate far surpassed his own, Lu Yin suddenly thought. He was only at the elementary level of the serious technique, so what about the advanced level? The more stars he simulated, the faster his absorption rate would be. He could not imagine how fast the disciples of the Sirius sect could absorb star energy. Could there be a disciple of the Sirius sect among the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin did not think too much about it, and he focused all of his attention on absorbing star energy. When there were only 20 days left, his star energy absorption rate finally slowed down, and he neared the peak of the Lamita realm. Another 2 days passed, and his star energy gradually filled up. Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had reached the peak of the Lamita realm, but just like a melder breaking through to the Lamita realm, he would need to replenish a large amount of star energy in one go before he could become an explorer. This was because no one could truly fill up their star energy, it was just an illusion. He raised a hand and clenched his fist. A powerful force was displayed as he punched out with 30 stacks, which tore through the void. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had recovered the 3 grains of fates and had sealed his physical strength, making it difficult for him to even use 30 stacks. Now that he had reached the peak of the Lamita realm, he had finally recovered his peak power level. Once he used the fates and his physical strength would be unsealed, and he would be able to reach at least 35 stacks. When all 3 grains of fates and were used at the same time, the seal on his physical body would be unsealed. Lu Yin did not know how many stacks he could reach, but he was certain that he would definitely surpass the Divine Fist. The Divine Fist's record might have been fake, but it was impossible for it to be so exaggerated as to surpass Lu Yin's current strength. After all, the 10 arbiters were still humans, not gods. The other 2 grains of fates and awakened rather slowly, and Lu Yin did not deliberately recite the Stonewall scriptures. He was not in a hurry and wanted to take his time. He estimated that he would be able to awaken them within the next few days, and he was afraid that there would be side effects if he constantly used the Stonewall scriptures to speed up the awakening process. There were still 20 days left. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then raised his hand. A dark clump of dirt appeared. It was the fates and that had awakened near his heart. The moment this clump of dirt appeared, Lu Yin's heart thundered. His powerful physical strength transformed into a stream of light that engulfed his entire body, causing the void to tremble. He clenched his fist and punched out. 30 stacks was even more powerful than before, and his shockwave palm was now 50 times stronger than before. The overlaying stacks path required the help of a powerhouse, but the shockwave palm did not. 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. At this moment, Lu Yin had truly surpassed his previous peak. With the addition of this clump of dirt's defense, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat an expert ranked around 80 on the top 100 rankings. If he shamelessly defended himself, then he could withstand an attack from an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. After all, he had even blocked a single attack from Feng Emo. Although it had been a casual attack, its strength should be about the same as an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. In other words, even if I can't defeat an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings, those experts won't be able to defeat me either. How shameless, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he laughed. Unfortunately, he could not use his fates in too frequently. It was a supreme treasure of the universe, and if he used it, others would recognize it and conduct an in-depth investigation into his background. Lu Yin was afraid that they would find out about Leon's armada and everything he had done in the past. If they found out that a piece of paper with the surname Lu and a blood debt of 72 lives had caused the 10 arbiters to take action. In the remaining 20 days, Lu Yin planned to properly stabilize his current strength and familiarize himself with how to use the black dirt. When the number disappeared, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he returned to his courtyard. After 3 months of cultivation, he felt somewhat unfamiliar with the courtyard. Only a second had passed in the real world. He had already reached the peak of the Lamita realm, and it would probably take him a long time to break through to the Explorer realm. The most important thing for him to do next was to earn money. With money he could do many things. He only had 120 star essence left. Once upon a time, 1,000,000 star crystals would have been enough to make him go wild with joy, but now 10 million star crystals was not enough. He had improved. He suddenly thought of Feng Emo. Even if Feng Emo handed him over to the Blackbeard pirates, Lu Yin would not have the money to pay him back. Unless he sold all of the items in his cosmic ring that the Sea King had reimbursed him, that would be a huge sum. He had to think of a way to get rid of them as he could not use so many items on his own. Speaking of which, 5,000 star essence should not be much to the Sea King, but how many items had Lulu bought? Lu Yin was curious. According to the rules, the Sea King's son-in-law selection would take place the day after tomorrow, which meant that there was still 1 day left. Lu Yin planned to buy another 5,000 star essence tomorrow and keep the total price under 10,000 star essence. This way he would not attract the Sea King's attention. Right now he planned to rest as he was really tired. The air in the Sea King's dome was very comfortable, and there was a refreshing scent that refreshed the mind. At this moment, the sunlight had already disappeared, and the Sea King's dome had turned into night. The temperature was slightly cooler. Elsewhere on the mountainside, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the others did not have the time to rest. It had not been easy for them to get to the Sea King's dome, and they wanted to enjoy themselves, even though they did not have much money. Michelle was very rich, but the prices at the Sea King's dome were too high, so she had only bought a few random items. Coco and Zora walked together with Michelle. Although Michelle looked cold on the outside, the group had become much more familiar with each other after being on the run. They all understood that Michelle was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although Big Pow and the others did not know what Coco had seen in Michelle, it did not stop them from getting closer and closer. Sister Michelle, look. The clothes at the Sea King's dome are so beautiful. Coco happily ran into a clothing store. At the entrance, a robot welcomed them with a toast. The store was filled with the unique blue clothes of the Sea King's dome. They were the same color as the sea, and the intensity of the colors would change with the sunlight. They were very beautiful and the patterns on the clothes seemed to be alive. Michelle's eyes lit up as the clothes were indeed beautiful. The store owner immediately went forward to enthusiastically promote his products, and Zora immediately went forward to haggle. They had no choice as the prices at the Sea King's dome were just too expensive. If they did not haggle, then it would be a problem for them to eat later. Michelle was looking at a particular piece of clothing with a delighted expression. No woman could resist the temptation of beautiful clothes. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Her pupils shrank and she immediately rushed out of the store. Not too far away, she saw a man holding a wooden flute slowly walking past. Lu Yin was stunned. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked. Lulu was too ruthless, and she had already spent more than 10,000 star essence. I'm about the same. Is that so? I thought that you wouldn't dare to buy anything. After all, you're a poor person and you have a lot of misgivings when buying things. Lulu mercilessly mocked him before hanging up. Luin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Was she intentionally mocking him? He raised his head and looked to the side. This auction house should be the last of the day's gains, so he walked in. As soon as he entered the auction house, the noisy atmosphere caused Luin to unconsciously frown. He had already visited all of the large auction houses, and this one was considered a small one. It was not as stylish as the previous auction houses, but he was not picky. He entered the private room and leisurely looked down. The next item is... Luin yawned and sipped on his drink in boredom. There was nothing that he was interested in. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a little special, and its origins are even more special because it comes from the Astral Wilderness. The auctioneer shouted, causing many to cry out in surprise. Even Lu Yin's attention was drawn to the item. The Astral Wilderness was a star domain that humans had yet to explore. No one knew how vast the universe was. The human domain, the technocracy, and the Astral Beast domain all had intelligent civilizations that had intersected with each other. Outside of that was the Astral Wilderness. Countless people had explored the Astral Wilderness, and there were often rumors that intelligent civilizations had been discovered there. There were also extremely dangerous astrological signs and so on. In short, the word unknown was humanity's greatest understanding of the Astral Wilderness. Humans feared the unknown, so they did their best to forget about the Astral Wilderness in their daily lives. Luin had never expected to see an item from the Astral Wilderness in this small auction house. The auctioneer had whetted everyone's appetite, and as the crowd cheered, he took out a transparent metal object. Within the metal was a strange-looking gun. Are you looking to die? You're actually trying to fool us with a broken gun. Old man, I think you don't want to stay in the Sea King's dome anymore. It's just a broken gun. Astral Wilderness? I can buy countless of them with a single sentence. Countless curses were heard, but the auctioneer wasn't surprised. He raised his hand and gestured, "Everyone, no matter how bold this auction house is, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. This gun really does come from the Astral Wilderness and..." He paused for a moment and then smiled. "This gun's power exceeds 80,000. That one sentence shocked everyone. Lu Yin's body stiffened and he looked over in shock. How was this possible? It was just a gun. Currently, the most powerful gun in the universe only had a destructive power of 20,000. After all, the gun was small and the materials used were limited. It was not like a warship that could launch an attack with a destructive power of more than 100,000. I know that it's hard for everyone to believe, but our auction house has already demonstrated it for everyone." The auctioneer clapped his hands and a screen appeared. It was a scene of a person lifting a gun and firing it. A bullet shot out from the gun, and it was a very ancient method of attack. It was a physical bullet, and the moment the bullet came into contact with its target, it would explode and produce a huge destructive force that distorted the void. On the side, the power level indicator continued to rise until it finally stopped at 80,000. Everyone fell silent as the gun really did have a destructive power of 80,000. Suddenly the crowd grew excited. The gun was small and did not attract much attention, especially when used against powerhouses. No one would care about a gun, but if this gun had a power level of 80,000, then it would be a different story. Even a peak cruiser would have the confidence to speak with such a weapon. After all, there were not many hunters in the universe and it was not easy to encounter one. Explorers and cruisers were different, and they were often encountered. A gun was equivalent to having a peak cruiser protecting you. "Are you selling this gun or the technology to make it?" someone asked from one of the VIP rooms upstairs. Everyone looked at the auctioneer. The auctioneer replied, "We're selling this gun. We don't have the technology to make it, and the powerhouse who provided the gun also obtained it by accident in the Astral Wilderness." "How many bullets can this gun fire?" someone asked. "There are dots of light on the handle, and each dot represents a bullet. There are 23 left," the auctioneer said with his head held high. Many people gasped. 23 bullets meant 23 attacks with a power level of 80,000. That was more than enough for most people. "Cut the crap and start selling," someone said impatiently. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 443. The auctioneer smiled. Alright, let's begin the auction for this gun. However, before we start, I must remind everyone not to try to disassemble it. This gun's manufacturing technique is very strange, and rashly disassembling it will easily destroy the gun and cause the internal bullets to explode. Aside from hunters, there shouldn't be many people who can survive 23 bullets with a power level of 80,000. Many people paled as it was obvious that they had been planning to disassemble the gun, but they had been frightened by the auctioneer's words. Actually, most people were not stupid. If they could obtain the technique, then the auction house would not sell it. If they dared to sell it, then it meant that they could not obtain the technique. Let the auction begin. The starting price is 500 star essence, the auctioneer shouted, and the bidding continued. Although 500 star essence was expensive, many people would rather spend that money than save their lives. It didn't take long for the price to soar to over 1,000 star essence. Everyone who dared to participate in the Sea King's Dome's auction was rich, and Lu Yin sighed. At this moment he felt that old Kai's price for the money bomb was too good. The money bomb's power level was over 100,000, and 3 of them were only worth 100 star essence. Lu Yin felt that he had misunderstood old Kai, as the man was not that greedy. After the price broke through 1,000 star essence, it slowly came to a stop. This was already a huge sum, as the Blackbeard pirates would only be able to offer 1,000 star essence to the Blackbeard pirates. 1,200 cubic meters. 1,300. 1,500. The bidding gradually died down and only the VIP rooms were bidding. The crowd below could only watch the show. It was not that they could not afford the price, but that the price had already exceeded the value of the gun. A gun without the technique was not worth that much. Finally, the room to the left of Lu Yin raised the price to 2,000, but no one dared to bid. Lu Yin made his move and pressed a button to increase the price by 50. The crowd did not expect anyone to compete, and neither did the room to the left. He immediately increased the price by 200 star essence, as if he was determined to obtain the gun. Lu Yin pressed the button again. The other party increased the price by another 100. This process repeated until the price finally reached 3,000 star essence. Many people were shocked, as this price was enough to hire a peak cruiser as a bodyguard for a period of time. During that period of time, there was no limit to the number of times a person could attack. The price far exceeded this gun, and the price was still rising. 4,000 star essence. The person in the room on the left was clearly impatient, and he immediately raised the price. Lu Yin did not mind, and he pressed the button to add another 50. Come on, let's compete with money. You're competing with the Sea King. Forget about this gun, even the entire Sea King's dome belongs to you. Seventh brother, this gun won't be of much use to you, right? Why must you buy it? After Lu Yin had broken through to the peak of the Lemiter realm, Lu Yin had removed the seal on him. The monkey had been sealed off for 3 months, and he had been so angry that he had not spoken for an entire day. Now he could no longer hold himself back. Lu Yin replied, I bought it for Min Yen to protect herself. The monkey rolled his eyes as he really hadn't expected this. Have you thought it through? You've already spent more than 10,000 star essence. Aren't you afraid of attracting the Sea King's attention? What's there to be afraid of? Lulu surpassed that long ago. She'll probably surpass 20,000 in a day, Lu Yin said casually. Ghost Monkey thought about it and agreed. The one on the left didn't expect Lu Yin to continue competing and raised the price by another 500, but Lu Yin continued to press the button unhurriedly. This was the life of the rich, buying without asking for the price. The crowd below was stunned as this price was too high. Since the establishment of this auction house, such a high price had rarely appeared, and even the auctioneer had stopped. Thud, thud, thud. Come in, Lu Yin said casually as he looked down. The person who had arrived was from the auction house, and he tactfully asked Lu Yin to provide proof of his assets. Lu Yin immediately took out his token and waved it, but the other party simply left and went to another room. The price had already risen to 5,000 star essence, and Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. Was there a need to spend so much money on a gun? He had the Sea King reimbursing him, so did the other party? That would be troublesome. If he continued to compete like this, he wouldn't be able to obtain a result even by the next morning. If the Sea King wasn't reimbursing him, then there was only one explanation. The other party either knew the origins of the gun, or they were confident that they could disassemble it and study it. If they could, then the value of the gun would not be simple. The strange thing was, why didn't the owner of the gun sell it at a larger auction house? There would definitely be people who would want to buy it and study it, and the price would definitely be very high. Thud, thud, thud. There was another round of knocking and this time a young man entered. He was stunned when he saw Lu Yin as he clearly recognized him. Lu Yin's reputation in the universe was quite high, especially among the younger generation. "Oh, it's Representative Lu," the young man greeted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this person called him Representative Lu, was he from the 10 Arbiters Council? "And you are?" "I'm Sun Tao from the Sun family from the Ascension Flow Zone," the young man replied politely. Lu Yin suddenly understood. "I was wondering who could be so rich. So it's the Sun family that's competing with me for that gun." He pressed on the button and continued to compete. Sun Tao awkwardly replied, "We didn't expect Representative Lu to be here either. If we had known, we would have definitely come to visit." Lu Yin's goal was obvious. He wanted Lu Yin to give up on the gun. Lu Yin had interacted with Sun Jiong before, and the gun wasn't that important to him. Actually, he could give it up, but Sun Jiong's attitude towards him on the ship had left a bad taste in his mouth. Although Lu Yin didn't mind, that attitude made it clear that they weren't on the same side. There was no need for them to be friends and they would fight for their own things. Lu Yin also had use for a weapon with a power level of 80,000. "Brother Sun, you're too polite. The Sun family even helped the Great Yu Empire denounce the Ross Empire, so we're all on the same side." Sun Tao's eyes lit up and he was about to speak when Lu Yin continued, "Right, Brother Sun, can you do me a favor? Give up on that gun. It's very important to me and we're all on the same side. I'm sure that Brother Sun won't refuse." Sun Tao was stunned as Lu Yin had taken the initiative to speak. He thought about it and said, "Representative Lu, you should know that the Sun family specializes in mechanisms, and that gun is also useful to the Sun family. I wonder if Representative Lu can make things easier for us? If you have any problems in the future, you can contact the Sun family." Lu Yin snickered inwardly, as Sun Jiong's attitude towards him had explained everything. Sun Tao didn't have as high a status as Sun Jiong, and his words were nothing more than empty promises. He was just toying with Lu Yin. "That's difficult. This gun is also very important to me." He pressed the button again, and the price outside had already risen to nearly 6,000 star essence. Sun Tao's expression turned ugly. "Representative Lu, can't you give the Sun family some face? The Sun family did help the Great Yu Empire in the past. Brother Sun, you haven't forgotten what happened on Shinwu continent, right? I was the one who saved your Sun family's successor, Sun Jiong. Why don't you make things easier for me and consider it as repayment for saving Sun Jiong's life?" Lu Yin smiled. Sun Tao took a deep breath and his face sank. "If that's the case, then we can only use money to decide who's better." Lu Yin nodded and took out the Sea King's token. "Yes, let's use money to decide who's better." Sun Tao was stunned when he saw the token. How could they compete? Even if they gave up the entire Sun family, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the Sea King. He had accompanied Sun Jiong here, so how could he not know that the Sea King's token could be used for expenses? Sun Jiong also had one, but he was truly participating in the selection, so how could he lose it? Even if he wanted to use it now, it was too late since Sun Jiong wasn't around. "Representative Lu, tomorrow is the day of the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Aren't you afraid of angering the Sea King by wantonly squandering the token?" Sun Tao couldn't help but threaten. Lu Yin waved a hand. "You're overthinking things. What kind of person is the Sea King? Why would he care about a mere few tens of thousands of essence? It looks like the Sun family isn't that wealthy after all. Poverty has limited your imagination." Sun Tao was furious, but he was also shocked. From what Lu Yin had said, this person's bottom line was actually a few tens of thousands of essence. They hadn't brought that much money with them when they left. "Fine. Since Representative Lu isn't willing to give the Sun family face, I'll report it myself. Take care, Representative Lu." He then turned and left. Lu Yin sneered, as this was his personality. If Sun Jiong's attitude towards him was bad, then he wouldn't be friendly. If Watermoon Villa had asked him to give up, then he would have done so without a second thought. Sun Jiong could only blame himself for having such a bad attitude towards him. Although he had taken advantage of the situation when he had forced those people to sign the agreement, he had still saved them, so it could be considered a transaction. "Well done, seventh bro. I just can't stand that Sun Jiong, but you've also offended a family," the monkey commented. Lu Yin smiled. "There are too many families in the universe and I don't need to wander around if I'm afraid of offending others. I've even offended the Day-Night clan, so why should I be afraid of the Sun family?" "That's true." In the end, the spear was sold for 6,700 star essence, which was a sky-high price for the item itself. Even if Lu Yin didn't have to pay for it himself, he still felt his heart ache. Including this spear, he had spent a total of 15,000 star essence over the past 3 days. Fortunately, he hadn't spent as much as Lulu, as she had definitely spent more than 20,000 star essence. Lu Yin walked out of the auction house and looked up at the sky. It was already dark, and the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin in about 10 hours. These past 3 days had been very fulfilling. Within the auction house, Sun Tao watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a gloomy expression. Behind him, a middle-aged man said, "The family had ordered us to bring the item back. Now that it's in his hands, it'll be difficult to get it back." Sun Tao coldly replied, "It doesn't matter. This person definitely won't be able to become the Sea King's son-in-law. As long as he leaves the Sea King's dome, he'll have a chance." He suddenly thought of something and his lips curled up. Just as Lu Yin was about to return to the manor to rest, a giant screen of light rose into the sky and blocked out the sun. Everyone looked up and saw the scene of the 5 skyfall cascades on the screen. There were several names at the bottom of each skyfall cascade, and Lu Yin also found his name. It was at the bottom of the southeastern skyfall cascade. At the top of the skyfall cascade was a gate, and behind it was a spear that had been stabbed into the ground. Those who traverse the skyfall cascades and pull out the Sea King's trident are qualified to become the Sea King's son-in-law. A loud voice boomed throughout the Sea King's dome, causing the Starfall Sea to churn. Everyone was excited. Was the Sea King's son-in-law selection beginning early? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 444. The entire Sea King's dome was in an uproar, and everyone looked at the screen in the sky excitedly. They wondered what kind of powerhouse would be drawn out this time. Some vaguely remembered that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had once taken place, but that had been a long time ago. There wasn't just one giant screen in the sky, there were many more floating screens that illuminated every section of the Skyfall Cascade. It was as if this was a grand festival that only the Sea King's dome could host. At the same time, at the highest point of the Sea King's dome, a tall girl wearing a blue muslin dress appeared and looked down. She was the Sea King's daughter, Hai Chi-Chi. Behind her were 4 maids. "Seventh elder sister, it's about to begin," one of the maids said excitedly. Another maid whispered, "Seventh sister, do you want to meet those handsome guys first?" The maids were looking forward to it. Hai Chi-Chi's gaze was calm. "We'll see. This time we have to choose one or else we really won't be able to leave." "That's right, seventh sister. Since you have to choose one, why don't you choose one that's very handsome and pleasing to the eye? Don't pick those who are strong and powerful. No one would dare to hurt you anyway." "That's right. If you're really strong, why don't you look for the top 30 of the top 100 rankings? They're much stronger than these people." Hai Chi-Chi's eyes were bright as she looked down. Hai Dashao and Starsabil had yet to leave the Skyfall Cascade. Halfway up the mountain there was a beautiful lake. All the handsome guys who had been brought here to qualify were gathered here. Xia Luo, Sun Jiong and Heart Phoenix were all here. At this moment they were also looking at the screen. At the waist of the Sea King's mountain, Lulu, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the others found a steep cliff and began munching on a bunch of snacks. Everyone thought that the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin early. However, when he reached the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he discovered that it had been sealed and he could not enter. This meant that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had yet to begin. Someone else had arrived before Lu Yin, and it was a man with a calm expression. This person had arrived at the Sea King's dome a month before Lu Yin's group. The Sea King's dome ships had already made multiple trips back and forth. Lu Yin's group was not the first, but they were the last. There were a total of 5 names on the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. Based on that, there were roughly 25 people on the 5 Skyfall Cascades. In order to qualify, one had to be at least as strong as a cruiser, and there weren't many people in the entire universe who were under the age of 25. According to the rankings, the top 100 rankings was the highest ranking. There were very few people who were able to make it to the top 100 rankings and still be under the age of 25. Qin Shin was the only one known to have done so. Someone had previously said that Northgate Lai would appear, but since he was over 25 years old, he was unable to participate in the Sea King's selection. Next up was Ling Quebec. Although he was only a Lemeter, he was still an absolute freak. His true power level surpassed that of a normal cruiser, and he was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin was also at this level, but they would have to battle to determine who was stronger between them and Qin Shin. Below them were the geniuses who had reached the explorer realm before the age of 25 who had barely touched upon the power of a cruiser. There weren't many such geniuses in the entire universe, and the person in front of him was one of them. When he saw Lu Yin, a hint of battle intent appeared in the man's eyes. He was an explorer, but in the eyes of others he was inferior to this Lemeter in front of him. No one would be able to accept this, and the man was eager to battle Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in the water and his gaze shifted. Within his domain he could sense another powerful force approaching him. 1,000 meters behind him, a short man slowly walked over. It was another explorer. This person was less than a meter tall, which was quite astonishing. Lu Yin had seen people like him before. During Earth's trial, a student named Parlai had also been like him. He remembered that Parlai had come from planet Third Gravity, and the blind monk from the 13 Imperial Squadrons had also come from planet Third Gravity. What caught Lu Yin's attention was that this person's physical strength was extraordinary. It was a pity that he didn't dare to fill his eyes with star energy while he was at the Sea King's dome, as that would cause him to be injured. However, even if he couldn't see the rune lines, he could still sense that this person's physical strength was extremely powerful. Within his domain, the thundering of this person's heart was extraordinary. To be able to approach the cruiser realm at such a young age, no matter what realm one was at, was not simple at all. To these two people, Lu Yin was the most freakish of them all. After all, he was only a Lemeter, which was equivalent to crossing over 2 realms. Furthermore, he had crossed over into the realm of space exploring. In the northeast, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, several people had already appeared. They were all quite far from each other, and they were all wary of each other. Suddenly there was a commotion. Lin-K, I love you. Lin-K, you're the best. Lin-K, I love you. Lin-K, you're the best. Lin-K, I love you. Lin-K, you're the best. The commotion was very sudden, and it startled quite a few people, including Northgate Lai, who was standing not too far away. Even he was startled, and his expression turned ugly as he stared at a group of gorgeously dressed girls. These girls were the ones who had suddenly shouted. Ling K had appeared, and he confidently walked out of the void. With a casual wave of his hand, his K's mighty slash revolved around his body, stirring up a cool breeze that sliced through the seawater as if to welcome his arrival. The Lingling clan's innate gift was something that even the Day-Night clan feared, and Ling K had gathered the world's spiritual energy into his body. Not only did he have an exquisite and handsome appearance, but he also had unparalleled strength. He was the dream of countless girls. After the Day-Night feast, his reputation had grown even more resounding, and his fan club had also grown even stronger. Ling K himself did not feel any disgust, and he actually enjoyed the girls' cheers. The originally solemn Skyfall Cascade bottom, where a battle was about to break out at any moment, was completely ruined by the girls' cheers. Ling K raised his hand to his lips and blew them a kiss. The girls' fan club cheered excitedly as they fainted one after another. Countless people felt a headache coming on. In the upper reaches of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi-Chi was stunned. Hai Da-Xiao's expression turned ugly. What does this guy think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? The Lingling clan is too arrogant. Starsabil smiled. They're a peak powerhouse after all. It's understandable that they have some personality. On a cliff halfway up the mountain, Big Pow was jealous. That bastard must have spent money to hire his own fan club. Speaking of which, should we hire one for Brother Lu as well? Coco was delighted. Of course. Let's go hire one. It'll be fun. Lulu waved the Sea King's medallion. I'll pay for it. This can't be reimbursed. Michelle's tone was indifferent. Why not? Lulu was stunned. Michelle helplessly replied, the medallion will be useless once the selection begins. Lulu snorted. That's fine. Go and hire them. I have money and I have plenty of money. Just hire the pretty ones. Aren't they ready-made? Let's go and poach them. Big Pow excitedly pointed at Ling K's fan club. Lulu waved her hand. Go. Michelle felt a headache coming on. She had a feeling that this group of people was about to stir up trouble, and she hoped that Ling K would not get too agitated. At the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, Qin Shin appeared. As one of the few absolute geniuses in the top 100 rankings who were below the age of 25, he was like a firefly in the night, glowing wherever he went. His ranking was not at the bottom, and he had countless admirers. Although he did not have a fan club like Ling K, there were still many who supported him. Even Hai Da Xiao had a good impression of him, as he was a man of principles and was open and aboveboard. Qin Chen's appearance alerted the other competitors at the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. They looked at each other and made a decision. At the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong slowly arrived with a wooden flute in his hand. He was very calm and there was no trace of a powerhouse's aura. Even when he arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he did not attract much attention. On the other hand, Lan Yu attracted a lot of attention. Although his chances were not as great as Qin Chen's and he had not entered the top 100 rankings, as the younger brother of the Divine Fist, he received more attention than anyone else. Lan Dao, who was following behind Lan Yu, did not attract much attention. However, when the two arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong's gaze went past Lan Yu and landed on Lan Dao. A trace of astonishment appeared in the depths of his eyes. The northernmost Skyfall Cascade was the calmest, as there were no famous powerhouses. There were also the fewest people, with only 4 people, so they did not attract much attention. The only person who could attract attention was a masked person. His age and appearance were unknown, but since he had been qualified, he was clearly below the age of 25 and was comparable to a cruiser. At the bottom of the 5 Skyfall Cascades, the qualified powerhouses appeared one after another. Some of them might not be as famous as Lu Yin, Qin Chen and the others, but they were definitely famous in their own regions. Countless people from the Sea King's Dome were paying attention to this selection, and everyone had their own supporters. Feng Yimou looked at Lu Yin's image on the screen with a cold gaze. Beside him, Bo Sr. had arrived at some point in time. The two did not speak, but they were both prepared. The moment Lu Yin and the others left the Sea King's Dome, they would make their move. Big Pao and Little Pao would not be able to escape, as Bo Sr. had already set his sights on them. On the other side, Northgate Lai had not expected to see Lu Yin here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 445. Big Pao's eyes lit up as he liked this phrase. This was the reason why he wanted to befriend Lulu, as she was definitely a tycoon. Lin Ke, I love you. Lin Ke, you're the best. Lin Ke, I love you. Lin Ke, you're the best. The loud cheers from the girls' cheerleaders caused the area to become empty, and the appearance of Big Pao's trio was rather eye-catching. What are you doing? A girl who seemed to be the leader glared fiercely at Big Pao. The other girls also looked over, but only a portion of them were cheering. Most of them were still very professional. Big Pao coughed and solemnly asked, "Everyone, how much will it cost to hire you?" Coco glanced at Ling K worriedly. He was very handsome and perhaps she really did like him. Her senior was being too impetuous and he should have slowly probed her. 1 star essence per person per day, the girl said decisively, which stunned Coco and Lulu. This was too fast. Couldn't she be a little more reserved? Big Pao was stunned as well. That's too expensive. The girl disdainfully replied, "We'll be wandering the universe every day. Is that expensive?" Big Pao agreed with her. After all, they would be wandering the universe together, and 300 star essence per year was not expensive. After all, cheering them on required a lot of effort and they would even be risking their lives. However, there were too many people here and there were at least 100 of them. He turned to look at Lulu. Lulu waved her hand. "Pay up and hire us for a day." The girl raised a hand. "Wait, if we're hired by you, it'll be the same as betraying young Master Ling Quebec. We'll also have to pay a penalty fee of 100 star essence." Big Pao's mouth twitched. There was even a penalty fee? Ling K was really shameless. Lulu sneered, as she had more than enough money to spend. Beneath the Skyfall Cascade, Ling K was very pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had come out this time, or else he would still be stuck in the Lingling clan's territory. How could it compare to adventuring in the universe? He looked up and saw Qin Chen and Lu Yin on the screen. All of them were people he wanted to defeat, especially Qin Chen, who was an expert on the top 100 rankings. Defeating Qin Chen would allow him to enter the top 100 rankings, which was perfect. As for whether or not he wanted to marry the Sea King's daughter, that would depend on the woman's looks. It would not do if her looks were not compatible with the Sea King's, but there was one troublesome aspect. If he pulled out the Sea King's trident but did not want to marry her, he would offend the Sea King. Although the Lingling clan did not fear anyone, it was best not to offend the Sea King. Just as he was thinking, the air suddenly became very quiet. Wait, where are the fanatical shouts? Ling K suddenly realized that something was amiss. He turned around to look at the shore, only to discover that his cheerleading squad had disappeared. Luin, I love you. Luin, you're the best. Luin, I love you. Luin, you're the best. At the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade to the southeast, the powerful female support group had arrived. Then they cleared the area. Everyone had been scared away by the fanatical clamor. It wasn't just on the shore, even at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Luin and the others were shocked. Luin stared blankly at the shore. What was going on? At this moment, everyone in the Sea King's dome was staring at the screen in the sky, which was showing the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. They then looked at Ling Quebec. What was the meaning of this? Did the girls' fan club fall in love with someone else? No matter who it was, everyone was attracted by this farce, including Hai Chi-Chi, Hai Dashao, and Starsabil. Everyone was at a loss. Michelle face-bombed, feeling rather helpless. Hui Day Night, Zhao Yilong, and the others were also stunned. They had thought that Big Pao and Lulu were just joking, but they were actually serious. Luin opened his mouth to say something, but he did not know what was going on. His face was filled with confusion and stupefaction. Seventh bro, I've always felt that the most despicable person is invincible. What were you doing when you blocked me? Also, why do I feel like I've been blocked for a long time? It's only been a day. Tell me, did you spend money on these women? You're too narcissistic, the monkey said strangely. Lu Yin's head hurt. It was a real headache. Suddenly he saw Big Pao give him a thumbs up from the shore. He instantly understood and rushed over to Big Pao. What are you doing? Lu Yin asked angrily. He felt like the entire Sea King's dome was laughing at him, and he was truly angry. Big Pao patted his chest. Don't worry. With Senior here, no one can compare to you in terms of aura. I don't want these. Let them go. No, I've already paid for them. No, they truly think that you're handsome and that they truly love you. Stop talking nonsense and let them disgust others. Don't forget that we came to the Sea King's dome to avoid being hunted down, not to participate in the selection. Junior, no matter what you do, you have to give it your all, Big Pao said seriously. To the side, Coco cheered for Lu Yin while Lulu arrogantly said, I paid for it, so it can't be wasted. Lu Yin was furious, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. No matter how bored Big Pao and Lulu were, they would not do something like this, especially when they were being hunted down. They really did want him to become the Sea King's son-in-law, which was why they had attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome. Are you guys forcing me? Lu Yin's tone became much colder. Big Pao's expression changed and he awkwardly asked, Junior, what are you talking about? Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. You guys have attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome, including the Sea Kings. Your goal is to force me to give it my all and participate in the selection, right? Junior, don't spout nonsense. Who can force you? Even if you purposely fail, no one can say anything. It's all up to you, Big Pao said solemnly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The main point is that group of girls. They're Ling K's people and you guys purposely snatched them away. With his personality, he'll definitely find a way to cause trouble for me. If I don't give it my all, I'll definitely lose. The entire universe will rank me below him, and that's something I can't accept. Big Pao was embarrassed and he glanced at Lulu. Lulu rolled her eyes, but she did not say anything. Only Coco looked at Big Pao in shock. Senior, we're not playing around. Humph, they're playing around, but they're playing with me. Lu Yin's tone was rather unpleasant, as he did not like being forced by others. Big Pao and Lulu were right, and he definitely could not accept being ranked below Ling Quebec. This was because Ling K had been praised by the Day-Night clan during the Day-Night banquet, and Night Queen Yanqing was the one who had attacked him. Big Pao spread out his hands. Junior, you're overthinking things. With Qin Qin around, you might not succeed even if you try your best. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lulu added. Lu Yin glared at the two. No matter what, take these girls away, or we'll break off our relationship. Is it that serious? Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Lu Yin turned to leave as he really could not stand the girls' support group. Although they were all very pretty and youthful, it was too embarrassing. There was one person who was even angrier than Lu Yin, and that was Ling Quebec. He knew that countless people were laughing at him, as everyone knew that he had been the one who had hired these girls. It was too embarrassing. Lu Yin, you bastard. Just you wait. Senior, what should we do? Coco was lost. Big Pao had a headache as he did not know either. The money's already been paid, so we can't waste it, Lulu said as she looked at the screen in the sky. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Coco. I remember you saying that Mu Rong is here as well, right? Coco nodded and then looked at Mu Rong on the screen with sympathy. Not long after, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Everyone was speechless. Both Lu Yin and Ling Ke were stunned. Mu Rong had been calmly standing in the water, and he had not even looked up once during the farce that had just occurred. But now, he was stunned as he looked at the girls' support group not too far away. He did not know what to do and was momentarily lost. Michelle stared at Mu Rong in a daze. She did not know what she was thinking when she saw Mu Rong's dazed expression. Mu Rong had always given off the feeling that he was detached from worldly affairs, and he had also been hurt in the past. His feelings had always been sealed off, so who would have thought that such a cold and emotionless person would suddenly have a support group? Even Michelle could not stand the strong contrast. I never thought that Mu Rong would be the final winner. You can't judge a book by its cover, someone lamented. It was clearly the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but it had been turned into a farce of a fight over the girls' support group. Everyone was discussing the girls' support group, and they had completely forgotten about the Sea King's daughter. Hai Dashao was furious and he glared at the girls' support group. Hai Chichi was furious as well as she had actually been forgotten. She was the main character. Ling Ke glared at Mu Rong. So it was you, you bastard. Don't even think about running away. Just as Michelle had thought, Mu Rong was detached from worldly affairs. Although he had been disgusted by the girls' support group, he had managed to hold on and did not care about them at all. The girls' support group now had a stable supporter, and that was Mu Rong. Below the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. So this person was Mu Rong. He was indeed calm and magnanimous. As he thought about it, he glanced at Ling Ke on another screen and saw that he could not hide his anger. Lu Yin felt a little sympathy for him. Could it be that this guy was not in the right state of mind because he had lost his support group? How pitiful. After this farce, the night sky of the Sea King's dome was no longer calm and time slowly passed. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, and the energy that had isolated the Skyfall Cascade disappeared. Everyone looked over. The Sea King's son-in-law selection had officially begun. Below the 5 Skyfall Cascades, everyone rushed towards the top of the cascade. The river water roared and flowed rapidly, but it was nothing to these powerhouses. They all rushed forward rather quickly, but they were only slightly faster. They could not tear through the void because the void of the Skyfall Cascade had been stabilized. The entire void was many times more resilient than the outside world. Not to mention tearing through the void, they could not even retrieve items from their cosmic rings. This discovery shocked everyone, as this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. A cosmic ring was formed by a super powerhouse compressing a region of space. In theory, it was similar to the subspace of Shenwu continent. If one wanted to retrieve items from within, they would have to open up this subspace. However, the space within the Skyfall Cascade was suppressed by an absolute force, which rendered cosmic rings useless. Not only that, but due to the suppression of space, everyone's speed, power, and destructive power were all reduced. For example, an explorer might be able to destroy a planet with his full strength, but he could not do so within the Skyfall Cascade. I heard that you also lost to Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, but now you're siding with him. Is this the tradition of the Phoenix family? Sun Jiong asked coldly. Heart Phoenix sneered. My Phoenix family's people lose and win. We won't stab each other in the back unlike your Sun family. You like to borrow someone else's knife to kill and you always fail. Ah. Sun Jiong did not reply. On the other side, Xiao Luo smiled as he looked at Sun Jiong. He did not know how Lu Yin had offended the Sun family. Although the Sun family did not participate in the disputes between the various great powers, they were still very troublesome. Their mechanisms were used in many areas and they had a lot of potential. Just as Heart Phoenix had said, the Sun family was adept at scheming behind people's backs. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Hai Dashao looked at Lu Yin on a screen, deep in thought. What do you think of this person? Star Sibyl suddenly asked. Hai Dashao calmly replied, he's showing off his abilities. You don't like him? Star Sibyl looked at Hai Dashao, her eyes bright. Hai Dashao clasped his hands behind his back. He has nothing to do with me so I can't say whether I like him or not. However, he's still a youngster and showing off his abilities is better than hiding too much. He paused. I remember that he defeated Tianho, but Tianho cannot be defeated with brute strength. This person's technique is strange. Star Sibyl smiled. Let's wait and see. Perhaps he'll bring you a pleasant surprise. Haidashao did not think much of it. This person was very strong and his physical strength could even break through mechanisms, but so what? At most, he would only be able to match an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He looked towards the Skyfall Cascade to the northeast, where Ling Ke and another person were. Cheng Wu was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings, and he was the strongest out of everyone present. He was also the one with the highest chance of pulling out the Sea King's trident. Lu Yin was far from being able to compare to Cheng Wu. However, Ling Ke was the unluckiest as he could not even cross the Skyfall Cascade. Even now, he still did not know of Cheng Wu's existence. As he thought about this, Haidashao looked at Ling Ke with interest. Compared to Lu Yin, he was more interested in Ling Quebec. After all, the Lingling clan's innate gift was just too powerful. If not for the fact that they were so few in number, their power would definitely surpass that of the Day-Night clan. They were a terrifying clan. Furthermore, very few people knew that one of the 10 arbiters was from the Lingling clan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 447. Ling Ke was in a very bad mood. Without the girls' support group, he was not in his best condition. 2 people had joined forces to attack him, and he could see that Lu Yin had defeated 2 experts on the screen, but he had not done so. Didn't they say that he was inferior to Lu Yin? Ling Ke was displeased. He swung out his K's mighty slash and cut off one of the expert's arms, causing fresh blood to splatter across the Skyfall Cascade. The Lingling clan's innate gifts were truly terrifying, and K's mighty slash was a combination of 10 innate gifts. Even in the Skyfall Cascade, which was suppressed by the void, the K's mighty slash could still rely on its innate gift to travel through it. This was also the reason why Ling Ke's mighty slash had been able to instantly defeat one of the opponents. The other person was immediately enraged, and countless legends about the Lingling clan appeared in his mind. He subconsciously distanced himself from Ling Quebec. Ling Ke sneered and looked up. When he saw the girls cheering for Mu Rong, his mood worsened once more. K's mighty slash flickered and disappeared, and the expert who had been fighting against Ling Ke felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late. A large wound opened up at his waist, and he had almost been cut in half. Ling Ke's ruthless attacks had instantly defeated 2 experts, which shocked countless people. Lu Yin had defeated them one by one, but Ling Ke had defeated 2 of them in an instant. Many people felt that Ling Ke was much stronger than Lu Yin. Mu Rong and Lan Yu's battle also attracted quite a few people, but it was not intense. Mu Rong seemed to be on the defensive the entire time, as if he had no interest in defeating Lan Yu. Lan Yu's attacks did not slow down, but he still could not defeat Mu Rong. This made Lan Yu feel helpless. He was an explorer and the younger brother of one of the 10 arbiters, but he could not even defeat a Lemiter. This filled him with a sense of defeat. If you don't want to fight back, then why don't you participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Isn't it better to withdraw? Lan Yu glared at Mu Rong. Mu Rong remained calm and flipped the wooden flute in his hand. If you can defeat me, then bring it on. Lan Yu's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. He bent his legs and roared as 4-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body. Layers upon layers of battle force spread out, and his body's toughness was enhanced. He raised his hands and shouted, 30 stacks, shockwave palm. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lan Yu used the same 30 stacks technique as Lu Yin and slammed it towards Mu Rong. 30 stacks was the Divine Fist's record in the Astral Combat Academy, and it was precisely because Lu Yin had equaled 30 stacks that he had become known as the unequaled Lemiter of the younger generation. Lan Yu had only been able to reach 30 stacks after becoming an explorer, and he had even used his battle force to support himself. Regardless, he had still managed to do it. The strength of 30 stacks was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, and Lu Yin had relied on 30 stacks to defeat Yen Feng and Beizer's combined attack. Facing 30 stacks, shock flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. His expression was solemn. Even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to win if he was hit by 30 stacks. The wooden flute spun and transformed into a gentle wind that wrapped around Lan Yu's palms. Lan Yu's palms struck out, but they were blocked by Mu Rong's wooden flute. Mu Rong dragged Lan Yu back and 30 stacks smashed into the shore, creating a huge hole in the heavenly stream. Lan Yu's entire body was thrown out by Mu Rong, and he almost fell out of the heavenly stream. If he did not know this person well, he would have thought that this person was trying to compete for the chance to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Also, if he could not beat Mu Rong, then the others were none of his business. Mu Rong did not stop Zhang Dingtian. Even though they had only interacted for an instant, he could feel Zhang Dingtian's indomitable will to battle. This sort of person would not resort to cheap tricks. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhang Dingtian was indeed Zhang Dingtian. His magnanimity matched his blade's will, and perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he had become so strong. Everyone had spirit, and the Sandmaster had once said that the foundation of battle force was spirit. Zhang Dingtian's spirit in the way of the blade was unparalleled, which was why he was so strong. His strength came from his perseverance. Others might think that his perseverance was foolish, but who could truly understand him? Seventh bro, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be robbed. The monkey shouted. Zhang Dingtian had also arrived, and he did not know if there would be a battle in the Skyfall Cascade. He was suddenly filled with anticipation for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Regardless of whether it was Mu Rong, Lu Yin, Qin Chen, or Ling Ke, all of them attracted the attention of many. These were only the 4 Skyfall Cascades. There was one more that almost no one paid attention to, the Northern Skyfall Cascade. However, there was only one person left on this Skyfall Cascade. That's strange. Why is there only one person on the Northern Skyfall Cascade? Someone exclaimed. Many people only reacted after hearing this, and they all looked over. Sure enough, there was only one person on that Skyfall Cascade heading upwards at a leisurely pace. There were no other competitors. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 448. Look, someone's here. One of the sharp-eyed people saw a man on the banks of the Heavenspan River. His face was deathly pale, and there was an exaggerated wound on his chest. He was struggling to support himself on the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. Brother, how did you lose? Only one person remained? Someone shouted. The heavily injured man spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground in a sorry state. He smiled bitterly. I'll let you face Faceless. Why don't you try? Faceless? Someone was confused. Another person beside him cried out, Faceless? The 72nd Faceless on the top 100 rankings? The heavily injured man nodded and then looked up at the screen. Coincidentally, the remaining person on the screen looked up, revealing a horrifically ugly face that scared many people. This person's facial features were flat, and he looked extremely ugly. He held a 2-meter-long black blade in his hand that fell into the river. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. It's him. That's right, it's Faceless, 72nd on the top 100 rankings. He's the one with the mask. Someone recognized him. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn over. Qin Chen was 72nd on the top 100 rankings, and the strongest person to have appeared so far was only ranked 88th. There was a difference of more than 10 places, and no one had expected such a powerhouse to appear. In the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi-Chi covered her mouth in shock. How can there be such a person? He's too scary. Behind her, the 4 maids were pale. Sister Chi, we can't let him pull out the Sea King's trident. Otherwise his life will be ruined. That's right, Sister Chi. Hurry up and think of something. He's the only one on the Northern Skyfall Cascade, so he'll definitely pass through. We're doomed. Hai Chi-Chi shouted exaggeratedly, Nonsense, of course we have to think of something. I, Hai Chi-Chi, am as beautiful as a flower, so how could I possibly marry a big flat cake? It's obvious that he's been punished by the heavens, and there's something wrong with his character. The maids were speechless. Just because he was ugly did not mean that there was something wrong with his character. Faceless appearance did not surprise Hai Dashao, as he had long since known that no one could hide from him. However, he was not worried, as even if Faceless pulled out the Sea King's trident, Hai Chi-Chi could choose not to accept it. This was the Sea King's dome, and pulling out the trident was just a qualification. It did not guarantee that one would become the Sea King's son-in-law. Starsabil stared at Faceless, a trace of doubt and conjecture in the depths of her eyes. The hidden experts of the Sea King's son-in-law selection were gradually being exposed. It was not just Faceless, but also Qin Qin, who had attracted the most attention in the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. The moment Faceless was exposed, Qin Qin had also encountered a powerful enemy. A section of the heavenly stream was frozen by ice that resembled flames. White mist rose from it. Parts of the river surged past, while other parts were frozen, causing the layer of ice to grow higher and higher. Beneath the layer of ice was a young man with an indifferent expression. He held a silvery white spear in his hand, and the body of the spear was engraved with the image of a 5-ringed plum blossom. If Lu Yin had seen this, he would have definitely remembered it. During the war with Fire's Melt Planet, an explorer named Yen Yen had sealed himself in ice after Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed. Shuashan Anna had recognized him as someone from the Royal Frost Continent, as the symbol of the Royal Frost Continent was the 5-ringed plum blossom. The Royal Frost Continent was a hidden power within the blazing mist flow zone, and it was located in a hidden space just like the Shenwu continent. The only difference was that the Royal Frost Continent's power was comparable to the Blaze Realms, which was why it had not been encircled. Above the layer of ice was Qin Qin. He was an expert ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and at this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Qin Qin had not expected to meet such a powerful enemy in the heavenly stream. This person was very strong. The indifferent man suddenly thrust his spear forward, piercing through the layer of ice and heading straight for Qin Qin. The spear froze everything in its path, and even the void was frozen. Qin Qin's eyes went wide and he raised a hand, causing his star energy to form an inescapable net that covered the entire area. The man's spear pierced through the net, but it only froze a little before it was unable to advance any further. Qin Qin was about to attack when he suddenly sensed something and quickly retreated. A large expanse of fiery ice spread out from where he had been standing. The indifferent man's spear spun and gradually turned white. This was an extremely cold ice that transformed into the symbol of the 5-ringed plum blossom. He tore a small gap in the net and leapt out, thrusting his spear towards Qin Qin once more. Qin Qin narrowly avoided the attack, but when he saw the river water around him freeze into ice, his gaze turned cold. Star energy erupted from his body, and under the cover of his domain, the ice suddenly cracked apart and transformed into another type of inescapable net that engulfed everything in its path. The indifferent man's spear viciously pierced through the layer of ice, causing it to shatter with a boom. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, bringing with it an extremely cold air that froze the shore. Many of the spectators nearby trembled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Qin Qin, someone's already near the top of the heavenly stream, someone shouted. It was obvious that this person was one of Qin Qin's supporters. Qin Qin looked up. Sure enough, because he had been fighting with the man in front of him, the other two had been running at full speed, and they had almost reached the top. The indifferent man looked up as well, and then he leapt up and charged forward. Qin Qin gritted his teeth and followed suit. Now was not the time for them to restrain each other. If they did not deal with the others, then even if the two of them managed to emerge victorious, they would still end up benefiting someone else. On the southeast side of the heavenly stream, Lu Yin had single-handedly defeated 2 experts while the other 2 were battling further away. One of them had been defeated, while the other was rushing towards the top ahead of Lu Yin. If nothing unexpected happened, then that person would reach the gate before Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not panic as the gate would not be opened that easily. As he rushed towards the top, he watched the screen. Faceless had appeared, and Qin Qin had encountered a powerful opponent. Lu Yin had seen all of this. This selection had indeed attracted a group of monsters, and no matter where they went, they would all be top-notch existences. The Sea King's dome was very high, and the heavenly stream was very long. However, with Lu Yin's group speed, even if they could not tear through the void and travel through it, they still quickly reached the top. The gate was right in front of them, and the person who had been one step ahead of Lu Yin had already reached it. He excitedly tried to push it open, but unfortunately he failed. Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry, and he slowly walked over to watch that person push the gate open. Faceless had also reached the gate, and he had one hand pressed against it. No one knew what he was thinking about. On the northeast side of the heavenly stream, Ling Ke rushed towards the top. He had been delayed for quite some time, and when he was just halfway up the Sea King's dome, he glanced to the side and saw 2 people standing on the shore. It was a man and a woman. He did not recognize the man, but the woman was Starsabil, whom he had seen before. Ling Ke stopped and looked at the shore. I never thought that the famous Starsabil would also be at the Sea King's dome. Long time no see. Starsabil smiled. Long time no see. I wonder what Star Sibyl thinks about this selection? Who do you think will become the Sea King's son-in-law? Ling Ke asked curiously. He knew more about Star Sibyl than the others, as she had visited the Lingling clan more than once. Of course, it was not because of him but because of someone else. Because he knew her, he wanted to know more through Star Sibyl. Before Star Sibyl could answer, Hai Dashao coldly said, "Scram back to the river." Star Sibyl smiled. Ling Ke's face sank and he stared at Hai Dashao. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Hai Dashao narrowed his eyes. I'll say it again. Scram back to the river, or I'll personally throw you out of the Sea King's dome. Ling Ke's brows jumped as he felt a little scared. This person's tone was not simple. Either he was a fool or he had a great background. Could anyone who could stand next to Star Sibyl be a fool? Of course not, and no ordinary person could reach this position. This person should have some sort of background. Ling Ke snorted. This was the Sea King's dome, and it was not wise to provoke someone with an unknown background. I'm not in a good state today, so I won't bicker with you. Star Sibyl, let's chat again next time. He then immediately rushed towards the top as if he was fleeing. Star Sibyl laughed and her crescent eyes looked at Hai Dashao. Why are you scaring him? Although his personality is a little strange, he's still quite upright. He's also from the Lingling clan, so he's a good match for Chi-Chi. Hai Dashao ignored Star Sibyl and looked up at the screen at Zhang Dingtian. He was very interested in this person and he also admired him. He liked this person's persistence with his blade, or rather, his persistence with his heart. Ling Ke was very unhappy as he had been scolded for no reason, but he did not even dare to retort. As the strongest member of the Lingling clan's younger generation, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the fact that his cheerleaders were not around. He really was not in a good state. As he thought about this, he glared at Mu Rong. That bastard was playing tricks behind his back. Mu Rong knew that he could not beat Ling Ke, so he was trying to steal Ling Ke's girl. While Ling Ke was rushing upwards, a person slowly walked in front of him. Ling Ke frowned. Scram. A good dog doesn't block the way. He then brushed past that person and continued to rush upwards. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him and there was a thump. Ling Ke's entire body had collided with something, and there was a loud thud. He rubbed his head. What was that? Was there a wall in the river? He opened his eyes and looked over. What was that? Bell? Who had thrown a bell into the Skyfall cascade? Wait a minute. He looked behind him and saw that he had been enveloped by a bell. Thunderous sonic fist. A low voice rang out in Ling Ke's ears and his pupils shrank. His K's mighty slash appeared, but it did not attack the bell. Instead, it rapidly revolved around his body, almost tearing through the void. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the sound was like a thunderclap that swept out in all directions. A portion of the Skyfall Cascade's water was swept away by the sound wave, and even the riverbank was destroyed. Countless people were shaken by this sound and they all looked over in shock. Within the bell, Ling Ke was bleeding from all of his orifices. His mouth was wide open as he tried to resist the sound wave. Outside his body, his K's mighty slash continued to revolve around him. This was his defensive technique, and he knew that he was in trouble the moment he heard the words, thunderous sonic fist. This time he had come to the Starfall Sea mainly to challenge Cheng Wu, who was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. Someone had seen Cheng Wu appear in the Starfall Sea, which was why Ling Ke had come here. Cheng Wu's famous technique was the thunderous sonic fist. Ling Ke had originally thought that he would only be able to fight Cheng Wu after the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but he had never expected that he would be inexplicably beaten up. Moreover, he had landed within Cheng Wu's innate gift, the bell, which was a sealed space that could amplify sound by several times. This meant that Ling Ke had been completely unprepared for Cheng Wu's punch. Within the bell, the sound wave reverberated, and Ling Ke's head almost exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned red. He roared and slashed out with his K's mighty slash, but it did not manage to cut through the bell. Behind him, Cheng Wu raised his fist again. Thunderous sonic fist. You're not done yet, are you? Ling Ke roared. He then attacked the bottom of his feet without hesitation and fled into the river. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 449. Cheng Wu fiercely punched the bottom of the river. Sound waves shot out in all directions and distorted the void, almost tearing it apart. A huge sound wave erupted in a form visible to the naked eye, once again shattering this section of the Heavenly Reach River into pieces. The river water flowed along the cracked riverbank in other directions. Ling Ke was forced out of Cheng Wu's body, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Cheng Wu. The Ke's mighty slash danced in front of him, appearing and disappearing at times. Countless people were dumbfounded. Cheng Wu was very easy to recognize as he was the only person on the top 100 rankings with an innate gift of a bell. Since he could suppress Ling Ke, many people immediately thought of him. Who would have thought that an expert ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings would suddenly appear and beat up Ling Ke? This sudden turn of events even attracted the attention of Mu Rong, Lu Yin, and the others. Hai Dashao's expression was calm. As expected, the strongest person on this heavenspan river was Cheng Wu. Ling Ke panted heavily as his head thundered. It hurt too much. This bastard had punched him without any warning. Despicable. Cheng Wu raised his fist for the third time as he glared at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. That was a sneak attack. Let me slow down if you have the ability. Cheng Wu didn't pay attention to him. His fist was ready to strike. Ling Ke was helpless. The 2 punches he had just received had injured him, and those 2 punches had also made him realize the difference between him and Cheng Wu. Ling Ke's innate talent was strong, but Cheng Wu only had a single technique, which was the Sonic Thunder Fist. Cheng Wu used brute force to break through techniques, and 1 punch was more than enough. Ling Ke was completely suppressed by Cheng Wu. Furthermore, Cheng Wu had a bell with a very strong defense, and Cheng Wu's combat power was close to 40,000. Ling Ke stood no chance at all, even if he used the Lingling clan's inherited technique, soul-splitting technique. Hello? Oh, which one? What did you say? Someone actually dared to provoke the Lingling clan? Wait for me to go back and deal with it. Ling Ke suddenly yelled into his gadget before jumping onto the shore and glaring at Cheng Wu. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. Just you wait. These 2 punches aren't over yet. The Sea King's dome was completely silent. Was this the genius of the Lingling clan? Ling Ke, an unparalleled leader with unparalleled talent? He admitted defeat just like that. How straightforward. Cheng Wu was also stunned. He had never met such a straightforward person before. Hai Dashao's expression turned ugly, as this brat had dragged down the Sea King's son-in-law selection. First, it had been that group of female supporters, and now it was Lu Yin who had run away. Starsabil smiled. He's still as interesting as ever. I wonder what the Spirit Palace will think of him. He'll be pissed to death, Hai Dashao said unhappily. 7th elder sister, that Cheng Wu is so powerful. A maid sighed in admiration. That's... The maid was speechless. Ling Ke's decisive departure seemed to remind Lan Yu of something, and he immediately tried to avoid Mu Rong and rushed towards the top. However, Mu Rong did not let him off this time. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the Skyfall Cascade, where Lan Yu had been defeated and swept out of the Skyfall Cascade. People were arriving at the gate at the top of the heavenly stream from all directions. No one from the faceless men in the north competed with him, or rather, they were all kicked out by him. In the northwest was Qin Qin and the man with the innate gift of ice, as well as an expert who had reached the summit before them, but they were quickly defeated. Now, only the 2 of them were left facing each other on the Skyfall Cascade. In the southwest was Lan Dao, who was also Zhang Dingtian. He had reached the gate, and the expert who had been 1 step ahead of them had also been defeated by him. Mu Rong was heading towards him. In the northeast was an explorer and Cheng Wu, who was slowly making his way to the top. In the southeast was Lu Yin and another man with a pitch-black tattoo on his face. At this moment, the tattooed man was terrified by Lu Yin's stare. There's something strange about this gate. Let's work together to open it. Lu Yin looked at the gate and walked forward. The tattooed man's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to take a look. What? Are you trying to stop me? Lu Yin's tone was unfriendly. The tattooed man looked conflicted. He had watched Lu Yin's battle, and although he felt that he was slightly stronger than the others, there was a limit to it. He had also been injured, and he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match. He had been trying to think of a way. He had thought that he would be able to pass through the gate first and meet up with the other Skyfall Cascades experts. He would then use them to deal with Lu Yin, but he had not expected that the gate would not open. As he watched Lu Yin walk over, the tattooed man's gaze turned vicious. He immediately attacked, hoping that Lu Yin would be injured as well. A minute later, Lu Yin was standing alone in front of the gate. The tattooed man had flowed down the Skyfall cascade. He was not dead, but he was unconscious. Lu Yin placed both hands on the gate and tried to push it open, but he could not. He observed that this gate was meant to be pushed, and if he could not open it, it meant that he did not have enough strength. He used 20 stacks, but he still could not open it. He looked up at the screen and saw that Faceless had been standing in front of the gate for quite some time, but he still could not find a way to open it. Seventh bro, there must be a prerequisite to reach the place where the Sea King's trident is pulled out. Only by reaching it can the gate be opened, which is the next trial, the monkey guessed. What's the criterion? Lu Yin asked. The monkey guessed, only one person from each Skyfall cascade can reach that criterion. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you won't be able to open the gate. Lu Yin thought of this as well, and he looked towards the Skyfall cascade in the southwest, where Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian were getting closer and closer. If only one person could win, Lu Yin hoped that it would be Zhang Dingtian, but he knew that the chances were slim. Mu Rong had been highly regarded by the 10 Arbiters' Council since he was young, and Lu Yin had witnessed his strength. It could only be described as unfathomable, and he was worthy of being called an unequaled limiter. It was almost impossible for Zhang Dingtian to win. The two drew closer and closer, and Zhang Dingtian stood at a high vantage point with his blade in hand. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mu Rong flipped the wooden flute in his hand as he approached. Compared to Lan Yu, Mu Rong was much more cautious when facing Zhang Dingtian. People like him who had firm beliefs and boldness were the most difficult to deal with, and no one knew when they would explode with extreme power. The two were both limiters, but in the eyes of the bystanders, it was like two peerless experts had met. It was even more exciting than a battle between explorers and cruisers. When the two were 1,000 meters apart, they simultaneously charged towards each other. A flash of blade light flashed as Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed out horizontally. The blade light streaked across the void, distorting the scenery around it. Mu Rong waved the wooden flute in his hand and pushed the blade light that was heading towards him away, causing it to land on the riverbank. The riverbank had been split in two, and a large gaping hole had formed in the river water that continued to spread outwards. In the next moment, the two met on a narrow path, and Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed out. There was no sharp blade light, but in Mu Rong's eyes, it was even more dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian had retracted the power contained within his blade, and it would only explode upon contact. The most direct manifestation of this attack was the distorted void at the edge of the blade. Although this attack was not a domain, it still enveloped an area of space, and even a cruiser would find it difficult to dodge. Mu Rong did not plan on dodging, as this attack had ignited his fighting spirit. The blade and the wooden flute collided above the Skyfall cascade, and in an instant, everyone saw a white light distort the void and spread outwards. Ripples appeared in the void, and a section of the Skyfall cascade disappeared. The shockwaves from the battle spread to the riverbank and expanded the area where the Skyfall cascade had been. Countless blades of light shot into both sides of the riverbank, piercing through the ground. Fortunately, they were halfway up the mountain, and there were not many people watching the battle from close range. Otherwise, the shockwaves would have been enough to instantly kill a large number of people. Boom. There was a loud explosion as the two of them sank to the bottom of the river. The river had been completely drained, and the two of them crashed deep into the mud. Another white ripple spread outwards, and the Skyfall cascade was split in two from the point of collision. Mu Rong used his wooden flute to push Zhang Dingtian back, pushing him towards the top of the Skyfall cascade. Everyone was so nervous that they could barely breathe. Was this really a battle between limiters? Because the space in the Skyfall cascade had been suppressed, the battle could not be directly observed, but everyone could feel the terrifying power of both sides. Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw that Zhang Dingtian was at a disadvantage. Mu Rong's strength was too terrifying, and if Lu Yin was not mistaken, the movement technique that Mu Rong had used to dodge Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian's attacks was a battle technique that allowed him to easily avoid attacks of the same level. It was a rather troublesome battle technique, but now Mu Rong was actually able to clash head-on with Zhang Dingtian. This was not a battle technique but actual strength. Mu Rong looked weak, but he possessed unimaginable destructive power. What Lu Yin was most apprehensive about was that wooden flute. It was used to play music, not to fight against blades. Mu Rong had not used his full strength yet. Within the Skyfall cascade, Zhang Dingtian and Mu Rong were very close. Zhang Dingtian could clearly feel Mu Rong's strength and he could not resist it. Excitement filled his eyes as this was a top-notch powerhouse. They were both Lemeters, but ever since Zhang Dingtian had made a name for himself in the Greyweed continent, he had never met such a powerful powerhouse of the same level. He looked up at the screen and then looked towards the southeastern skyfall cascade towards Luyin. Luyin was not mistaken, as this was Zhang Dingtian, also known as Landau. When he had arrived at the Sea King's dome, he had already known that Luyin would be there, but he had not acknowledged him. There was nothing more suitable than to do so in battle. He would never forget how he had watched Luyin enter the Astral Combat Academy in the Great Yu Empire. He had watched Luyin climb up the ranks step by step, including the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. No one could understand Zhang Dingtian's unwillingness, as they had both left Earth at the same time. One was the sky while the other was the Earth. This was something that Zhang Dingtian could not accept. He would not be jealous, nor would he hate Luyin. He would only focus on increasing his own strength. Now he finally had the qualifications to stand on the same stage as Luyin, and he did not want to give up on this opportunity. Crack. Cracks suddenly appeared on the longsword, and Zhang Dingtian's pupils shrank as he looked at Mu Rong. Mu Rong's gaze was calm as he exerted more force on the wooden flute, causing the cracks to widen. Once the longsword cracked, Zhang Dingtian would definitely be defeated. His gaze turned cold as a dark golden radiance appeared and imprinted itself onto the longsword. 5-line battle force. It's 5-line battle force. Someone cried out. The Sea King's dome immediately erupted into an uproar. It was rare for someone to attain 5-line battle force at such a young age, and even Haida Xiao was astonished. Currently, Luyin was the only one known to have attained 5-line battle force at such a young age, while Lan Yu only had 4-line battle force. Now a second person had appeared. Is he the unexpected that you mentioned? Haida Xiao looked at Star Sibyl with an expectant gaze. Star Sibyl smiled when she saw Haida Xiao's gaze. You really want me to say yes? Haida Xiao's eyes flashed, but he quickly regained his calm. It seems like you admire him a lot, Star Sibyl said. Haida Xiao did not reply. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 450. Star Sibyl did not say anything else. Although Zhang Dingtian had displayed great strength, his opponent was Mu Rong. Mu Rong was unrivaled within the Lemeter realm, and this was not something that any of the 10 arbiters would admit. Even Star Sibyl had to admit that Mu Rong's strength was something that no Lemeter could counter. With the support of his battle force, Zhang Dingtian's valiant strength allowed him to withstand Mu Rong's charge. He then turned his blade around and slashed out. Mu Rong leaped up to avoid the attack, and his wooden flute was aimed at Zhang Dingtian's head. Zhang Dingtian raised his hand and grabbed the flute. With the support of his 5-line battle force, his strength surpassed Mu Rong's limits. He raised his right hand and slashed out viciously. He knew that Mu Rong had not used his full strength, but so what? Since Mu Rong did not want to use his full strength, then there was no need for him to do so. With the wooden flute in Zhang Dingtian's hand, Mu Rong only had 2 choices. He could either give up on the wooden flute and dodge, or he could take the blow head-on. He chose the second option, which was not to dodge. Zhang Dingtian had walked out of the battlefield and he had been a soldier back on Earth. He did not fear death or slaughter, and he mercilessly slashed down with his blade. Many people felt their scalps go numb as they watched Zhang Dingtian's unstoppable strike. Was Mu Rong going to die at the Sea King's dome? Fuqi swept out in all directions, and the river was repelled from beneath Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian's feet. Zhang Dingtian's saber came to a stop less than a centimeter away from Mu Rong's head, unable to press down any further. Everything around them was silent. Strangely, beneath their feet, within the heaven-span cascade, lush green grass could be seen. Up in the air, the image of a shepherd boy herding cows could be seen. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. What was this? Back during the Tournament of the Strongest, there was a woman named Zijuan who had been able to transform the surrounding space into a dark green color. She was from the Cosmic Seas Longevity Group, and Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword had also been able to do the same. There were far too few people who could do this, and Luyin had no idea how to do it. But now, Mu Rong was also using the same method. Although they were both force fields, Mu Rong's was clearly much stronger than Zijuan's. The lush green grass and the shepherd boy herding the cows almost seemed alive. This was a level that Luyin could not comprehend. It wasn't just Luyin, even Zhang Dingtian couldn't understand it. His attack had been blocked by an inexplicable power. Suddenly the wooden flute trembled and Zhang Dingtian lost his grip on it. He took a few steps back and his long blade broke with a clang. Before he could react, Mu Rong pressed the wooden flute against his chest. "You're very strong to be able to do this." Zhang Dingtian raised his broken saber and wanted to attack, but he realized that he was being suppressed in this space. He was being suppressed by the entire space. "What is your name?" Mu Rong looked at Zhang Dingtian and asked seriously. "Zhang Dingtian." Mu Rong's expression was solemn. "I'll remember that." With that, he exerted more force with his wooden flute, and Zhang Dingtian was sent flying by the force of the blow. He crashed into the shore, smashing through the rocks before finally landing in a field. Everyone from the Sea King's dome watched this scene unfold. They had all thought that Mu Rong was in danger, but in the end, this was the result. Zhang Dingtian was very strong and he had even surpassed Lan Yu. However, he was still powerless against Mu Rong. The stronger Zhang Dingtian was, the stronger Mu Rong would be forced to retaliate with even more power. This condition should be that only one person could stand at the top of the Skyfall Cascade. "Who are you?" Qin Shin asked the indifferent man in front of him. He kept thinking about the experts on the top 100 rankings, but he could not think of anyone who resembled this person. This person was no weaker than Qin Shin, and if he was not on the top 100 rankings, then he was a hidden powerhouse who had never shown himself before. The indifferent man answered, "Che Han." Qin Shin was astonished as he had never heard of this name before. As expected, this person was a hidden powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and the top 100 rankings could not possibly include all the powerhouses. Thus, it was not surprising that someone on the top 100 rankings had appeared. "Between the two of us, only one can stand here," Qin Shin said solemnly. Che Han raised his spear. "I won't lose." Qin Shin narrowed his eyes. "I won't lose either." His star energy then transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Che Han. Qin Shin originally thought that Che Han would still use his spear to pierce through the heaven-encompassing net. Qin Shin had already thought of a series of attacks. However, Che Han placed his spear by his side. On the surface of his body, ice in the form of flames erupted, engulfing everything in its surroundings. The might of this attack was much stronger than before. Such a powerful ice shocked Qin Shin, and his inescapable net was instantly frozen. The cold air followed the star energy that formed the net and spread into his body. Qin Shin immediately cut off his star energy and quickly retreated. Beneath his feet, the water of the Skyfall Cascade rapidly froze. At the same time, his face turned pale, and the blood in his body nearly froze as well. Che Han gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out. A 5-ring diagram appeared at the tip of the spear, and Qin Shin retreated once again. He had been careless and had not expected Che Han's innate gift to be so powerful. Now that he was at a disadvantage, he would need at least a minute to dispel the cold in his body. He had to hold on for at least a minute. Che Han understood the cold in his body better than anyone else, and when he saw Qin Shin's expression, he knew that the youth had suffered from frostbite. He moved even faster than before, and at the same time, his spear ignited with a fiery cold air. This cold air was frightening, and even Qin Shin found it difficult to resist. In terms of absolute power, Qin Shin was already weaker than Che Han. Che Han was a peak explorer who was just one step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Now he had the upper hand, and Qin Shin's innate gift countered Che Han's innate gift. Everyone felt that it was only a matter of time before Qin Shin was defeated. Who would have thought that Qin Shin, who had the greatest chance of victory, would not even be able to pass through that gate? Within the Sea King's dome, no one had expected this. Many people immediately tried to investigate Che Han's origins, but to no avail. Northgate Lai stared at Che Han. He had originally wanted to defeat Qin Shin, but now his goal had changed. He wanted to see for himself this person's innate gift. Sister was right. Many people aren't ranked in the top 100 rankings, but they're not weak at all, Michelle muttered to herself as she watched Che Han on the screen. Little Pao nodded. Mentor also said that the universe is too big. Even in the outerverse there are still hidden experts. He then glanced into the distance and saw Bo Lauer, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. This person had been watching them from the moment they had arrived at the Sea King's dome, and he was like a venomous snake in hiding. Unfortunately, the chances of catching them were too low, as the signal in his and Big Pao's bodies had been erased a few days ago. Atop the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, Qin Shen's defenses grew weaker and weaker as he faced Chehan's attacks. His surroundings were enveloped by a fiery chill, and the skyfall net was frozen as soon as it appeared. The chill followed his star energy and invaded his body, preventing him from using the skyfall net. His most powerful battle technique had been restricted, and as Chehan's spear lashed out horizontally, Qin Shen was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. Chehan stabbed out with his spear once again, causing the chill to rise and freeze the skyfall cascade's water. Qin Shen stared at the tip of the spear, and when it was only a meter away from him, his eyes widened and he clashed his hands together. At some point in time, a gigantic skyfall net had enveloped the entire area. This was the true skyfall net. The chill rose up like smoke signals, but it was blocked by the skyfall net. Although the net was still gradually frozen, it was not as fast as before. Qin Shen had been holding back all this time. This was his second battle with Chehan, and he was well aware of his own disadvantage. He had laid down the skyfall net step by step. As long as the skyfall net completely contracted, he would be able to trap Chehan within and display the skyfall net's strongest killing intent. However, there was one thing that Qin Shen had not considered. Had Chehan truly used his full strength? This question was answered after the skyfall net was shattered by the fiery chill. Not only was the chill in the form of flames, but it also had a glass-like luster. This was the heaven fire glazed ice, Chehan's innate gift, and it was also the embodiment of his strength as the strongest member of the younger generation on the Royal Frost continent. The heaven fire glazed ice directly shattered the skyfall net, and the strangely colored ice headed towards Qin Shen. Qin Shen's pupils shrank, and he leaped onto the shore while panting heavily. Once he reached the shore, it meant that he had admitted defeat. The heaven fire glazed ice stopped freezing and gradually faded away, allowing the skyfall cascade's waters to roar and wash over him once again. There was only one person left on the northwestern skyfall cascade, and it was Chehan. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.